flows from higher temperature object to cooler temperature object. So there are some drawbacks in first law of thermodynamics. First law of thermodynamics does not provide some clear explanation about many natural phenomena. Now second law of thermodynamics. We can explain this concept by three main statements. They are entropy statement, Clausius statement and Kelvin-Planck statement. Entropy statement. Entropy statement states that the entropy of an isolated system always increases during a spontaneous process. Clausius statement. When heat flows from cooler temperature object to hotter temperature object, some work must be done. Kelvin-Planck statement. This statement states that no heat engine in this universe is 100% efficient. That is, no heat engine can convert the heat completely into work. So these are the various statements of second law of thermodynamics. Now third law of thermodynamics. Third law of thermodynamics states that the entropy of a pure crystalline substance at absolute zero is zero. So these are the various laws involved in thermodynamics. Now system and surrounding. It is one of the basic concept in thermodynamics. It provides the basis for most of the concept in thermodynamics. The universe is divided into two parts, that is system and surrounding. The part of the universe which is an is called as system. An example for system is hot water kept in a beaker. Anything which is not a part of system is called as surrounding. Anything which separates system from surrounding is called as boundary. System can be classified into various types. Based on the nature of its boundary, they are classified into three types. They are isolated system, closed system and open system. Isolated system. It can exchange neither matter nor energy with its surrounding. Here the boundary is sealed as well as insulated. A good example for isolated system is hot water kept in a thermos flask. Closed system. Here the boundary is only sealed and not insulated. The system can exchange one and not energy with its surrounding. An example for closed system is hot water kept in a closed beaker. Open system. Here the boundary is not sealed and not insulated. It can exchange both matter and energy with its surrounding. An example for open system is hot water kept in open beaker. Further, system can be classified based on the physical and chemical state of the object. Based on that, they are classified into two types. They are homogeneous system and heterogeneous system. Homogeneous system. If the constituents of the system are of same physical state, it is called as homogeneous system. An example for homogeneous system is gases. Heterogeneous system. If the constituents of the system are of different physical state, it is called as heterogeneous system. Example, mixture of water in oil. These are the types of system. Properties of system. Some thermodynamic properties of system are dependent on the mass and size of the object, and some are independent of the mass and size of the object. Based on that, they are classified as intensive property and extensive property. The thermodynamic property of system that is independent of the mass and size of the object is called as intensive property. Example, refractive index and mole fraction. Extensive property. The thermodynamic property of a system that is dependent on the mass and size of the object is called as extensive property. Example, pressure and number of moles. Further, they can be classified into state function and path function. State function. The thermodynamic property of a system that is dependent on the state variables, that is pressure, volume, temperature and number of moles, P, V, T and N, and it does not depend on the path by which the final state is reached. It is called as state function. An example for state function is pressure and volume. Path function. The thermodynamic property of a system that is dependent on the path by which the final state is reached is called as path function. An example for path function is work and heat. So these are the properties of system. Now thermodynamic processes. There are various thermodynamic processes. Adiabatic process. There is no flow of heat between the system and the surrounding during its change of state from initial state to final state. It is called as adiabatic process. Here Q is equal to 0. Isothermal process. The temperature of the system remains constant during its change of state from initial state to final state. It is called as isothermal system. Here dT is equal to 0. Isobaric process. The pressure of the system remains constant during its change of state from initial state to final state. It is called as isobaric process. Here dP is equal to 0. Isochoric process. Here the volume of the system remains constant during its change of state from initial state to final state. It is called as isochoric process. Here dV is equal to 0. Reversible process. The system comes back to its initial state after attaining its final state. It is called as reversible process. Example, melting of ice. Irreversible process. If the system cannot come back to its initial state after attaining its final state, it is called as irreversible process. Example, burning of paper. Cyclic process. If the system undergoes a series of processes, that is adiabatic process, isothermal process, isochoric process, isobaric process and irreversible or reversible process, that is after it completes a cycle, it is called as cyclic process. Here Q is equal to 0, dt equal to 0, dP is equal to 0 and dV equal to 0. So these are the various thermodynamic processes. PV diagram. It is a graph between pressure and volume. PV diagram is used to calculate the amount of work done by the gas during compression and the amount of work done by the gas during expansion. Here PV diagrams helps us to find the amount of work done by the gas during compression and expansion. Here are some examples for PV diagram. This is the work done in adiabatic process. One is expansion and one is compression. It is the work done in isothermal process. It is the work done in isobaric process and it is the work done in isochoric process. Quasi-static process. It is an infinitely slow process. Here the system remains thermal, chemical and mechanical equilibrium. Here are some examples for quasi-static process. Thermal expansion. The tendency of matter to change its shape, area and volume is called as thermal expansion. Thermal expansion is of three types. They are linear expansion, areal expansion and volumetrical expansion. Linear expansion. When there is a change in temperature, the fractional change in length is directly proportional to the change in temperature. That is delta L by L naught is equal to alpha L delta T. As you can see here, there is a change in the length of the rod. Areal expansion. When there is a change in temperature, the fractional change in area is directly proportional to the change in temperature of the system. That is delta A by A naught is equal to alpha A delta T. Areal expansion is twice the time of linear expansion. As you can see here, there is a change in the area of the square. Volumetrical expansion. When there is a change in temperature of the object, the fractional change in the volume is directly proportional to the change in temperature. That is delta V by V naught is equal to alpha V delta T. Volumetrical expansion is thrice the time of linear expansion. These are the thermal expansion of matter. Change of state. A system can change its state from one state to other state through various processes. If there is a change in state from solid state to liquid state, it is called as melting. If there is a change in state from liquid state to solid state, it is called as freezing. If there is a change in state from liquid state to gaseous state, it is called as evaporation. It is also called as boiling. If there is a change in state from gaseous state to liquid state, it is called as condensation. If there is a change in state from solid state to gaseous state without entering into the middle phase, that is the liquid phase, it is called as sublimation. An example for sublimation is melting of camphor. These are the change of state. Now let us enter into our next topic, internal energy. Internal energy is a characteristic property of a system and it is denoted by the symbol U. Internal energy of the system is equal to the sum of all its constituents, namely atoms, ions and molecules. The total energy of the object is equal to the sum of its translational energy, vibrational energy, rotational energy, bond energy, energy due to molecular interaction and translational energy. In thermodynamics, one is concerned with the change in internal energy and not the absolute value of energy. Internal energy is equal to the total energy of the object. Internal energy play a very important role in determining the physical state of the object. For example, let us consider the allotropes of carbon. The allotropes of carbon are graphite and diamond. Here graphite and diamond have different physical state because they have different internal energy. Now let me see some characteristics of internal energy. Internal energy is an extensive property. If the amount of the system is doubled, then the internal energy is also doubled. Internal energy is a state function. It depends on the state variables, that is pressure, temperature, volume and number of moles, and it does not depend on the path by which the final state is reached. When in the cyclic process, there is no internal energy. Internal energy, the change in internal energy is formulated as delta U is equal to UF minus UI. If the change in internal energy, if the internal energy of the object at its final state is less than the internal energy at its initial state, then change in internal energy, that is delta U, is negative. If the internal energy at its final state is greater than the internal energy at its initial state, then change in internal energy, that is delta U, is positive. So these are the characteristics of internal energy. Anomalous expansion of water. Generally, liquids expand on heating and contracts on cooling, but water exhibits an anomalous behavior. Water have maximum density at 4 degrees Celsius because water expands on cooling between 0 degrees Celsius and 4 degrees Celsius, and it contracts on heating between 0 degrees Celsius and 4 degrees Celsius. From this we can conclude that water exhibits an anomalous behavior and it have maximum density at 4 degrees Celsius. Let me say a general example for anomalous expansion of water. In cold countries like during winter season, the surface of the lake is at lower temperature than the bottom of the lake. Heat transfer. I have already said that heat is energy in transit from the higher temperature object to the lower temperature object, but heat can flow by 3 different modes. They are conduction, convection and radiation. Conduction. If there is a heat transfer from the higher temperature object to the lower temperature object due to direct transfer of heat, it is called as conduction. Convection. There is a heat transfer from the higher temperature object to the lower temperature object due to actual movement of molecules, that is by liquids, fluids and gases. It is called as convection. Radiation. If we keep our hands near a hot stove, we will feel some hotness in our hands even though our hands are not in direct contact with the hot stove. This is because here heat is transferred in the form of radiation. Radiation is a process in which the energy is transferred in the form of electromagnetic waves. These are the 3 modes of heat transfer. This picture shows a clear explanation about the 3 modes of transfer, that is conduction, convection and radiation. Triple point. It is a temperature, here the temperature and pressure at which the 3 systems coexist is called as triple point. Equilibrium. There are 4 types of equilibrium. They are thermal, mechanical, chemical and thermodynamic equilibrium. Thermal equilibrium. When we keep a hot cup of coffee in the surrounding air, heat flows from the coffee to the surrounding air. After some time, no heat is flown between the surrounding air to the coffee, not the coffee to the surrounding air. This is because it attained its thermal equilibrium. So thermal equilibrium is nothing but there is no change in the object due to change in temperature. Mechanical equilibrium. There is no net unbalanced force due to change in temperature. It is called as mechanical equilibrium. Chemical equilibrium. There is no net chemical reaction between the 2 systems. It is called as chemical equilibrium. Thermodynamic equilibrium. If the system attains thermal, mechanical and chemical equilibrium, it is called as thermodynamic equilibrium. These are the types of equilibrium. Heat engine. It is a device used to convert the heat into work. Generally, heat engine plays a very important role in everyday's life, especially in automobiles, because one of the major thing we use modern world is motorbikes and cars. So the main part of the motorbikes and car is automobile engine. Automobile engine do not have efficiency greater than 40%. Heat engine have three main parts. They are hot reservoir and cold reservoir. Hot reservoir, it is always maintained at hot temperature, that is high temperature. Hot reservoir gets the heat input from any source. Working substance, it converts the heat into work. That is the work of working substance. Cold reservoir, some work is ejected during the process of converting the heat into work, and that extra heat is ejected from the cold reservoir. So cold reservoir is always maintained at the low temperature. So this picture shows a clear explanation about the heat engine. So it have three parts: hot reservoir, cold reservoir, and working substance. It is a Carnot cycle. I have already said that from the Kelvin-Planck statement, no heat engine in this universe is 100% efficient. Then we all may ask that what is the maximum efficiency a heat engine can have. A young engineer named Carnot proved that an have maximum efficiency when heat is transferred between the hot sink to the cold sink simultaneously, and that is the process of Carnot cycle. It has 4 processes and 4 prods. The 4 processes are isothermal expansion, adiabatic expansion, isothermal compression, and adiabatic compression. The 4 parts of the Carnot cycle are hot reservoir, cold reservoir, working substance, and insulating stand. As usual, hot gets the heat from the source, and it converts, and it is always maintained at high temperature. Cold reservoir ejects the extra heat to the surrounding air, and it is always maintained at low temperature. Working substance convert the heat into work, and insulating stand is a non-conduct. It is made up of non-conducting material. So this is the Carnot cycle. So let me say a recap of my lecture, that is thermodynamics. First we have seen the law, zeroth law, first law, second law, and third law, and the thermal properties of matter, Boyle's law, Charles' law, Avogadro's law, and combined law of gases, and few other concepts related to thermodynamics. Though thermodynamics have various laws, theories, and concepts which is difficult to understand, but if we understand it with our real life, it is very easy to understand. Thank you. Hope you understand my lecture. Thank you.
Frontline Academy, the Metric Higher Secondary School. Today, I stand before you all to present the lecture on my topic, warehouse and automation. So, first I would like to tell you clearly about what is warehouse. The term ware means products or goods which are bought and sold by the businesses. It may include raw materials or the finished products. Now, there are a lot of improvements in the warehouse system. First, I would like to tell you the reason why I have chosen this topic. I have came to know about that it is estimated that 40% of food is wasted because of the poor storage facility. So, with my lecture, you can come up with new ideas to save and preserve the foods. Then, this is how the people store their goods in the warehouse system. Then, what is warehousing? But warehouse is just a storage place. But whereas warehousing is a place where you can store the goods in an order of arrangement. The hindrance of time can be eliminated with the help of warehouse. What is that hindrance of time? How it can be eliminated? Consumer want their product whenever they have time, money, and willingness to buy the product. And this is how, so that the suppliers have to give the goods to the suppliers at the time of their need, so that the goods should be preserved properly. So, with the help of the warehouse, the hindrance of time can be eliminated. There are different types of regional warehouse which are located at different regional centers. This is how the people will work in the warehouse system. Not only just a storage of place, an arrangement of place, and the people also work there to store the goods. Now, do you think the term warehouse and warehousing mean the same? Let me define you clearly. The term warehouse is just a holding place, but warehousing is a storage place. Warehouse is just for the storage purpose, but warehousing helps to preserve the goods from the deterioration also. Then just assume if the concerned business do not have warehouse, what they will do? They have to adapt for the alternative situations. Now I am going to tell about effects of no warehousing. The first point is inventory management challenges. What is that inventory? Inventory means stock. So stock management challenges. If the business do not have stock, do not have warehouse, there are a lot of struggles that the business need to face. They have to adapt for the alternative situations like getting the goods more frequently from the production places, or they have to do the business which the product have only lesser time duration. So this is the inventory management challenges which the business face because of non-available of warehouse. Then the next point is increased transportation cost. Now just imagine the production place takes at one place and the all over the world, and the market is situated in one place. What they will do? They have to get the goods directly from the storage place and they have to give it to the consumer directly. So this will take a longer time, and also the transportation cost also will increase. The labor will not work freely. We have to pay for the labor also, and there's a large fuel consumption. And now you know that the diesel and petrol rate are not as much we are thinking. It costs higher, and it also increases day by day. So for that, if you have warehouse, you can store them properly and you can give it to the people at the right time. Now the next point is reduced economies of scale. So without the warehouse, the business is forced to get small quantities of goods more frequently from the production place and giving to the people. And this is one of the most economic crises that happen because of effects of no warehousing. The next one is longer order fulfillment time. The consumer want their product whenever they want. If they don't have the product, they have to wait for the product. You are a consumer, you are just going for a shop and you're asking for the product. If the supplier said that they don't have the product, what you will do? You will move to the another shop. This is what exactly happens in all the business places. So if the business take longer order fulfillment times and the customer satisfaction, they will move to the another place. They won't wait for you. So if you don't have warehouse, you don't have goods for the supplying to a consumer. Then the next point is limited flexibility in production and distribution. Distribution takes place at proper time when you have a proper mass production. Mass production takes place only when you have a proper place to store your goods. So when you don't have proper place to store your goods, you will not produce a huge amount of production. Then the distribution also will not take place. For example, a real-time example, you have refrigerators in your home. You just store all your fruits and vegetables in your refrigerator for a week. You won't go and get fruits and vegetables daily from the market. You will just keep in the refrigerator. Why you use this refrigerator? For your future purpose. And this is how exactly the warehouse works for the business. So if you don't have fridge, you have to get it more frequently from the market. So the same the business also have to do when they don't have the warehouse as their own perspective. Then the next one is lack of centralized quality control. Each and every commodity and goods have inspection process. So for that, if the concerned business do not have a centralized place for inspection process, they have to hire another place for the inspection. So there may be a reduction in the quality control, and any damage also can occur to the product. They may also give the loss to the business, and this is the loss of, there may be a loss for the products also. This is the effects of no warehousing. I have said to you about effects of no warehousing. Now I would like to tell the need for warehousing. Need for warehousing, one of the most important thing that all the business persons have to know. The first one is mass production. As I said, mass production takes place. If only mass production takes place, the business can earn the profit. If they don't have profit, they can't do business. But you just assume if they have the warehouse, they can do the mass production. Then the next need is nature of commodities. All the commodities do not have certain same similarities of nature. Each and every commodity have a different nature. For example, vegetables or fruits are stored in cold storage for the future use. and apples are coming from Kashmir, and carrots are coming from Ooty. They are not given to the people at the time of their cultivation. They are stored properly in the cold storage and given to the people at the right time. And this is how the warehouse serves to the people. Now, the next point is seasonal production but regular consumption. Certain goods are produced throughout the year, produced only in seasonal but but the consumption takes place throughout the year. You all know that the known example is wheat, flour and rice are produced throughout the year, produced only in seasonal times, but the consumption takes throughout the year. This happens only when you store the goods properly and given to the people. The next point is regular production but seasonal consumption. Certain goods are produced throughout the year, but the consumption takes place only at seasonal. For example, raincoats, umbrella and blanket are produced throughout the year, but the consumption takes place only during the seasonal times. Then the next point is proximity of production center. The goods are fed up in the market and also in the warehouse and also in the production place. If the goods are completed in the market after the sales of all the goods, they will come and take it from the warehouse. If the certain warehouses are not fed up with the proper goods at the right time, what they will do, they cannot serve the people with the goods at the right time. So this may also give a loss to the business. Now, next we are going to see about functions of warehouse. There are certain functions which the warehouse gives to the business. The first function is storage. The most important function of the warehouse is storage. There is a time gap between the production and consumption and the demand and supply. The goods are produced at one time and they are given to the people at one time. So for that, the goods should be saved in proper manner. Then the next point is price stabilization. As I said, the goods are produced at one time and they are given to the people at one time. There is a price fluctuation in the goods. So when you don't have the proper place to store your goods, what will happen? There may be any damage or deterioration happen to the goods. So for that, if you save the goods properly, the deterioration can be stopped and can be given to the people at the reasonable price. Then the next point is risk bearing. The certain warehouse keeper is solely responsible for the goods which are kept in the warehouse. If any damage or deterioration has happened to the warehouse or the goods which are kept in the warehouse keeper is solely responsible for the losses which has happened. The next point is business finance. The receipt which is issued by the warehouse keeper can be given to the bank institution or finance institution, and the business can get the financial assistance with the help of the receipt which is issued by the warehouse keeper. Then the next function is value added service. Not only storage service but also many functions, like after the inspection process they can be rechecked and relabeled in the warehouse, and these are some of the value added services which the warehouse gives to the business. Now, warehousing in India. India is an agrarian country, but the importance of agriculture and warehousing is known to the people only after 1950. Agriculture totally contributes 16% of GDP to the country, and it is estimated that 52% of employment opportunities given by agriculture to the Indian population, and 40% of food is wasted because of the poor storage facility in India. This is one of the major drawbacks in India. Then on recommendation of All India Rural Credit Committee, the Agriculture Corporation Act 1956 have authorized the government to set up the own warehouse in each and every state and country. It is called as National Cooperative Development and Warehousing Board, which offers to develop agriculture in cooperative way. Then there are certain main warehousing agencies in India. The first one is Food Warehousing Corporation, Central Warehousing Corporation, State Warehousing Corporation, Tamil Nadu Warehousing Corporation. First, I would like to tell you about Food Corporation of India. Food Corporation of India provides large storage facilities to the India. It also hires places for Central Warehousing Corporation, State Warehousing Corporation and other private parties. The available capacity of Food Corporation of India is 74.4 million ton, and it is set on Lok Sabha on 28th August 2013, and it is set up under the Act of Food Corporation Act 1964. Now the next point is Central Warehousing Corporation. It is estimated in the year 1957. And the available capacity of Central Warehousing Corporation is 11.17 million ton. And overall, in the country there are 464 warehouses across the country. Now the next point is State Warehousing Corporation. Each and every state has the power to establish their own warehouse in the country. For that, they have to get the permission from the Central Warehousing Corporation. So for that, establishing the warehouse, 50% of capital will be contributed by the State Warehousing Corporation and another 50 will be contributed by the Central Warehousing Corporation. Now, Tamil Nadu Warehousing Corporation. It is established in the year 1959. The available capacity of Tamil Nadu Warehousing Corporation is 66.83 lakh million ton. There are 7 regional centers and 256 godowns throughout the state. And it offers logistic services to various sectors. Now, what is that automation? My topic is warehouse and automation. What is that automation means? You all know that auto means the work which is done automatically. So now there are latest technologies where the warehouse is done automatically with the help of machines and robots. So what is that warehouse automation? Warehouse automation takes many forms. It reduces the labor cost and increases the efficiency, and it reduces the labor cost also. It increases the productivity and accuracy. It uses many types of robots and machines in the automation system. Now I would like to define you what is warehouse automation. The process of automating the movement of inventories into, within and out of the warehouse to customers with minimal human assistance is known as warehouse automation. It uses various technologies and systems to streamline and automate warehouse operations. For establishing the warehouse automation, there are certain principles. The first principle is flexibility. The machines and robots which are automated in the automation system should be flexible in the manner that it should be flexible in all ways to adapt for any situation and circumstance for the workers who works with those machines. The next one is scalability. The machines which are used and the robots are used in the automation system should be easy to upgrade and modify as per the need for the warehouse. Then the next point is reliability. With the help of the reliability in the warehouse automation system, there is an error-free work and communication where the work will be done easily by the labor who works with the machines and robots. The next point is safety. The major thing that the warehouse automation should do is safety for the people who work with the machines and robots, because machines and robots are not the people who will do the work as we said, and they cannot change automatically. When we upload the algorithm or the system in their system, they will do as per the work. We could not change that as per our wish. So we should prioritize to the safety in the automation system. Then the next one is return of investment. Doing warehouse automation system is not easy because you have to invest a lot for this automation system. So the business wants a proper return of investment when they invest in the automation system. Then the trends. There are different types of trends. The first one is robotics. There are different types of robots. Robotic warehouse are also known as automated smart warehouse. It utilizes various types of robots and automation technologies. And the productivity in warehousing operation is also easy. The types of robotic warehouses. The first one is automated guided vehicle. It's just assume the predefined paths and it navigate to the goods and it will work as per the instruction given by the AI. AI means nothing but artificial intelligence. So when the instruction is given to the automated guided vehicle, it moves towards the goods where they are located. The next one is autonomous mobile robots. It is equipped with advanced sensors and perception capabilities which will do more work when compared to the automated guided vehicle. It also do a lot of work when is compared to the people. Then the next point is robotic arms. There are articulated robotic arms which have suction cup and grippers which can be fixed in any robots. It can be used to used to many works such as picking and sorting of things, etc. works also the robotic arms can do. And this is the robotic arm, and that is autonomous mobile robots, and this is automated guided vehicle, which helps to do the work more easier for the labor who are working in the warehouse. Then the next one, robotic warehouse, is automated storage and retrieval system. It used in high-rise structure where the goods will be stored automatically when you keep in that system, and it will retrieve to the goods when they are needed. So the goods are not demanded frequently. So there is a high peak for the demand at an situation. So when there is a demand for the product, the less place will be allotted and the more space will be allotted for the non-demanded goods in the retrieval system. So the demanded goods will be moving very fastly from the retrieval system. So it will be used in high-rise structure. Then the next one is shuttle system. It is also as system as automated storage and retrieval system. It moves horizontal and vertical, which also moves the goods from one place to another. Then the next one is sorting robots. Sorting robots is mostly used in e-commerce, that is electronic commerce. It sorts the goods as per the size, weight and color of the goods. And this is the shuttle system and automated retrieval system where it is used in high-rise structure. Then the next point is warehouse automation software. It plays a crucial role in managing all the software which is working in warehouse automation system. It includes all the inventory management system which is used in the business. The next point is Internet of Things. With the help of the IoT, all the systems and data and sensors can be interconnected in the system and they can be analyzed for the future purpose. It can, by the leveraging of the IoT, it can collect and exchange the data and for the better control and optimization of the demand for the goods. Now the next point is artificial intelligence. Here are some key areas where artificial intelligence are applied. The first point is demand forecasting. As I said, demand is not for every good is high peak at the same time. So with the help of the artificial intelligence, the demand for the goods can be analyzed with the help of the data. Then it helps to optimize the inventories and it reduces the stock out situations. The next point is inventory management. With the help of the artificial intelligence, we can monitor the inventories in the warehouse and minimize the travel time and maximize the space utilization in the warehouse. So the people will not want to move from one place to another more frequently. If they do not know where is the goods, they have to move throughout the warehouse to search for the product. If they know where is the good, they don't have to move. And this will minimize the time and maximizes utilization of the time. The next point is robotic automation. In the automation system, all types of robots in use as per the size and demand for the goods and demand for the business. Then the next point is predictive maintenance. Thus, the artificial intelligence can analyze the data and give a clear data about the goods which are kept in the warehouse. And it will also predict the machine failure of the machines which are working in the warehouse with the help of the artificial intelligence. The next point is route optimization. As I said, automated guided vehicle know the predefined path. So they will move to the certain places where the goods are located and they don't roam around the warehouse in the search of the goods. The next point is quality control. The artificial intelligence will find the defected machines and also the goods with the help of the barcodes and some of the algorithms which are given in the robots and machines also. Then augmented reality. Order picking and fulfillment, stock management, training and onboarding, maintenance and repair, workflow optimization, worker safety. These are the augmented reality which we have to focus mainly in the automation system. Order picking and fulfillment. Order picking and fulfillment is most important in the business because when you fulfill the order of the customer, then only you can do the business without any loss. Then stock management. Stock management is one of the most important thing. If the stock out situation occurs, the business have to suffer a lot. Then training and onboarding. The person who works with the machine have to be trained and they have to see all the rehearsals when they use the robots or machines used in the warehouse. Then maintenance and repair. The maintenance repairs of the automation system and the machines which are used should be proper, because if any of thing is occurred to the business, nothing can be done easily, because it is an automation system which is work with then machines and robots. The next point is workflow optimization. The work should not be stopped. So for that workflow, all the things which is done in the warehouse should be known easily. Then worker safety. Worker safety is much important, because without the worker, no work can be done in the warehouse automation system. Then track and analyze. Robotic and automation performance, labor productivity, energy consumption, data analysis and error taking and reduction is one of the track and analysis with the automation system do more frequently, and if they track and analyze these things, then only they can do the business without any error, and they can fulfill their consumers order, and they can run the business successfully. And the best practices which the warehouse automation should follow is choose the right technology. There are different types of technologies in the world. So as per the need for the business, they have to choose the right technology. If they do not choose the right technology as per the need for the business, they can't run the business more smooth. There will be an error. Then develop a clear implementation plan. Before you're implementing a plan of the warehouse automation system, there should be a proper implementation plan. Then only the work will be done without any error. Then the next point is prioritize safety. So before implementing the plan, you also have to know a clear plan about the safety of the workers and the machines and the robots working in the automation system. Then the next point is plan the layout carefully. Before you are planning the layout of your warehouse, you have to know that where the goods come in and where the warehouse go out. These all things should be known very clearly to the people, to the workers who are working in the warehouse automation system. Then continuously innovation. When you continuously innovate the things in the warehouse, then only the business can run successfully. For example, not all the brands which are now have been developed from the starting. Certain are down-rented because of the not yet continuously innovating. So this is the main best practices which the automation system have to adapt for. Then the evolution, barcoding and radio frequency identification, conversion sortation system, warehouse management system, collaborative robots, and cloud computing, edge computing is most of the evolution which should be done by warehouse automation system. I would like to example, in Amazon is one of the largest facility due to its size. It's about 50 million cubic feet. It is a sophisticated management system where the work will be done more easier, and the works are done by the robots in the Amazon, because you know that it is a large platform where the goods management is very difficult. So they have a large warehouse and automation system is used there for the proper maintenance. Then another example is Nike. It uses hardware and software to run its 2 million square feet distribution center. It ensures quicker throughput and higher productivity. So with my lecture, you have come to know about the importance of warehouse and warehouse automation importance. So when you come up with new ideas, then only you can innovate new things. So when you know new things about warehouse and automation, with the help of my lecture, you would have known new things in my lecture. Then if you have implemented in this in your business or in your automation system, you would have a more profit and you will run a smooth business. Thank you.
Well, from Frontline Academy, I am very excited to stand here and to shed lights on an emerging service business in India that is revolutionizing the way we live and conduct our daily activities. I am going to take lecture on 3 emerging services that has become an emerging businesses today. They are e-commerce, logistics and franchising. First, I would say and ask a question to you all, that you are all buying goods and services in online, and how you are buying and how it is delivered to your house, and which type of company you are buying. Let me explain you all clearly in my lecture topic. First, I would like to start from e-commerce. What does mean by e-commerce? E-commerce is nothing but electronic commerce. Buying and selling of goods and services using internet is known as e-commerce. It is a subset of e-business which is limited by monetary transactions using internet. It is a subset of e-business I said before, and it allows consumers to buy goods and services with no barriers of time or distances. Commerce and internet together makes e-commerce. Next, how it was introduced, who developed, and all these answers are explained under the heading evolution. Evolution of e-commerce. E-commerce was first emerged on private networks in 1970s. EDI and teleshopping together paved the way for electronic commerce. EDI is nothing but electronic data interchange. And in the year 1979, Michael Aldrich, an English entrepreneur, he was a famous entrepreneur and also an innovator, and he produced a technique that enables processing between online transactions and occurs between consumers and the businesses or between businesses. It was later proficiently called as e-commerce. The trade of e-commerce was started in the year 1960s with the help of EDI. And as I said before, EDI is an electronic data interchange, and its growth of e-commerce was closely related to socio-technological changes. Today, e-commerce is no longer an exclusive domain for larger organizations or private networks. Accumulation of businesses creates competition. Competition leads to innovation. Innovation in turn drives the development of technology. Technology facilitates e-commerce growth, and in the year 2009, India's total e-commerce sales is 3.9 billion in American dollars. But the year 2018, India's total e-commerce sales is 32.7 billion in American dollars. How huge turnover has taken India in e-commerce growth within 9 years. And next is about series of waves. There are three series of waves which are the reason for the development and growth of electronic commerce. They are first wave of electronic commerce, second wave of electronic commerce, and third wave of electronic commerce. First wave of electronic commerce takes place between 1995 to 2003, and second wave of electronic commerce takes place between 2004 to 2009, and the third wave of electronic commerce started in the year 2010 and it never ended. It continues till today because we didn't achieve the stage of developed in e-commerce growth. We are in the stage of developing. Until we reach the stage of developed, the third wave of electronic commerce may continue. Next is about e-commerce models. With this model and with this slide, you can able to understand what will be my next topic. That is about e-commerce business models, and it also can be called as an e-commerce classifications. In this slide, you could able to see the 4 e-commerce models. Apart from these 4, there are 5 categories too. I will be explaining in further. E-commerce business models. Business organizations, consumers, and the governments are the major parties in the e-commerce models. There are 9 e-commerce models in India, and they are business to business, business to consumer, business to government, consumer to business, consumer to consumer, and consumer to government, government to business, government to consumer, and government to government. Let me explain you from one by one. First is about business to business. Business to business e-commerce model. In this model, commercial transactions takes place between different business organizations using internet. Example, Mahindra & Mahindra company. This is an famous company for B2B model, and they supply their equipments and vehicles to different business organizations in various sectors. And here are some examples like Alibaba, Mailchimp, and Indian Mart are the companies which falls under the category of B2B model. Next is about B2C model, that is business to consumer model. In business to consumer model, commercial transactions takes place between the consumers and the businesses. It is interaction between the consumers and the companies. And to understand this concept better, an example for you. Book company is selling books to their consumers directly and are also with the chain of middlemen. What is mean by chain of middlemen, and who are the persons involved in chain of middlemen? Chain of middlemen is a group of persons who act as an intermediary between the consumers and the producers. And chain of middlemen consists of wholesalers, retailers, agents, and dealers, and so on. Next, the companies which comes under the category of B2C model are Swiggy, Netflix, Zomato, and so on. The next is about B2G, business to government model. We all know that government organization render services and offer jobs to businesses and to the consumers. But in this model, business organization is selling goods and services to the government organization. And for example of this model is government buys laptops for students, particularly during the period of former Chief Minister Ms. Jayalalitha. Next is about consumer to business model, and this model is an reverse auction model. To understand this concept better, an example for you from tourism department. And consumers are feeding their holiday trip related queries in websites like yatra.com and makemytrip.com, and these websites are travel websites, and based on the queries given by the consumers, they provide an perfect place for their vacation, and for those websites it is an main business. And next is about a famous company which also comes under the category of C2B model. Yeah, that is Amazon company. And next model is about consumer to consumer model. This model provides an opportunity for the consumers for trading goods and services among themselves who are connected through online. Example, OLX, eBay, Quikr are the examples, and they also serve as a platform for the consumers for trading each other. Next is about C2G, consumer to government model. In this model, citizens act as consumers. Both the citizens and the governments engaged in this model. Example, paying income tax, house tax, renewal of licenses by the citizens comes under the category of C2G model. Next is about consumer to business model. In this model, government organization selling goods, services, information to business organizations. Examples, road project. In this example, government organizations offers service-oriented jobs to the business organization, especially the construction companies. And a famous example that more turnover had taken in Indian government is building of Pamban Bridge. And next is about government to consumer model. In this model is closely related to the consumer to government model. Example, issue of certificates through online. And during the period of board exam results, 10, 11 and 12 students are in need of searching their marks and also need to download their mark sheets. And they use lot of websites, and those websites are created by the government. And next model is about, and the final most model is to G2G, that is government to government model. In this model, a government organization selling goods, services and information to another government. It is interaction between government organizations and the departments. And good example for this model is Indian government has to buy oil from Arabian government, and the transaction involved comes under the category of G2G model. Next is about famous points and quotes given by most people's leaders. And we are the modern peoples, and so we use electronic commerce. Our parents and grandparents are traditional peoples, and during their period they are only available with the traditional commerce. What is the difference between traditional commerce and e-commerce? Let me explain you. In traditional commerce, buying and selling of goods and services takes place physically, but in electronic commerce, buying and selling of goods and services takes place through online. And physical stores are not visible at all the days and all the time in the years in the traditional commerce, but in electronic commerce, and the stores are available at all the days and all the time. And products cannot be inspected physically before purchase of goods and services in electronic commerce. Product can be inspected physically before purchase of goods and services in traditional commerce. In traditional commerce, resources focus on supply side, but in electronic commerce, resources focus on demand side. And with this, you could able to understand the main differences between traditional commerce and electronic commerce. Next, I have an wondering facts regarding e-commerce. Here is a chart. The top e-commerce companies by the market value of 2022. And the topmost company in this chart is Amazon.com with a market value of 1,649 billion in American dollars. And the top 10th company in this chart is Targeted Corporation with a market value of 110.57 billion in American dollars. I also have an top e-commerce companies in India, and they are Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, Shopclose, Snapdeal and Indian Mart. And also the 7 e-commerce websites, and they are the top e-commerce websites in India, and they are Amazon.com, Flipkart.com, MakeMyTrip.com and Jagmong.com, ShopClose.com, Snapdeal.com, PayTMall.com and so on. Next, here are now up to my lecture you could able to understand what is mean by e-commerce and its growth and how it was introduced. And now it is an important topic and it is about impacts of e-commerce. Impacts of e-commerce on various commercial organizations and they are buyers, sellers and business concerns. First I would like to start on impact of e-commerce on vendors. Vendors is nothing but an seller. To understand all these 5 impacts and common example will be provided. A and B are twin brothers who wants to establish an dress shop separately. A choosing a shop at Tirupur as a physical store and he has a customer in and around Tirupur. But B, his brother, established a shop in online using a platform Amazon and he has a customer around the world, and with this we can conclude that e-commerce enables vendors to have a global customer base transcending geographical limitation. Next is about increased sales opportunities. E-commerce provides vendors with an increased sales opportunities and thereby providing a lot of services like personalized customer experience, targeted marketing efforts and increasing their global market reach. And the third is about cost savings. I would like to continue from the same example that the brother has to invest more on website development and sales of salaries of the salesperson, delivery boy and EB bill and rent of the shops too if the shop is not their own property, and he has to maintain the goods which are stored in warehouses too, and all these expenses are savings to his brother B because he had established his shop in online. And next is about improved customers experience. E-commerce provide a cost good experience by customer support channel and thereby features like product reviews, ratings and so on. And about topic cost savings, we can conclude that e-commerce eliminate expenses associated with physical stores resulting in significant cost savings for vendors. Next is about improved customers experiences and expanded product range. I would like to continue from the same examples given by previously. And A can catalog a smaller amount of products based on the size of the store. But B can catalog a larger amount of products because he doesn't have a hindrance of size of the physical stores. And we can conclude that totally that e-commerce enables vendors to show a larger amount of catalog and offering a customers a broader selection of products because the online offers a removal of hindrance of the size of the physical stores. Next is about impact of e-commerce on business concern. First is about expanded market reach. E-commerce enables business to access broader international clients and thereby extending their sales prospects beyond the conventional boundaries. And next is about increased sales and revenue generation. Business had brought and e-commerce has brought a significant impact on businesses, particularly in terms of increased sales and revenue generation. And business experience higher conversion rates, increased average order value and overall revenue growth in the digital marketplace. Next, cost savings. When the buyer has or business has invested in e-commerce model and established a shop in e-commerce, they have to invest in website development, cyber security and efficient supply chain management and so on to maximize their cost savings potentials. Next is about improved customers experience. E-commerce allows business to provide personalized customers experience, targeted marketing campaigns, and thereby enhancing customer satisfactions and engagements. The final most impact of e-commerce is on buyers. First one is convenience. E-commerce offers buyers with convenient shopping options at any time and anywhere, eliminating the need of visiting physical stores. Second is about global access. Buyers could have an access to variety of information about the variety of products which are available in the market with the help of e-commerce. Third is about comparative pricing, and consumers can buy around the world products and they can conduct comparisons either by visiting different sites or by visiting single sites where the prices are aggregated from number of buyers. The price which was bought through online will be lower than the price which was brought physically. Next is about access to reviews. And e-commerce offers easy access to product reviews and ratings and thereby extending their sales prospects. And customers can buy around the world products too with the help of easy access to reviews and ratings. And this access enables the consumers and to attach with the product brand and name, and it increases their higher level of buyer satisfactions. And it is a good type of investment to the consumers as well as the producers. Next is about convenience of delivery. One of the most important advantages of e-commerce is convenient delivery option. The products which are bought through online will be delivered to our convenient location, and we no need to move anywhere to buy that products. And this saves the time of the buyers. And up to now, you could able to understand what is meant by e-commerce and impacts, how it was developed, and so on. And with this picture, you can guess what will be my next topic. And most of you see that about transportation. But no, I will be talking about my second lecture on the topic logistics. A simple word, logistics consists of multiple services like shipping, cargo, supply, courier, business management regarding goods and services, distribution and displaying. And I would like to say a meaning of logistics. Logistics can be viewed as an logical extension of transportation and optimizing an efficient and effective good distribution system. And next, I have an advantages as well as the disadvantages of e-commerce. First, I would like to say the advantages of e-commerce. First one is about supply chain management. Logistics helps in smooth coordination of supply chain activities and optimizing flow, reduce lead time, and maximizing cost savings potential. Next is about transportation. For efficient transportation, logistics offers businesses with advantages such as timely delivery, goods distribution at good product and good quantity to the consumers, and cost savings, and so on. It also gives the flexibility to the logistics management. And next is about warehousing. With the help of logistics, the order fulfillment can be improved as well as the ultimately lowers the price of the products. And with the help of logistics, it has in warehouses, inventory management has been improved. And logistics optimizes the warehouse layouts where a continuous processor takes placing. And next is about disadvantages of logistics. However, it has an advantages, it also had a bit of disadvantage. First is about cost savings and cost. And to maintain and logistic management, a higher cost is required, and it may also strain out the business's budget, and especially for the smaller businesses with limited resources. Second is about complexities and risk. Logistics involves multiple stages like complexity, procurement, transportation, warehousing, distribution, and so on. And each stage involves higher risk and potential risk and complexities. To maintain all these risks and complexities, an expertise is needed to maintain all those risks, and to give a salary will be more higher than that. And the risks are like delay of goods, theft, and damage to goods, fire, and so on. Next is about ICT. ICT is information and communication technology. Whole logistics system heavily lies on the technologies and technologies for visibility of supply chain and tracking of goods, and so on. And if there are any crash in the technologies like a cyber attack and connectivity issues, and so on, and the whole logistic management will be collapsed. And next is about top e-commerce and logistic companies in India like Bluebird, and so on. Next is about, starting my second lecture topic, most of us had a doubt that what is mean by transportation and what is logistics. Both are same, but transportation and logistics are similar one, not the same one. Let me tell you an examples of differences between transportation and logistics. In transportation, it mainly deals with physical movement of goods and people from one location to another location. But in logistics, it manages the overflow of goods and services within supply chain. And in logistics, it aims to delivery and to meet the consumer's demand at right time and right product with the right product and to the right person in right quality. And in transportation, it ensures timely and safe delivery of goods and services by considering various factors like cost savings and speed, ratings, flexibility, searchability, and so on. And logistics mainly focus on optimizing for ensuring efficient and effective good distribution system. But in transportation, it includes tasks such as carrier management, freight management, and tracking of goods, and so on. Next is about franchising. With this slide, you could able to understand what would be my next topic. And in franchising, I would like to start from the quote that famous given by the Wikipedia. And that is about franchising is a practice of right to use a firm's business model and brand where a continuous process can be takes place. And for a franchisor, the franchisee is an alternative to build a chain store and to distribute goods and services to avoid liability of chain and investment. By saying this definition, you could have a doubt that what is franchisor and what is meant by franchisee. Let me explain you one by one. The franchisor. Franchisor is the owner of the business who offers franchisee. And he generally holds and owns the trademark and patent of the business and offers it to the franchisee under a licensing agreement. Depending upon the agreement, the franchisee has to provide an franchisor and services like products and services, training, marketing, and advertisement. And especially the franchisee royalty in the form of fee to the franchisee. And next is about what is meant by franchisee. Franchisee is a person who acquires the right to use firm's business model and also use the seller's trademark of the sellers. And he has to pay the royalty fees to the franchisor. And I would like to say that business to start and franchising business steps. There are 10 steps in starting franchising businesses. They are: choose a business concept, establish a successful prototype, and determine the royalties and fees, seek legal help and financial advices, and determine the savings potentials and so on, and rectitude and select the processes and franchisees, sign franchisee disclosure agreement and sign in agreement, help franchisees, and provide comprehensive trainings to all. By all these steps, you could able to start an franchising business and run a successful franchising business. Before starting each and every franchising business, first you have to search the market, because which type of business is higher in the market level has to be chosen and to be executed. And by the end of my lecture, you could able to understand what is mean by logistics, e-commerce, and franchising, and how it was developed, and so on. And most of us, I would like to recall the points which are said by me. And first one is about e-commerce. It has lot of advantages for mainly for buyers as well as the businesses. Next is about difference between transportation and e-commerces. And with this transportation and e-commerce differences, you could able to understand clearly that transportation is different from e-commerce and logistics. And third one is about franchising. With this franchising, you could have an clarification that what is to start and franchising businesses. And first I'll ask a question that how will you buy goods in online, and how it was delivered, and how it was brought, and which type of company you are broughting. I would like to say an example and conclude my topic. And a person who is ordering a pizza from Domino's, and Domino's is also an franchising company, and it was delivered to your house with the help of logistics management, and the way you choose the products with the help of e-commerce. And thank you for all giving us this opportunity and for your insightful contribution.
I'm Ashvika from grade 10, studying at the Frontline Academy. I'm very glad to be a part of this event, debate marathon, lecture marathon. With my pleasure, I would like to welcome my esteemed judges and lovable ones gathered here. I stand before you to lecture on the topic of the invisible illness, living environment and its correlation with human diseases. Introduction, the importance of living environment for human health and the correlation between the living environment and diseases. So living environment. Environment is everything which surrounds us like air, water, land, which is a part of Panjabut. Environment, like for example, why we should give importance to environment? Because as karma says, what we do we get. If we destroy environment, we will be affected by the destroyed environment. For example, human breathes about 9.5 tons of oxygen per year, while the tree produces 117.934 kilogram per year. Comparing to the protection, what we use is many. So, if we cut one tree, 10 people are not able to get oxygen properly. And one more example is Amazon forest. It is considered as the lungs of earth, and it produces about 20% of the oxygen present in the atmosphere comparing to other. Then if we destroy the Amazon forest, what will happen? Where does the lungs of the earth goes? It's very hard to imagine, right? So next we will move on to environmental changes. Environmental changes can be caused by two various reasons: human activities and natural events. Human activities like pollution, deforestation, industrial activities and transportation. Natural events like natural disasters like cyclone, flood, tsunami, tornado, hurricane, volcanic eruption, earthquakes and so on. Environmental changes that impact on human health. It is impacted by air quality, climatic changes, water quality and food security. Air quality. Due to the increase in pollution, air is polluted heavily, and the releasing of SPM and carbon monoxide leads to depletion of ozone, which also leads to reduced infertility of soil, which leads to inadequate amount of food production. Next, exposure to those toxic gases for humans leads to harmful respiratory diseases like bronchitis, asthma, and even lung cancers. Climatic changes, water scarcity, inadequate sanitation, and increase in risk of waterborne diseases. Next, displacement, injuries, and spread of harmful infectious diseases. Heat waves that causing heat-related illness, heat exhaustion, and heat strokes. Water quality, pollution from industrial waste, agriculture runoff, and improper waste management. Contaminated water sources leads to gastrointestinal diseases as well as waterborne diseases. Inadequate access to clean water and sanitation facility leads to unhealthy outcomes. Next is climatic change, food security, droughts, flood, changing agriculture patterns, impacting food production, and we the humans as well as the adults and the child caused by deficiency diseases like malnutrition, vitamin deficiency, and vitamin deficiency. Next, we are going to see about the important and as well as the interesting topic, diseases. What is diseases? The negative condition that affects on normal body functioning is called diseases. It can be classified into many types like acute disease, chronic disease, congenital diseases, acquired diseases, non-infectious diseases, infectious diseases, and so on. So apart from these diseases, we have two major diseases, that is communicable and non-communicable diseases. Communicable disease, the disease that can spread from one person to another easily. It can spread through two modes of transmission, indirect transmission and direct transmission. Let's go with direct transmission. Here the disease spread through contact with affected people, droplet infection, animal bites, and placental transmission. Contact with affected people. By keeping contact with some diseases affected by people, the disease is spread. For example, cold. Next is droplet infection. When affected people cough, sneeze, breathes, or even talks, the microorganism from him goes spread through the droplets, and which is reached to the healthy person. For example, fever, cold, cough, and so on. Next is animal bite. Here, the disease caused through the biting of animals, especially rabies and cat scratch. Next is placental transmission. Here, the disease spread from her mother to her fetus. A great example is AIDS acquired immunodeficiency syndrome caused by HIV, human immunodeficiency virus. Next is indirect transmission. Vector-borne diseases, airborne diseases, waterborne diseases, object-borne diseases, and diseases caused by dirty hands and fingers. So, airborne disease, vector-borne disease. Here, the disease spread from vector. Vector in the sense insects. For example, malaria, dengue, chikungunya, yellow fever, and so on. Next, airborne diseases. Here, the diseases spread through air. For example, influenza and tuberculosis. Next, we have waterborne diseases. Here, the disease spread only through water. For example, cholera and dysentery. Next, we have object-borne diseases. The disease which spread pathogens will be present in the objects. A great example is cold fever. Next, the disease caused by dirty hands and fingers. Here, how the disease caused by those dirty hands and fingers. Our hands and fingers will not be hygienic at every time until we clean it. So, if it is not hygiene, the disease are caused. A great example is salmonellosis. So, up next, we are going to see about non-communicable diseases. So, before that, the major reason which cause those communicable diseases are microorganisms. Microorganisms can be classified into 5 types: virus, bacteria, protozoa, fungi, and worms. So, we will see the disease caused by those microorganisms. So, first, disease caused by virus, disease caused by bacteria, disease caused by fungi, disease caused by protozoa, and disease caused by worms. So, this is the AIDS is caused by HIV, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, which is caused by HIV, human immunodeficiency virus, and excess smallpox, it is caused by variola virus. Next, the disease caused by bacteria. The tuberculosis is caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Next, the disease caused by fungi. Ringworm, it is caused by Trichophyton fungi. Next, the disease caused by protozoa. Here, the famous disease, and that is malaria, which is caused by mosquito, female mosquito named Anopheles. Last, the disease is caused by worms, elephantiasis, and it is caused by Vaccaria bancrofti. Next, we are going to see about non-communicable diseases. The disease do not spread from one person to another. It is also called chronic diseases. It is caused by genetic, physiological, environmental, and behavioral factors. Common types of non-communicable diseases are respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, cancer, diabetes, and so on. It is further classified into 3 types: degenerative diseases, deficiency diseases, and allergies. So, we will go on with degenerative. Here, degenerative in the sense lack, and generative in the sense an organ. So, lacking of work of some organs in human body. For example, myopia and hypermetropia. This is the disease which caused due to the lack of working of retina and as well as the lens of the eyes of human body. Next, we have kidney failure. Here, 1 or 2 of the kidney does not proper working of the kidney leads to kidney failure. Next, arthritis. A liquid present between the 2 joints in a working of leads to arthritis. Next, we have deficiency diseases. It is classified into 2 types: vitamin deficiency and mineral deficiency. So, vitamin deficiency. Inadequate intake of vitamin leads to vitamin deficiency. Essential vitamin for humans are vitamin A, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E, and vitamin K. So, we have 2 types of vitamin: fat-soluble vitamin and water-soluble vitamin. Fat-soluble vitamin are vitamin A, D, E, and K. We can get these vitamins through meats, oily fishes, dairy products, and veggie oils. Next is water-soluble vitamins, and these are vitamin C and vitamin D. So, we can get these vitamins especially in dairy products and vegetables and fruits. Then, I am going to tell the disease that caused by vitamin deficiency. So, first, due to the lack of vitamin A leads to night blindness. Next, inadequate intake of vitamin B1 leads to beriberi. Lack of vitamin B2 leads to bad skin. Lack of vitamin B12 leads to anemia. Inadequate intake of vitamin C leads to scurvy. Inadequate intake of vitamin D leads to rickets. And last, lack of vitamin K leads to excessive bleeding due to injuries. Next, we are going to see about mineral deficiency diseases. An inadequate intake of mineral leads to mineral deficiency diseases. Essential minerals for humans are calcium, potassium, magnesium, sulfur, sodium, chloride, and so on. So we have two types of minerals, macro and micro. Macro in the sense the major one we take. For example, the meals we eat like lunch, breakfast, dinner, and so on. Micro in the sense the snack item we eat daily and which is a trace element. Next, disease is caused by mineral deficiency. Calcium, due to the lack of calcium, leads to brittle bones, and due to lack of phosphorus leads to bad teeth and bones. Then inadequate intake of iron leads to anemia. Inadequate intake of iodine leads to goiter as well as enlarged thyroid gland. Next, inadequate amount of copper leads to low appetite and retarded growth. So next we have allergy. A human body or skin reacts to a foreign substances like pollen grain, dust, silk, egg, fish, mutton, chicken, curries, and so on. Example is skin allergies like rashes and dust allergies like asthma and bronchitis. Apart from these diseases, we have a recent disease which attained the global attention, and that COVID-19 pandemic caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus. Next is Zika virus outbreak and Ebola virus outbreak. So, I hope you have cleared in these diseases. Next, we are going to see about how to cure and prevent it. Here, we are going to see about the significance of preventive measures and to reduce the risk of spreading of diseases. So, we can reduce and prevent these diseases by many tips like practical tips, protecting environment, lifestyle modification, reducing air pollution, ensuring clean water, safe food practices, vaccination, immunization, preventing from insect-borne diseases, and so on. So let me tell one by one. First, practical tips for preventing diseases. Frequent washing hands with soap and water, ensuring complete vaccination and immunizations, mainly avoiding contact with affected people. Then, maintaining good personal hygiene. Next, protecting environment. Protecting environment plays a crucial role in preventing diseases. Simple methods like reducing air pollution, following RRR, reduce, reuse, and recycle, supporting to green initiatives, planting trees can contribute to healthier environment. Next is lifestyle modification. Here we can promote what we should change ourselves to prevent diseases. We can do simple methods like maintaining personal hygiene, promoting eating healthy habits, supporting for vaccination and immunization programs, and promoting healthy hygienic habits like washing hands thoroughly, coughing mouth and nose when sneezing or coughing, and so on. Next, vaccination. Vaccination is the process of injecting vaccines, and vaccine is said to be the biological preparation of the microbes from the dead or weakened cells of a particular disease, and it was introduced by Edward Jenner in 1956. The first vaccine is to be the smallpox vaccine, and which is for smallpox diseases. Next is immunization. Here, the overall process to increase immunization, especially through vaccine and also by taking intake of the foods. Then Edward Jenner is referred as the father of immunology. Next, importance of early diagnosis and management. Here, we can emphasize the significance of early diagnosis and timely treatment. Next, highlighting the role of healthcare professionals in managing diseases. Next, we have reducing air pollution. We can use public transport instead of using private vehicles, and we can also use carpooling or walk instead of using private vehicles. Switching off the fan, light, and other appliances when they are not in use. Reducing the burning of garbage in open space area. Next, using filters in factories to filter harmful smoke outlets from factories. Next, ensuring clean water. Conserving water by fixing leaky faucets and using water efficient appliances. Dispose of waste properly to prevent waterborne diseases and also to prevent contamination of water. Next, safe food practices. Washing hands before handling foods and cooking food thoroughly to kill harmful bacteria, especially while cooking chicken. Stir food properly to avoid harmful bacteria, and it is the time limited for storing is 8 hours to 10 hours. And avoiding cross contamination of food to prevent from foodborne diseases. Next, preventing from insect-borne diseases. Using mosquito nets, wearing protective clothing, remove stagnant water sources, and fixing the improper windows and doors to prevent the entering of mosquitoes. Next, I have some of the days which we have to remember without failure. So, October 15, it is celebrated as Global Hand Washing Day, where they teach us how to wash hands properly, when to wash hands properly, and what's the tips and tricks to prevent from diseases through washing hands. And it is also the simplest and easiest way how we can prevent from diseases. Next, April 7th, it is celebrated as World Health Day. Here, all the hospitals, all the doctors from many hospitals would recommend their free treatment for all the people who are suffering from some diseases. Then it was introduced by WHO, World Health Organization. It also promotes healthy lifestyle globally, and also it raises awareness about the health globally. Next, November 19th, it is celebrated as World Toilet Day. Here, they highlight the role of the sanitation facilities and as well as how to maintain those sanitary things properly. Next, we have day to remember. This December 1st, the very important day, and it is celebrated as World AIDS Day, where the students as well as the people from school, colleges, offices, and so on create awareness by going rally on AIDS, and they also tells how to prevent, how to be secured AIDS and the symptoms, so we can easily consult doctor through the symptoms. And AIDS is acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, which is caused by HIV, a crucial virus, human immunodeficiency virus. The next is March 20. It is celebrated as World Oral Day, and here the doctors, that is the dentists from the hospitals, come themselves to schools and college students to give a check on oral health of the students. So where the students as well as the senior citizens can easily check their oral, and they also provide many tips to take care of the oral health. Next is last week of April. Here it is called the World Immunization Week, where the WHO provides many schemes for vaccination and as well as immunization to prevent from many diseases. And also the children from age 0 to 5 can inject vaccination freely in this week. And this promotes many health advices and as well as tips for each and every people who participating in this event. Next, I would like to conclude by recapping some of my points. So first, environment. Environment is everything which surrounds us, like air, water, land, and so on. So environmental changes can be caused by two various reasons: human activities and as well as natural events. Human activities like deforestation, natural events like natural disasters. Next, due to these impacts, we are impacted by air quality, water quality, climatic changes, and food security. So because of this, we are suffering from diseases. It is differentiated into two: communicable and non-communicable. Communicable can spread from one person to another. Non-communicable cannot spread from another. Communicable can spread through two modes of transmission: direct transmission and indirect transmission. And in non-communicable diseases, we have three types of non-communicable diseases: degenerative diseases, deficiency diseases, and allergies. Next, we saw a recent disease which attained global attention, and that is COVID pandemic caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus, Ebola outbreak, and Zika virus outbreak. Next, we saw preventive measures. We can prevent the disease easily by intaking of foods and following some methods: practical tips, lifestyle modification, protecting environment, importance of early diagnosis and timely treatment, reducing air pollution, ensuring safe food practices, ensuring clean water, preventing from insect-borne diseases, vaccination, immunization, and so on. And also we saw some days which we have to remember. Thank you.
A happy and pleasant morning to one and all present here. This is Rakshana and I'm delighted to be a part of this remarkable lecture marathon, one of those events in Frontline World Record Festival 2023. As a student currently studying at grade 8, it is an immense honor for me to address such an esteemed audience and share my passion for the Olympics. Today, I have the privilege of discussing a topic close to my heart, the Olympic glory, tracing the rich history of Olympics and India's prospects in 2024. The Olympic Games have captured the world's attention for centuries, uniting nations in the spirit of healthy competitions and celebrating the pinnacle of athletic achievements. During this engaging session, we'll embark on a journey through time, exploring the Olympics from their ancient origins in Olympia until the modern day global extravaganza. We will trace the evolution of games and their significance of promoting unity, peace, and cultural exchange. Furthermore, as an aspiring sports enthusiast and an Indian, I am particularly excited to delve into India's prospects in upcoming 2024 Olympic Games. We will analyze India's historical performance, highlight notable achievements, and the challenges faced by our athletes. Dear spectators, let's get scoop onto the history of Olympics. First of all, let me talk about the introduction of Olympic Games. The Olympic Games are an athletic festival that originated in ancient Greece and were revived in the late 19th century. They are the world's foremost athletic competition, bringing together athletes from all over the world. Do you know where did the Olympics start? Now, I'll cover that in detail. The Olympic Games originated in ancient Greece and were revived in the late 19th century. The ancient Olympics were held in Olympia, a sanctuary dedicated to the Greek god Zeus, located in the western part of Peloponnese Peninsula. The exact date of the first Olympics is uncertain, but they are believed to have started in the 8th century BCE. Athletes pressed for victory and left gifts to thank him for their successes. Let us take a glance at the father of Olympic Games. Pierre de Coubertin is widely recognized as the founder of the modern Olympic Games. Born on January 1, 1863 in France, Coubertin was a prominent educationalist and a sports enthusiast. Inspired by the ancient Olympic Games, he dedicated his life in reviving the spirit of international sporting event. In 1894, he organized an international congress on physical education where he proposed the idea of reviving the Olympic Games. His vision and efforts led to the establishment of International Olympic Committee, which has been responsible for organizing games ever since. The first Olympic Games took place in Athens, Greece, 1896, and they are continued to be held every 4 years. Today, the Olympic Games are the world's most significant sporting event, bringing together athletes from all over the world to compete and showcase their skills in various disciplines. Pierre de Coubertin's pioneering efforts in reviving the Olympic Games and his commitment to promote sports as a means of fostering peace had rightfully earned the title of Father of the Modern Olympic Games. The Olympic Games are a global celebration of athletic excellence. Over 200 nations participate in this event that is held once in 4 years, and in these 4 years, every 2 years are alternated as Summer and Winter Olympics. There are also inclusion of Paralympic Games, the Youth Olympic Games, the 5 Continental Games, the Deaflympics, the Special Olympics, and the World Games. This is for the inclusion of all athletes, disabled, non-disabled, and of different age groups. Athletes prepare themselves for years and years to be qualified for the games, as only a limited number of participants are allowed to participate from one country. When an athlete wins, it is a thing of great pride, and they are welcomed with a grand celebration for their achievements. The Olympic Games consist of both summer and winter editions held separately. The Summer Olympics focus on sports like track and field, swimming, gymnastics, hockey, soccer, and etc. The Winter Olympics focus on sports like skiing, snowboarding, ice hockey, figure skating, and curling, among others. Next is the purpose of Olympic Games. First one is the athletic excellence. The primary purpose of the Olympic Games is to provide a platform for athletes to compete and showcase their skills in various disciplines with abilities and dedication. The second one is global unity and peace. The Olympics' aim is to promote global unity, unity among nations, and respect. The Games promote mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and a sense of shared humanity. The third one is cultural exchange. The Olympics give an opportunity for cultural exchange and dialogues. Athletes and spectators from diverse backgrounds come together, sharing their traditions, customs, and experiences. The fourth one is inspiring and empowering future. The Olympics serve as a source of inspiration for aspiring athletes and individuals worldwide. The stories of dedication, persistence, and triumph showcased during the Games inspire young people to pursue their dreams, strive for excellence, and develop discipline in their chosen fields. The last and final reason is sport and legacy. Hosting the Olympics provide an opportunity for cities and countries to invest more in sports infrastructure, develop sporting talent, and leave a lasting legacy on the hosting communities. Overall, the purpose of the Olympic Games extends beyond sports and competition. It aims to create a platform for athletes to excel, promote global unity and peace, give opportunity for cultural exchange, and inspire future generations, and give a positive outlook on hosting communities and the world. Next is why are the Olympics held every 4 years? The reason of holding the Olympics every 4 years is rooted in its historical and practical reasons. The reason of staging the Olympics every 4 years dates back to the ancient Olympics, which were held in Olympia from the 8th century BCE to the 4th century CE. In Olympic Games, it's known as Olympiad. This gives ample time for athletes to prepare for the Games, travel to Olympia, participate in the Games, and return to their respective cities or regions. When Pierre de Coubertin revived the Olympic Games in the late 19th century, he drew inspiration from the ancient times and decided to maintain the 4-year cycle. Now it's time to talk about the country that started the Olympics. The celebration of the first modern Olympic Games took place in its ancient birthplace, Greece. It attracted athletes from 14 nations, with the largest delegations coming from Greece, Germany, Great Britain, and France. Next is the Olympic rings. There are 5 Olympic rings. The Olympic symbol consists of 5 interlaced rings with equal dimensions, used alone in one of 5 different colors, which are from left to right: blue, yellow, black, green, and red. The Olympic rings are a significant symbol of the Olympic Games, representing the unity and universality among athletes and nations. The design of the rings, created by Pierre de Coubertin, founder of the modern Olympic Games, has a specific meaning behind it. Each ring represents a continent: Africa, the Americas, Europe, Asia, and the Oceania. The rings are arranged in a specific pattern with 3 rings on the top and 2 rings on the bottom. This arrangement symbolizes the coming together of all continents through the Olympic Games. The color of the rings, namely blue, yellow, black, green, and red, are chosen because at least one of these colors are found in every national flag of the country participating in the Olympics. The Olympic rings serve as a source of powerful visual representation of the Olympic movement's core values, which includes respect, solidarity, and mutual respect. It is important to note that the 5 Olympic rings are a significant symbol and registered trademark of the International Olympic Committee, and their use is protected. Next, what is the Olympic motto? The Olympic motto is faster, higher, stronger, which means the athletes should be try to be better and push their limits through the terms speed, height, and strength. The motto also reflects the idea of always improving and surpassing one's previous achievement. In 2020, the International Olympic Committee added the word together to the motto, emphasizing the importance of coming together of athletes and nations. The official Olympic motto now is faster, higher, stronger, together, which highlights the combination of striving for excellence in the Olympic Games. Totally 206 countries participated in the Olympics. The Vatican City has never participated in the Olympics. There are several reasons for this: size and population, lack of nationality, non-recognition by the International Olympic Committee, and separation of church and state. The pride of Olympic victories. In the earliest Olympic Games of ancient Greece, victors were not awarded medals, rather received a crown made of olive leaves. This crown symbolizes the victory, honor, and pride. When Pierre de Coubertin revived the Olympic Games, the tradition of awarding gold medals were introduced. The gold medal represents the first place, the silver medal represents the second place, and the bronze medal for the third. These medals are prized possessions that athletes receive as a physical symbol for their exceptional performances in the Olympic Games. The Olympic winners receive both tangible prizes and intangible glory. Here are some aspects of prizes and glory that Olympic winners receive as medals, recognition and honor, national pride, financial incentives, career opportunities, personal fulfillment and satisfaction, and lasting legacy. The combination of tangible rewards such as medals and financial incentives, along with the intangible aspects of honor and pride, personal fulfillment, makes the pride and glory of the Olympic victors truly remarkable and cherished. The Olympics are a showcase of world's best athletes where dreams are made and legends are born. India in Olympics, a journey of sporting excellence. India in Olympics has been a significant chapter in the nation's sporting history. From humble beginnings to achieving moments of glory, India's journey in the Olympics has been a testament to the nation's passion for the sports and indomitable spirit of its athletes. Now, let's check our focus into India's historical journey in the Olympic Games. India, with its rich sporting heritage, has been participated in the modern Olympic Games from the 19th century. Over the years, Indian athletes had etched their names in the annals of Indian sporting history, bringing glory to the nation. One of the most memorable moments occurred in 1928 when the Indian men's field hockey team won their first ever gold medal in Amsterdam. This triumph was followed by an unparalleled achievement as the Indian men's hockey team continued their dominance, securing gold medals for the subsequent 6 Olympics from 1932 to 1956. This victory established a new era for Indian sporting history as the powerhouse in the field hockey. Aren't really made of gold. They are made with sweat, determination, and an hard-to-find alloy called guts. And in recent times, India has witnessed a surge in the Olympic Games. At the 2008 Beijing Olympics, India's Abhinav Bindra created history by clinching a gold medal in the men's 10-meter air rifle event, becoming the first ever Indian individual gold medalist. At the 2012 London Olympics, wrestler Sushil Kumar and shooter Vijay Kumar won silver medals, while badminton player Saina Nehwal, shooter Gagan Narang, wrestler Yogeshwar Dutt, and boxer Mary Kom secured bronze medals. At the 2016 Rio Olympics, Indian athletes showcased their talent and brought immense pride to the nation. Wrestler Sakshi Malik won a bronze medal, while PV Sindhu, a badminton player from India, won a silver medal, becoming the first ever Indian women to achieve such a feat at the Olympic Games. The 2021 flashback the Super 7 who gave India its best ever medal haul in the Olympic Games. This year 2021 will be forever etched in the annals of Indian sporting history as the year of Super 7 who gave India its best ever medal haul in the Olympic Games. These 7 exceptional athletes ignored the odds, shattered barriers, and brought immense pride to the nation. Neeraj Chopra, an athlete, made history by clinching a gold medal and becoming the first ever Indian athlete to win an Olympic medal. He won the gold medal in the men's javelin throw with a magnificent throw of 87.58 meters. His incredible achievement will be forever remembered for generations to come. Mirabai Chanu, a weightlifter, won a silver medal in the women's 49 kg weightlifting category. She lifted a total of 202 kg. Wrestler won a silver medal in the men's freestyle 57 kg category. He became the second Indian wrestler ever to win an Olympic medal. PV Sindhu, a badminton player from India, won a bronze medal in the women's singles category. She showed her strong determination and never give up attitude. Lavlina Bargohain, a boxer, made history for Indian boxing by winning a bronze medal. She became the third Indian boxer ever to win an Olympic medal. Bajrang Punia, a popular wrestler, contributed to India's medal haul in the Olympic Games. His mastery on wrestling mat brought glory to the nation. The Indian men's field hockey team made history by ending the 41-year period without winning a medal. They won a special bronze medal for their significant achievement. The Super 7 not only brought home medals but also united the nation through a shared sense of pride, honor, and victory. The Super 7 will be forever remembered in the sporting history of India. Totally, India won 35 medals in each Olympics, 10 gold, 9 silver, and 16 bronze. India's prospects in 2024 Olympic Games. India's prospects in upcoming 2024 Olympic Games hold an immense promise as the nation continues its empowering sporting infrastructure, supporting athletes, and promote a culture of sports excellence. Several factors contribute to India's positive outlook for the upcoming games. Growing sporting culture. Over the years, there has been a significant shift in the India's approach to the sports. India has witnessed a surge in interest and participation in various traditional sports like cricket. Strong performances in recent Olympics. India's performances in recent Olympics was encouraging, and as the nation achieving its best ever medal haul in the 2021. Improved training facilities. And efforts are underway to upgrade training facility to enhance athletes' preparation for the upcoming games. Sports academies, high performance training centers are being established, equipped with world-class amenities, expert coaching staff, and more. Supportive government policies. The Indian government has taken several initiatives to support athletes' preparation for the global Olympic Games. Funding schemes, scholarships, programs are in place to alleviate the financial burdens of athletes. Focus on Olympic sports. Investments are being made in sporting fields such as shooting, wrestling, boxing, badminton, and athletics. Collaboration. India is also forging partnerships with international experts and renowned coaches to enhance the sporting methodologies. Where will the 2024 Olympics be held? The 2024 Summer Olympics will be held in Paris, France. India is scheduled to participate in the 2024 Summer Olympics from 26 July to 11 August 2024. India will expect more athletes to be And of course, increase the Tokyo medal haul. Trap shooter Bhavnesh Mendirata, who won India's first place at the ISSF World Championship, is the first to make the Paris Olympic cut. Race walkers Priyanka Goswami and Akshadeep Singh are the first Indians to qualify for athletic events in Paris 2024. Looking ahead to the 2024 Olympics, India's prospects appear promising. Investments are highly made in sporting infrastructures to develop the sporting talent and financial assistance programs. India's focus has expanded beyond traditional sports like wrestling and boxing, with largest attention with sports such as shooting, badminton, boxing, and athletics. Here is a comprehensive list of Indian athletes who have been secured their places in the Olympic Games. Bhavnesh Mendirata, a shooter in men's trap event. Rudransh Patil, a shooter in men's 10-meter air rifle event. Swapnil Kusel, a shooter in men's 50-meter air rifle 3 positions event. In the men's 20-kilometer race walk, Akshadeep Singh, Vikas Singh, and Paranjit Bisht, and in women's 20-kilometer race walk, Priyanka Goswami has secured their places so far. As we eagerly anticipate for the 2024 Olympics, let us rally behind our athletes, supporting them in the pursuit of Olympic glory. Together, as a nation, we can create an environment that empowers our athletes to push through the boundaries, overcome challenges, and make us proud on the global stage. In conclusion, the Olympic Games symbolizes the unity among nations, pursuit of excellence, and the triumph of human spirit. India's journey in the Olympics has been a chapter and an historical accomplishment, and the nation's prospects for 2024 Olympics shines brightly. Let us embrace the Olympic spirit, celebrate our athletes' achievement, and look forward soaring high with pride in the 2024 Olympic Games. Thank you for hearing my lecture on Olympics. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning everyone, I am Teshika from grade 7. Today I am going to give a lecture on the topic The Art of Business, which is understanding the intersection of people and economics. Let me give some small introduction about it. Have you ever wondered how people and money combine together to create a business? Today, we will explore the fascinating world of business where people, idea, skills and money intersects to create a new economic opportunities. The relationship between people and the money in the context of business is essential for entrepreneurship and economic growth. Money can make us feel secure as we provide for ourselves and others we care for. Our joy may come from the sacrifice we make with money. What is business? Business is an activity where people buy, create, sell, provide goods and services to others in exchange for money. For example, when you go to a store and buy toys or clothes, that store is a business. The people who own the store buy those toys or clothes from a company and sell them to the customer. The business can be big or small. Some business have many people who help run the business, whereas others may have just one person who does everything. On the whole, business rely on for economics, development, marches, executive and etc. When a business makes more money than it spends, it is called as profit. Benefits of business. When a business makes very easy for people to get money, and it teaches the students about responsibility and making decisions. Moreover, it collects points about customer services and how to make the customer happy. And it teaches about the hard work, and it teaches about the teamwork and collaboration. It makes us independent and we are the boss. Disadvantages of business. Running a business can require a lot of time and effort, which can limit the amount of time available for other activities like hobbies or spending time with friends and families. In a regular job, the person receives a fixed salary, but in business, the person do not receive a fixed salary. Business owners often work for long hours, including evenings and weekends, to ensure the success of their business. Innovation and new ideas in business. Creating a new idea. A new idea simply needs to go beyond the same old thing which have been done already and bring in fresh inspiration from the outside world. A new idea is something which is unexpected. Importance of technology. Technology plays an crucial role in developing today's business skills. Innovation can be in the form of products, producers, or goods and services. Improve goods and service. It helps us to improve goods and service or to solve our problem. It needs to constantly innovate to stay competitive and meet the changing needs of the customer in order to improve and innovate. Human capital in business. Skills, knowledge and abilities. It refers to skills, knowledge and abilities that people possess, which can be used to create a new economic value. To innovate. Human capital is important for business to innovate and improve more. It needs to constantly find a solution to make their business in a good way. Investment in human capital. Investing in human capital through training or education can lead to better job opportunities or higher income. Investment in human capital. Investing in human capital in education is very important for business and to improve more in their business solutions. People are the valuable asset. People are the most valuable asset of a business because their skills and expertise drive productivity and success throughout their careers. Ethical consideration in business, making decisions. These principles ensure that business operates in fair and responsible manner. Operate fair. This means offering equal opportunities for employment, promotions, executive, marketing, and other business partners. Honesty and integrity. Business should always be truthful and transparent in their dealings, especially facing challenges or difficult situations with them. Customer satisfaction. Ethical business give more importance to customer satisfaction by providing high quality goods and services to them. Impact of social media in business. Improved communication. Social media provides a direct and immediate way to communicate with their customers. They can monitor comments, reviews, answers, questions, and address in real time. Cost effective marketing. Traditional advertising method can be expensive, but social media offer cost-effective marketing option. They can create profile pages for free and use targeted advertising to reach a specific demographies, saving money while still reaching their targeted audience. Brand building and awareness. Social media helps business to brand build their awareness, loyalty, and to strengthen their customer satisfaction. Education in business. Importance of education. Education in business is very important for business to develop their business skills, and it provides a foundation for understanding key concepts, theories, etc. Business degree program. Many educational industries offers business degree program such as Bachelor of Business Administration BBA, Master of Business Administration MBA, and specialized program in areas like finance, marketing, advertising, executives, etc. Lifelong learning. It helps us to learn throughout our life careers and improve more in it. Core business subject. It covers subjects typically such as accounts, economics, finance, marketing, e-commerce, business law, and etc. Providing jobs in business. Cashier. A cashier works at a store or a restaurant and helps the customer to pay for their purchases. Delivery person. A delivery person delivers packages or food to homes or offices. Receptionist. A receptionist greets visitors, answers phone calls, and helps with more administrative tasks. Marketing assistant. A marketing assistant helps with promoting more goods and service to them on social media or advertising. Salesperson. A salesperson helps with promoting more goods and service and finding the products their customer need and explain their features and benefits in it. Supporting the local business, encourage entrepreneurship. By supporting the local business, it promotes a sense of community to them, and it also support the encouraging entrepreneurship. Preserve the uniqueness. It helps us to preserve the uniqueness and characters of our neighborhood by making it more vibrant and enjoyable place to live. Support local charity. It helps us to support the local charity and give back the community our people need. Create job opportunities. It helps us in creating more job opportunities for people like nearby shops in our areas. They can provide more high quality goods and service that we cannot find in the big stores. Types of entrepreneurship. Small business. This type of entrepreneurship refers to any kind of small business that have been cracked by one person without the God. Large company, toughest business that has grown significantly and employs a large number of customers or users and to produce more goods and services on a large scale. Scalable entrepreneurship. It is an entrepreneurship and it has the potential to grow quickly and serve a large number of customers or users like technology based on app or online platform. Social entrepreneurship. It is an entrepreneurship when people start business or projects to solve their problem or make up and profit. Impaction in their communication. Financial management and decision making. To create a budget, to understand the concept of income and expenditure and how to track them correctly. The role of banks, to know about savings money and the benefit of long-term savings. Types of financial transaction. There are two types of financial transactions, which is deposit and withdrawal. Concept of credit cards. To understand the concept of credit cards and how it affect the credit card debit and how it also affect the interest rate in the marketing society. Richest businessman in India. Mukesh Ambani. Mukesh Ambani is a richest and successful businessman from India and is the chairman of Reliance Industry, which is a big company in oil and gas industry. He is now 9,830 million on the global rich list. Gautam Adani. Gautam Adani is a successful and richest businessman from India who has built a vast empire involved in various industries such as infrastructure, ports, town, logistics, etc. He is now 30 million on the global rich list. Shiv Nada. Shiv Nada net worth is estimated to be around 24.7 billion, making him one of the richest person in India and the world. Entrepreneurial mindset and its importance in business. Thinking creatively. Thinking creatively involved exploring new ideas and generating unique solutions. Teaches students to be confident. Entrepreneurial mindset teaches the students to be confident and believe in their abilities. Encourage innovation. It helps us to encourage innovation and find more solutions to get a good business plan. Turn ideas to be successful. When you think in a positive way, the ideas will be coming in a positive way. When you think in a negative way, the ideas will be coming in a negative way. So, business should always think in a positive way so their ideas go into a positive way. Successful entrepreneurial in business. Identify a passion. Unique business idea that solves a problem or meets a need. It needs to constantly innovate to stay competitive in order to improve. Create a business plan. It creates a business plan that outlines the good strategies. Remember that becoming a successful entrepreneur takes time and effort, but we can achieve our goals. Start small business. Start small business and gradually expand the business as you gain expense and drive productivity and success to your business plans. Learn from the failure. It is very important to learn from the failure and bounce back stronger. Surround yourself with talented individuals who can complement your skills and give some good vision to you. Stay updated. Business should always be stay updated with the market trends in order to improve their business plan in a good level. Case study on successful entrepreneurial ventures. Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple, he revolutionized the technology industry with innovative products like iPhone and iPad. Elon Musk, entrepreneurial began companies like Tesla and SpaceX. He is known for his visionary idea of under pushing the boundary of technology. Bill Gates, co-founder of Microsoft, he played a key role in development of personal computers and became the one of the wealthiest people in the world. Mark Zuckerberg, co-founder of Facebook, he started a social networking platform from his college dorm and turned it into a global networking phenomenon. Building and maintaining professional relationship between teachers, students teacher relationship. We have to always be considerate towards the students and teachers. Listen carefully when someone is speaking. Avoid making gossip and spreading rumors about the teachers. Communication. Use clear language to ensure your thoughts and idea. Ask questions to clarify your informations. Practice good manners. Say thank you when someone helps you. Hold the door open for others and leave them enter or exit before you. Use kind language and avoid using offensive languages or teasing others. Appreciation. Appreciation by giving some students a gift when we notice their effort. Remember to thank our teachers at the last end of the school years for their dedication towards education. Navigating conflicts in business interaction. Listen to others' opinion. When we listen to someone, if we give them more attention to them and try to understand their point of view, by actively listening, we can gain a good relationship with them. Avoid blaming others. When we blame someone, it is not an effective approach to focus on finding ways to work together effectively. Active listening skills. You have to listen carefully when someone is speaking and make a good relationship with them to build in a good way of your business. Find solution. We have to find solution to all the questions we have and to improve more our business plans. Economics, study of individuals and societies. It is the study of how individuals and societies make choice about to allocate resources to satisfy the people needs and wants. The money concept. Economic introduced the concept of money concept and how money resources are used in our economy and how we distribute equally. Supply and demand. Economics introduced the concept of supply and demand which affect the price and their availability of goods and services. Role of government. Economics plays a crucial role in the government by making some decisions. Health economics, money and resource. This means giving some our health is very important and making more health program in the economy. Impact of healthcare. Our health is valuable and we want to make sure everyone has the access to care they need. Health economist. Health economist is very important for business because their body should be strengthened in the mind and the body condition. Help the government. Health economics also help the government in making decisions and giving more solutions to them. Economics related to current affairs. Now let me say the 4 points. Inflation, budget, tax, natural resource. Now let's see about inflation. Inflation refers to general rise in price level. Definition. Too much of money chasing too few goods. Price level of consumer is increased. Inflation refers to getting higher. Budget. The word budget is derived from a French word called baguette, which refers to a small leather bag. Budget is the form of small amount getting large amount of things. Tax. A tax is a compulsory payment by each and every citizen to the government. It is very important to pay tax to the government on a taxpayer. Punishable to offense tax is very important. Natural resource. Natural resources are naturally available in our environment like air, water, coal, petroleum, mineral and etc. It helps the living being to live on the earth. Demonetization of rupees 1,500. Introduction and meaning. Demonetization is the process of eliminating the lawful acceptance status of a monetary unit. Money issued on 8th November 2016 by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He demonetized all rupees 1,500 banknotes. Nearly Mahatma Gandhi series, 99% of these currencies came back to RBI, which is Reserve Bank of India. Aims and goal. The main aim and goal is to stop corruption in our economy. Objectives: stop fake money, stopping terror funds, stopping black notes, and stopping corruptions. Impact: the main impact of demonetization is when we have some larger amount of things, it can lead to illegal activities like bank robberies. Demonetization of rupees 2000, transparent economy. It promotes more transparent economy and digital payment method such as Google Pay and Phone Pay. Hoarding: the government want to discourage hoarding of larger amounts. Time to exchange: people will have a specific time of period to exchange their all rupees 2000 notes or keep it themselves or deposit them into their bank. They have time up to September to exchange their rupees 2000. New currency: government will introduce new currency or smaller demonetization. Government initiative: the challenge faced during demonetization is long queues at banks and ATMs. Globalization and its impacts on people. Integration of countries. Globalization refers to the integration and interconnectedness of a country and people worldwide. It led to very most tax payable and more definition of globalizations. Connectivity. Globalization had made it easier for people to communicate and connect to the people in the worldwide and to speak with them in video calls through the WhatsApp. Increased competition. Globalization has increased competition among each and every business partners to develop and strengthen their strong local business identity. Positive and negative effort. Business has created both positive and negative effort to the peoples and to improve more in it. Winners and losers. Globalization also have been created both winners and losers, and they all business put a small local business as in disadvantages. E-commerce. E-commerce is to compare price and purchase and find out the best deals in it. They can shop for electronic, clothes, etc. without leaving their home. Price and purchase. E-commerce is to compare price and purchase the best deals in it. They can see the customer reviews and also they can buy it. Saves time. E-commerce is definitely saves time because we can use some apps and buy the products and deliver it to our doorstep. Social media. E-commerce has become the strengthen and a powerful marketing for social media, and they can strengthen through the YouTube, Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, etc. I have to conclude my points, which is we have seen about business and money and entrepreneurship and richest businessman, and thank you for giving me this opportunity, my dear friends.
Present here, I am Jayashree of grade 12 science studying in Frontline Academy Matriculation High Secondary School. Let me start with the quote said by Glenn T. Seaborg. An awareness of periodic table is essential to anyone who wishes to disentangle the world and see how it is built from fundamental building blocks of chemistry and chemical elements. Today, I am going to take lecture on the topic of introduction of periodic elements and periodic table. We will see about finding structure and properties of the periodic elements and periodic table. Finding of periodic table. There are millions of chemical compounds existing in nature with different compositions and properties formed from less than 100 naturally occurring elements. The discovery of element is linked with human civilization. In Stone Age, man has used the metals to suit their daily needs without knowing the other elements. Soon, they have learned to extract the elements from the ores and fashion them into their daily life. During 19th century, scientists have isolated several elements and the list of known elements were increased. Scientists have observed some similarities among certain elements, and this observation has led to classifications of elements based on their properties. Several attempts were made to classify the elements. In fact, classifications of elements is beneficial for effective utilization of elements based on their properties. However, classifications of element based on their atomic weight has led to construction of proper form of periodic table. Lot of scientists were involved in finding of periodic table, including Lavoisier, Mendeleev, Moseley, etc. Now, let's see about Lavoisier's attempt to classify the elements. In the year 1789, the scientist Antoine Lavoisier, who is known as father of chemistry, has published the first list of chemical elements containing 23 kind of elements. and he classified those elements into group of 4 elements, which are acid-like element, example sulfur, gas-like element, example light, metallic element, example copper, and earthy element, example lime. Next, we have the scientist Johann Wolfgang Dobereiner. In the year 1817, the scientist J.W. Dobereiner observed a relationship between the properties of the elements and their atomic weights. He classified some elements such as chlorine, bromine, and iodine, and he grouped them into group of 3 elements called triads. What are triads? In triads, the atomic weight of the middle element will be nearly equal to the arithmetic mean of atomic weight of the remaining 2 elements. This is called law of triads. For example, let's take the elements lithium, sodium, potassium. The middle element is sodium and its atomic mass is 23. The remaining 2 elements are lithium and potassium and its atomic mass is 7 and 39 respectively. When we add it and divide it by 2, we get 23, which is the atomic mass of the middle element sodium. But only limited number of elements could be grouped as triads, so this concept could not be extended furthermore. Next, we have Cancortius and his tellurics group. In the year 1862, the scientist Cancortius reported a correlation between properties of the elements and their atomic weights. He invented a term to mean the value of atomic weights. He said that properties of the bodies are the properties of the elements, and he also designed a helix by tracing at an angle 45 degree to the vertical axis of cylinder with the circumference of 16 units. He arranged the elements in the increasing atomic weight along the helix on the surface of the cylinder. And one complete turn of a helix corresponds to atomic weight increase of 16. An element which lie on 16 equidistant vertical line drawn on the surface of the cylinder possess similar properties. This was the first reasonable attempt for creation of periodic table. However, it did not attract much attention at that time. Next, we have Newland. In the year 1864, the scientist J. Newland made an attempt to classify the elements and proposed the law of octaves. On arranging the elements in the increasing atomic weight, he observed that properties of every 8th element is similar to properties of first element. This law holds good for lighter elements up to calcium, but furthermore it could not explain. Next, we have Mendel's classification. Before him, let's see about Lothar Meyer. In the year 1868, the scientist Lothar Meyer developed a table of elements which closely resembles the modern periodic table. And he plotted physical properties such as boiling point, melting point, and atomic volume against the atomic number. And he observed a periodical pattern. During the same period, Mendeleev independently proposed the periodic law, which states that the properties of the elements are the periodic functions of their atomic number, and he was the one who created the first periodic table. He listed 70 elements which were known till his time in several vertical columns in the order of increasing atomic number. As shown in the periodic table, he left some blank spaces since there were no known elements at that time. And he and others predicted the physical and chemical properties of the unknown elements. For example, let's take the gallium of group 3. They referred that element as Eka aluminium at that time. When the actual element were discovered, gallium were discovered, its properties were found to match with the element which were predicted by Mendeleev. Next, let's see about Moseley's work and his modern periodic law. In the year 1913, the scientist Henry Moseley studied the X-ray spectra of several elements by bombarding with high energy electrons and observed a linear correlation between atomic number and frequency of X-rays emitted. Based on his work, the modern periodic law was proposed, which states that the physical and chemical properties of the elements are periodic functions of their atomic number. This is called modern periodic law, and the repetition of physical and chemical properties at regular intervals are called periodicity. Now, let's see what is the periodic table. A periodic table is a tabular array of chemical elements organized by their atomic number, from the element with lowest atomic number hydrogen to the element with the highest atomic number oxygen. And Periodic table shows all the known elements in the universe and they are organized by their chemical properties. Now let's see about rows and columns in the periodic table. Rows or the horizontal arrangement of elements are called periods. There are total of 7 periods in the periodic table labeled from 1 to 7. And the rows divide the elements into different energy level. Each row represents a new energy level being filled with electrons, leading to arrangement of elements in the increasing atomic number. The location of element in the period influences its chemical behavior and properties. And understanding the rows is fundamental for comprehending the trends within the period. Next, let's see about columns in the periodic table. In the periodic table, columns or the vertical arrangement of elements are called groups or families. There are total of 18 groups in the periodic table labeled from 1 to 18. The groups divide the element into categories based on their similar electronic configuration and similar chemical properties. And elements in the group have same electronic configuration, which means they have same number of electrons in their valence shell. And elements in the same group often possess similar trends in reactivity and chemical bonding. And understanding the columns is crucial for predicting the properties of the elements. Now let's see about structure of an atom. The structure of an atom consists of 3 main components: protons, neutrons and electrons. And these components are organized into different region or layer within an atom. And the nucleus is located at the center of an atom, which contains protons and neutrons. Protons are positively charged while neutrons are neutral, which have no charge. An electron is the region surrounding the nucleus, and electrons which are negatively charged are found within this cloud. And protons and neutrons have 1 unit mass, and electrons almost have nothing. And protons and neutrons, electrons are subatomic particles. Now let's see about the distribution of electrons in different orbitals. The electron first occupy the shell with lowest energy, that is the shell that is closer to the nucleus. The first or innermost shell, which is called K shell, can take up to 2 electrons, and the second shell, which is called L shell, can take up to 8 electrons. From the third shells, which is called M shell, the shells gets bigger, and this third shell can take up to 18 electrons. The general formula of maximum number of electrons in any shell is 2n square. Let me give a key to periodic table. The periodic table lists all the information about chemical symbols, atomic number and atomic weight. What is atomic number? Atomic number is the total number of protons in the nucleus of an atom is called atomic number, and elements in the periodic table are organized according to their atomic number. Next, what is atomic mass? Atomic mass refers to weight of an atom, and it is the total number of protons and neutrons present in the nucleus of an atom. Here we have helium, and its atomic mass is 4 because it has 2 protons and 2 neutrons. So its atomic mass is 4. And what is its atomic number? Yes, it is 2 because it has 2 protons. Next, let's see what is valence electron. Valence electrons are the electrons that are present in the outer shell of an atom, and these electrons are the electrons which are transferred when 2 atoms are involved in bonding. Next, what is electronic configuration? Electronic configuration is nothing but the distribution of electrons into various orbitals of an atom is called electronic configuration. Grouping of elements based on electronic configuration. The placement of element in periodic table is closely related to outer shell electronic configuration, and each period starts with general electronic configuration NS1 and ends with NS2 NP6. Here n corresponds to period number. The first period starts with general filling of valence electron in 1s orbital, which can accommodate only 2 electrons, and the first period contains two elements, namely hydrogen and helium. The second period starts with filling of valence electron in 2s orbital followed by 3 2p orbital with 8 elements from lithium to neon. The third period starts with filling of valence electron in 3s orbital followed by 3p orbital. The fourth period starts with filling of valence electron in 4s orbital followed by 3d and 4p orbital in accordance with Aufbau principle. What is Aufbau principle? Aufbau in German means building up. In ground state of atoms, the orbitals are filled in the order of their increasing energies. This is called Aufbau principle, and we can also explain the variation in electronic configuration in subsequent periods. In fourth period, the 3d orbitals are filled, which starts from scandium and ends with zinc. These 10 elements are called first transition elements. Similarly, 4d, 5d, 6d orbitals are filled in their successive periods and their corresponding series are called second, third, fourth transition series respectively. In sixth period, the filling of valence electron starts with 6s orbital followed by 4f, 5d and 6p orbital. The filling up of 5f orbital starts with cerium and ends with lutetium. And these 14 elements constitute the first inner transition series, which are called lanthanides. Similarly, in 7th period, the filling up of 5f orbitals are filled, and these 14 elements are called second inner transition series, which are called actinides. These two series are placed separately at the bottom of the modern periodic table. Next, let's see the blocks of periodic table. There are 4 blocks in the periodic table. They are S, P, D, F. Let's see what is S block elements. The valence electron are in S orbital, so they are called as S block elements. And S block has alkali and alkaline earth metals. P block elements. The valence electron are in P orbital, so they are called as P block elements. P block contains metals, metalloids, non-metals and radioactive elements. D orbital. The valence electron are in D orbital, so they are called as D block element. They are metallic in nature and they are hard and have high densities. F block elements. The valence electron are in F orbital, so they are called as F block elements. F block elements are lanthanides and actinides. The elements of the periodic table can be divided into 3 main categories. They are metals, non-metals and metalloids. Let's see the properties of metalloids. Metalloids have the properties of both metals and non-metals. They are ductile and malleable. They can be shiny and also dull, and they can conduct heat and electricity than non-metals but not as metals. Now let's see the properties of non-metals. Non-metals cannot be hammered into thin sheets, and they are not ductile and malleable, and they are the poor conductors of heat and electricity. Next, let's see the properties of metals. Metals are good conductors of heat and electricity, and they are ductile and malleable. Next, let's see the properties of group elements. Group 1 elements, which are alkali metals. Their valence electron is 1 and they are very reactive. Group 2 elements, which are alkaline earth metals. Their valence electron is 2 and they are also very reactive but not as alkali metals. Group 3 to 12 elements are called transition metals and their valence electron is 1 and 2, and they are very less reactive than alkaline earth metals because they don't give away their electrons. Next, group 17, which are halogens. Their valence electron is 7 and they are very reactive and non-metals. Let's see the properties of lanthanides and actinide series. Lanthanides, shiny reactive metals, and they are mostly found in nature. Next, actinide series, they are radioactive and unstable in nature, so they are mostly man-made elements. Next, let's see the properties of group 18, noble gas. Their valence electron is 8 except helium, which has only 2 electrons, and they are non-reactive and non-metals, and their outer shell is completely filled, and noble gases is also called as inert gases. Next, let's see the periodic trends in properties. Electronic configuration shows periodic variation with increase in atomic number. Similarly, periodic trend is observed in physical and chemical properties. In this topic, we will see about periodic trends in the following properties. And the properties are atomic radius, ionic radius, ionization enthalpy, electron affinity, and electronegativity. Atomic radius. Atomic radius is the distance between the center of the nucleus and the and the outer shell containing valence electron. It is not possible to measure the atomic radius of isolated atom except for noble gases. And atomic radius is referred as covalent radius and metallic radius depending on the bonding of the concerned atoms. What is covalent radius? It is the 1/2 of the distance between two identical atoms. An internuclear distance can be calculated using X-ray diffraction. The formation of covalent bond involves overlapping of atomic orbitals and this results in reducing of internuclear distance. So, atomic radius is always greater than covalent radius. What is metallic radius? Metallic radius is the 1/2 of the distance between two adjacent metal atoms in closely packed metallic crystal. The metallic radius can be calculated using unit cell length of metallic crystal. Let's see the periodic variation of atomic radius. Variation in periods. Atomic radius usually decreases along periods. When we move from left to right, the electrons are added to the same valence shell and the simultaneous addition of protons to the nucleus increases the nuclear charge and the electrostatic force between the nucleus and the valence electron increases. So, atomic radius automatically decreases in period. In group wise, atomic radius increases. As we move down the group, new shell is open to accommodate the newly added valence electron and the electrostatic force between the nucleus and the valence electron increases. So, automatically atomic radius increases down the group. Ionic radius. Ionic radius is the distance from the center of the nucleus up to which it exerts its influence on the electron cloud of the ion. Ionic radius can be calculated using Pauling's method from the inter-ionic distance between nuclei of cation and anion. Pauling assumed that ions present in the crystal lattice are perfect spheres and they are in contact with each other. And he also assumed that the radius of ions which have noble gas electronic configuration is inversely proportional to effective nuclear charge felt at the periphery of the ion. And ionic radius usually decreases in period wise. This is because the number of shells remains same but the valence electron are added repeatedly. So, ionic radius decreases in period. In group wise ionic radius increases because more number of shell is added. Let us see about ionization enthalpy. Ionization enthalpy is the minimum amount of energy required to remove the most loosely bound electron in the valence shell of isolated neutral gaseous atom in its ground state. In period wise ionization enthalpy increases. As we discussed earlier, the protons are added to the nucleus and the nuclear charge increases and electrostatic force between the nucleus and the valence electron increases. So, the more amount of energy is required to remove the valence electron. So, ionization enthalpy increases in period. In group wise ionization enthalpy decreases because the electrostatic force between the nucleus and the valence electron increases. So, ionization enthalpy decreases in group wise. Electron affinity. Electron affinity is the amount of energy released when an electron is added to the valence shell of isolated neutral gaseous atom in its ground state to form an anion. In period wise electron affinity increases, that is more amount of energy is released. As we move from alkali to halogen, electron affinity increases. But for some cases in beryllium and nitrogen, any more addition of electrons will disturb their stable electronic configuration. So, and they have almost zero electron affinity. And in group wise electron affinity decreases. This is due to increase in atomic size and shielding effect between inner shell electrons. Next, we have electronegativity. Electronegativity is the relative tendency of an element present in the covalently bonded molecule to attract the share pair of electrons. In period-wise, electronegativity increases. This is due to increase in electrostatic force between the nucleus and the valence electron increases, and the tendency to attract the share pair of electron increases. So, electronegativity increases along period. In group wise, electronegativity decreases. As we discussed earlier, atomic radius increases in group wise, and the nuclear force of attraction on the valence shell decreases. So, electronegativity decreases in group. Next, let's see the diagonal relationship. On moving diagonally across the periodic table, second and third period elements show certain similarities. Even though those similarity is not same as we see in the group, it is quite pronounced in the following pair of elements. The elements which show similarities are lithium, magnesium, beryllium, aluminium, boron and silicon. Let's see some interesting facts about periodic table. The most rarest element on the earth is astenine, and currently we have 118 elements in our periodic table. Out of 118 elements, 92 are found in nature and remaining 26 are artificially made. The first artificially created element was technetium, and several elements were named after mythological character, including thorium, named after Thor and the Norse god of thunder, and tantalum, named after Tantalus, a Greek mythological character. The next fact is the element mercury is the only element that is in the liquid form at room temperature, and the only letter that is not in the periodic table is the letter J. So, today we have seen the introduction of periodic elements and structure, their properties, and these arrangement of elements make it easier for us to identify the elements, and I hope you have got some basic ideas about periodic elements and periodic table, and thank you for giving me the wonderful opportunity.
Hi there, I am Uday Krishna of grade 12. Today I am here to give you some information about social engineering, the legal implications of hacking and cybercrime. Do you guys know what is social engineering? Social engineering is a technique in which a person will be trying to interact with another person to gain another person's information. Let me explain it clearly. There is a person A and person B. Person A is a hacker. Person A needs to find some information of person B so that person B will be interacting with person A so that person A can gain some information about person B. So that using that information, he may provide his passwords, other sensitive informations while they become close. These interactions may be in two modes, offline and online. When I say in online, there may be a chance of using Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, etc., where you post your daily updates in the form of logs. In offline contact, he will be in directly contact with you so that you can identify who is the one who you are being in contact with. When in online, you can't find who is the one in contact. Next, hacking is a technique in which a person will be trying to find the bugs and vulnerabilities in your system so that he can easily enter into your system without your permissions. He don't need any permission of yours so that he can enter into your system and he can do anything from your computer without your permissions. Hackers are the persons who will be trying to hack your computer, but they know what to do with your data. According to that, they have been classified into three types: black hat hackers, white hat hackers, and grey hat hackers. Black hat hackers are the persons who will be trying to hack your data, but they know what to do with your data. At first, they will be trying to find the bugs and vulnerabilities in your system, and they will be gaining your data, and they will be selling it in the places like dark web, where your data have been sold. There are some buyers to buy your data. Next, grey hat hackers. Grey hat hackers are the persons who will be trying to hack your data and they don't know what to do with your data. They will be just doing it for their own fame. White hat hackers. White hat hackers are the persons who will be trying to hack your data, but they will be saying you that they are going to hack your data, so that if they hack your data, then bugs and vulnerabilities are present in your computer. through that your computer has bugs and vulnerabilities, so that you can rectify that bugs and vulnerabilities. According to the severeness of bugs and vulnerabilities, you will be paid. The white hat hackers or ethical hackers uses a program called as Bug Bounty program. It is a free program which is available in websites such as HackersOne. In this website, the organization enroll themselves to identify the bugs and vulnerabilities present in their software. The white hat hackers will be checking the particular software, so that if there is a particular bugs and vulnerabilities in that particular software, they will be reporting it to their respective companies. If there is a presence of a bug, the company will be trying to rectify it. If the bug is higher severe, they will be paid higher. Encryption. Encryption is a process in which you will be converting the raw text into the ciphertext. When you need to send a message from victim A to victim B, victim A is a person who has been targeted by the hacker. Victim A will be sending a message to victim B. When you are using online, anyone between you and the victim B can easily see your data, so that he can easily enter into your he can easily enter or interrupt that message. To block that interrupt, you can use encryption. Encryption is a process of converting the raw message into the ciphertext, so that your data have been safe. It helps in secure transmission of data. When you convert the raw text, that is ciphertext to raw text, it is called as decryption. Victim B needs to read that message, so that victim B will be trying to read that message. He can't read it. He can use some secret keys or passwords, so that they can decrypt the message and they can read the messages available in that particular files. There are three common types of standard encryptions. The usage of encryption comes when there is a victim A and victim B. Victim A needs to send message to victim B. But victim A will be using one type of encryption, but victim B needs to know what type of encryption is that, so that victim A will be sending the encryption text. Victim B don't know, so that victim A will be saying that this type of encryption. The victim A should not say that. If he says in the internet, then the person can easily identify that, so that so that these three encryption standards are came: AES, RSA and DES. AES stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, RSA stands for Reverse Sherman-Edelman Encryption, DS stands for Data Encryption Standard. RSA is the most used encryption standard in today. RSA encryption works on having two largest prime numbers. These two largest prime numbers are stored in a private key. This private key is stored in the person who needs to decrypt the file. The RSA encryption has two keys, public keys and private keys. The private key contains two keys and public key contains a multiplied value of two largest prime numbers and modulus value, so that the person who has the public key can encrypt the data, but he can't decrypt the data without the private key. A person with private key can do both encryption and decryption, as he had both the two largest prime numbers. The count of the two largest prime numbers will be up to 20 digits. So when we multiply these two largest prime numbers, the factors of these two largest prime numbers will be much higher, so that if you need to break this type of encryption, it will take millions and billions of days in nowadays. When there is an era of quantum computers, the quantum computers can easily find the factors easily, so that on the time there are few more encryptions which have been discussed, nowadays. In this encryption is the safest encryption till date. There are three layers of web: surface web, deep web and dark web. Surface web is a place where you will be storing your data. That is, it is available to all the persons in the internet. Anyone in the internet can access your data and he can do everything he wants. But he can only read the data. You can give permissions so that he can write the data and he can change or modify that particular text. He will be using in our day-to-day life, like when you are using Google, Wikipedia, Geeks for Geeks websites, you will be using this surface web. The surface web is 4% of the total internet. Deep web is the place where you need to have some credential to enter into that place. When you have some confidential files, you need to store it in internet, so that you need to protect that file. You are using the to protect the file is username and password. When you use username and password, your files, your data are stored, and if you provide the correct username and password, it will allow you to enter into that particular website. These deep webs are used in private databases, password protected websites, and much more. This deep web covers 96% of the entire internet. Dark web. Dark web is the most notorious place of the internet where it contains lowest percentage of the total internet. The URL of the dark web will be in the ending of .onion. The dark web is a place where the illegal things like human trafficking, drug trafficking have been occurs. In this place, you can't access it your normal browsers like Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Microsoft Edge. You need to have some specialized software called as Tor. The Tor stands for the onion routing. As the name contains onion, when you peel the layers of the onion, you will be getting another layers of the onion, so that a person behind this dark web cannot be easily identified. It is impossible to find a person who is hidden in this particular dark web. So that this is the dark web which was introduced in the year of 2000s by the American military services to launch the missiles. But later it has been available to all the public domain. Anyone with the Tor browser can access this particular dark web and do anything with it. A person who accesses dark web needs to be very precautious. When he accesses the dark web, he needs to protect himself, or else he may be publicly available in the dark web, and anyone can inject malware and any type of viruses into a system, and the hacker can do anything in the particular victim's computer. Next, there are 3 types of attacks which are used in our day-to-day life. They are DOS attack, DDoS attack, and brute force attack. DOS attack stands for denial of service attack. In this attack, there is a hacker and a person. Let's consider a person to be a victim. Hacker will be sending multiple requests to victim's computer. He will be asking multiple questions to victim's computer. Victim's computer cannot answer to all the questions, so that the victim's computer will be falling for some time. After a few minutes, or until the requests have been stopped, this request will be going on, so that the victim's computer will be falling until the requests have been stopped. This attack can be blocked by easily by blocking the particular IP address of a particular computer which gives multiple requests to that particular computer. Requests are the questions sent to the computers. Next, DDoS attack. DDoS attack stands for denial of service attack. Distributed denial of service attack. In this attack, the hacker have multiple computers. He will be having different types of IP address, so that he will be asking different type of questions from different type of devices, so that the victim's computer cannot answer all the questions. And you can't block this attack, as the devices contains multiple IP addresses, so that you can't block this IP address, you can't block the traffic coming from that particular hacker's computer. Brute force attack. Brute force attack is an attack which is used to find your passwords. When there is a person who needs to find your password, he will be just trying to social engineering with you. When he tries to social engineering with you, you may give your confidential information like your date of birth, username, your name, so that by that he can easily guess your passwords, and he will be storing it in a word list. An automated software will be trying to check whether this is the particular password for this particular account. If it is correct, then the automated software will say that this is the correct password. Only if there is a correct password in that particular word list. The word list contains guessed password, different combinations of passwords, and different combinations of letters. Next, we move on to vulnerability. Vulnerability is an issue which is present in your system, so that the hacker enter into your system. Let me explain the hacking with a simple example. Consider your home to be a computer. The doors in the computer, the doors which are unlocked in your houses are considered to be the vulnerability or malware vulnerability. Through this vulnerability, a thief can enter into your house and he can steal the valuable things in your house. If the doors are locked, he can break the glasses and he can enter into the house. If it is grilled, he can't do anything. So that the bugs are the windows and the vulnerabilities are the doors which are unlocked. So that you need to be precautious when you create programs. I would recommend all the programmers to learn hacking before they started to create an official product for any companies, so that they can prepare to block the hacking techniques in their particular softwares. Next, penetration testing. Penetration testing is a testing in which a person or a software will be trying to find bugs and vulnerabilities in that particular system. These bugs and vulnerabilities are already found in different computers and it will be stored in a particular place. And the particular bugs and vulnerabilities are again tested in that person's victim's computer. If there is a particular bug and vulnerability in that system, the bugs and vulnerabilities are reported by that software to that person. And after that, the hackers or the developers can modify the program and they can easily rectify the bugs and vulnerabilities present in your system. This reduces the bugs and vulnerabilities present in your system. Next, malware. Malware is a program which is written by a hacker so that these scripts are used to encrypt your files and damage your files. In the case of encryption, it will encrypt the files. It will be asking you some ransom money. If you pay the ransom, then the hacker will be providing you the decryption key, or else the hacker won't provide you the decryption key. If you have any important files which have been encrypted by this malware, you need to pay some ransom which ranges from $0 to thousands of billions and billions dollars, according to the importance of the file. Next, man in the middle attack. In this attack, a person will be standing between you and the internet. Internet is a place where the entire computers will be connected at one place. Through that, when you try to access that particular place, a person will be intercepting your connection. He will be standing between you and the internet so that he can easily read the messages sent from you to the internet. If it is encrypted, he can't read that, so that your data are secure. When it is unsecured, he can read the data, he can alter the data, and he can do much things with that data. These data may contain your sensitive information such as passwords, username, and etc. Next, SQL injections. SQL is a database where your entire data are stored. This is a database which contains your username, password, database, username, password, emails, mobile numbers, and etc. So that a person who can gain access to that particular database can read your data. The data present in the SQL are mostly encrypted when you use trusted websites like Google, Facebook, Amazon. But when you use untrusted websites, these are unencrypted. And if a hacker can enter into that particular database, he can easily access that particular information and he can use that information to hack your computers without your permissions. These SQL injections are the injections which are found in, these are the bugs and vulnerabilities found in the SQL queries. SQL queries are used to modify, create, or insert tables or rows in the particular databases. Next, we move on to 7 commonly used hacking devices. Network sniffer. Network sniffer is a device which is used to intercept the connection between you and the internet. When a person tries to intercept between you and the internet, he can easily read your packets sent from the internet. Packets are just the messages sent from your mobile to the internet and vice versa. This device contains 2 LAN ports and 1 USB port. One end of the LAN port is connected to the computer, and another end of the LAN port is connected to the router. Router is a place which connects you to the entire internet world. Through that USB port, he can easily connect it with the hacker's computer, and the hacker can read the data sent from the victim's mobile to the internet, and vice versa. Through this device, you can use it to find bugs and vulnerabilities in a network vector. Next, Wi-Fi Pineapple. Wi-Fi Pineapple is a device which is used to create a ROG hotspot. This device is used to find your Wi-Fi passwords. So when he finds the Wi-Fi passwords, he can enter into your router and he can access the particular admin page of that router. When he enters into the particular router page, he can easily access to your logs. Logs are the browsing histories. That is, when you send a message from your mobile to another mobile, that message is stored in a particular place. At this time, this person has sent this message to this person. It will be stored in IPs so that you can't find a person. It will be just saying that this is the IP and this is the time when it is sent. Through this device, you can easily find the Wi-Fi passwords. When a person, you will be creating the same Wi-Fi name. When a person tries to mislog in the mislogin into this device, he will be entering in his own Wi-Fi password. So that when he enters his own Wi-Fi password, his Wi-Fi password is stored in this device and it will be later reflects to us and we can easily read that data. That is Wi-Fi passwords. And when you intercept that, you can manipulate the Wi-Fi traffic sent and you can use this device to man in the middle attack. Next, rubber ducky. Rubber ducky is a device which is used to execute a script on the insertion of a device. When you insert a device into a computer, this device, it will start to execute a script on the startup of that particular device. This device may contain commands or malwares. If it contains malware, like we discussed in earlier, it can encrypt your data and it can ask you ransom. But if it contains running commands, it can shut down your computer or it can destroy all the files present in your computers. Next, Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi is a device which is a credit card size computer. The credit card size computer, when you have a 10 stack of credit cards, it would give this Raspberry Pi size. So that this Raspberry Pi device is portable and this device contains 4 USB port, 1 LAN port, 1 USB port and 16 GPIO pins. These GPIO pins stands for general purpose output input pins. When these pins have been used for development projects. This device contains built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth so that it can be used for penetration testing and testing the bugs and vulnerabilities in the network vectors. Next, USB killer. USB killer is a device which is used to destroy your motherboard. It is a device which is exactly similar to your pen drives. When you plug this USB stick into your computer, it will send high pulse voltage to your computer and it will send from the USB socket and next to the motherboard and next to the microprocessor. When it reaches the microprocessor receives high voltage and the microprocessor becomes errors and the microprocessor will damage. And then the motherboard will be damaged and the USB socket will be damaged. So that it may entirely collapse your device. Next, LAN Turtle. LAN Turtle is a device which is used as a network sniffer. This is a remote device so that a person cannot find whether this device is present or not. But with network sniffer is a device which is large. A person can easily find there is a presence of that particular device. Through this device, you can use it for penetration testing. Next, keyloggers. Keyloggers are the devices which are used to record your key presses. When you type the password in your computer, it will be storing that passwords in this particular device. When the hacker retrieves this device and when he plugs into his device and when he hacks your Wi-Fi and he can easily check the traffics at which time you have been accessed this particular website. If you access the particular website and you have pressed some keys, then he can match it to your password so that he can easily find your password which is and other sensitive informations. This device can be used to read your chats and etc. To be secure from these kind of attacks, we can use firewall. Firewall is the barrier between you and the internet. This is the barrier which filters the incoming and outgoing traffics. If there is a presence of bugs and there is a presence of malwares from internet to your computer, this barrier will block that particular malware and it will reject that particular malware and send it to an recycle dustbin so that the malware will be sent and the data will be coming to it. It is just like a filter to filter malwares and the other hacking scripts. This is used to prevent unauthorized access to your computers. If you need to access the particular port in your computer, you need to open into the firewall or else you can't open in your computers. If you use some antivirus software, you need to allow in that particular software also and with this firewall also. Next, strong passwords. When you have different passwords in different websites, if there is a breach in a particular website, your passwords are safe. When you have same password in different websites, if there is a data breach in that particular website, a data breach is just the hacking into the particular database and the database is available to the public domain. That is, it is available in the surface web. Anyone can read the data. If you want to check whether your data are available in the internet or in the data breaches, you can use I have been pwned website to check whether your data are available in the internet or not. When you use different passwords, there is a data breaches, your passwords are safe. Only one type of password is retrieved by the hacker. He can't use the same password to different accounts, which is later used by the hackers. If you don't remember all the passwords, it is recommendable to use password managers. The password managers should contain encryption, or else the hacker can hack into that particular password manager and he can easily access your data, that is your passwords, and he can easily enter into your particular accounts, and he can do anything with that information. Next, two-factor authentication. When the hacker found your username and password, he will be trying to enter into your account. He will be entering your username and then your password, and he will be pressing the login button. When he presses the login button, an OTP will be sent to your respective mobile or through the email. The OTP is the one-time password which is generated from the server side of that particular website or the software. When you enable two-factor authentication, it will be available. Or else, when there is the presence of username and password correctly, it will allow you to that particular website. If you allow this two-factor authentication, it will ask you to enter the OTP. If you enter the OTP properly, it will allow you to enter into that particular website or particular software. If there is a presence of OTP, but you don't try to log in into your computer, it is recommendable to check whether change your passwords and username of that particular account. You can't change usernames, but you can change passwords in every account, so that it is recommendable. Next, when you use software up-to-dates, you can use software when you use older version of that particular software, the older version may contain different types of bugs and vulnerabilities, so that the hacker can enter into your system if he knows that this is the version of that particular software, or else he can't enter into the system. Next, if you use up-to-date software, the bugs and vulnerabilities known by the hackers may be reduced. If the bugs and vulnerabilities are unknown by the hackers, then the software may contain the same bugs and vulnerabilities. So that it is not confirmed that the particular updated software contains no bugs. Next, usage of antivirus and firewall softwares. When you use antivirus and firewall softwares, these antivirus tools will be checking for the passwords, checking for the malwares present in your computer regularly, so that if there is a presence of malware, you can delete that file immediately. So that you can prevent your computer from more damages. It will damage a particular file. Malware is just like a virus which can spread to entire files. Next, if there is a presence of malware in your computer, you can't completely remove that malware. You can just delete that particular file. Next, when you use browsers, you will be clicking different links. The different links are maybe trusted or untrusted. When you use trusted websites, the trusted websites won't do any illegal things. But when you use untrusted websites, that untrusted websites will be sending the back data to the server or to the hacker that this person have been logged, and it will send your mobile data, that is your information about your mobile brand, mobile version, mobile bill number, so that if there is a presence of any bugs and vulnerabilities in that particular mobile version, the hacker will be trying to hack your computer through that. When you download a file from that unreputable, that is untrusted websites, the untrusted website downloaded files may contain malwares. If there is a presence of malware, it can entirely ruin your computers. Next, limit access and permissions. When you have different types of files, different persons need to access the files. If you need to access your file, no one can access if you don't need to access no one to your file. So that victim A, victim B and victim C are there. Victim A needs to send a message, have the files, but victim B only should see the message. The victim B will be giving the username and credential, that is username and password to that victim B. So that the victim B can easily enter into that. But victim C don't know the username and password, so that he can't enter into that system and he can't do anything. So that you can use limit access and permissions. When you use mobile applications, it will get permissions from yourself. If you are using Notes app, it will be asking a storage permission or a location permission at least. When it asks for mic permission and camera permission, then it does something in background. someone is hearing you and someone is watching you when you accept these kind of permissions. Next, when you have regular backups, the data, if there are presence of malware in your computer, the regular backups can help you to prevent you from paying the ransom. These regular backups can use to have important data and the files which needs to be secured. Through these regular backups, your data can be retrieved from anywhere. You can use devices like NAS, network attached storage, which is around 20,000 rupees, so that by using this device, your data are safe and secure. Next, educate employees and users. When there is a company, the company needs to educate the employees about the hacking techniques. If the institution or the company does not provide some education on hacking techniques to the user may fall on the trap of the hackers, and they may be the victims of the hackers. And if they don't know anything about hacking, the hackers can easily hack that particular computers. I can say about a case study. I don't like to say the name of the company. There is a reputable bank. The lowest employee in the bank has been hacked. He don't know anything about hacking techniques. A phishing mail is sent to his email through an official mail ID. Phishing mails are just like an exact replicate model of your login page of a particular account. If you want to log into Instagram, you will be having different UIs. That is, your username and password providing places are different. When you use in Facebook, it will be different. When you provide in these Instagram and Facebook links, that is have been replicated same in that particular data, in that particular link. But the data sent from this particular person's computer to the hacker, but it won't be sent to the servers, so that the hacker can read the passwords and usernames. When you try to access your Instagram and Facebook or any other accounts, you need to check whether the link is official or not. If the link is unofficial, you should not provide your any credentials in that particular websites. You should educate your employees about having the safe browsing habits and password hygienes, using different passwords for different places. Next, conduct regular assessments. If there is a bugs and vulnerabilities present in your system, the bugs and vulnerabilities present in your system can easily be identified. The bugs and vulnerabilities are fixed by the developer team. The developer team can produce new bugs and vulnerabilities, which they might don't know. So that when you conduct regular security assessments, the bugs and vulnerabilities are easily identified, and the bugs and vulnerabilities are easily rectified, and the software is unhackable by the hackers. Next, cyber security. Cyber security is a sector which is used, which operates to handle the cyber crime cases. In the cyber security sector, when there is a steal of your data, or when the person, but if your phone has been hacked by a hacker, you can complain to the cyber security. The cyber security will be checking, and if the message is true, they will be trying to find the person who has hacked your computer. And if there is a loss of money from your bank account, they can even check that particular information if they have that particular access to that particular bank accounts. Next, result of Wi-Fi hacking. When you have a Wi-Fi in your home, but you need to use another person's Wi-Fi, you will be trying to hack other person's Wi-Fi. This is an illegal act, which is illegal under the Act of Information Technological Act 2000. This is an impressionable act, which you may have some fines. Next, result of using pirated contents. Pirated contents are the contents which have been not released officially or officially. When there is a production of a movie, the producer needs to gain some benefits through that. When the websites like Tamil Rockers will be recording that particular footage, and they will be uploading in that website, and you will be downloading and watching that particular file. This reduces the benefits of the producer team, so that when you downloaded the pirated contents, it is also punishable act under the Copyright Act of 1957. And the pirated content is not available only in the format of movies. It is available in softwares, games, and etc., which every person will be used at least once in their lifetime. Next, to be safe in the modern world, you should be implement safe practicing, safe browser practicing, using different types of passwords for different websites, and you should have firewall and antivirus softwares. You should have reputable antivirus softwares. If you have an antivirus software, but you don't check whether it is reputable or non-reputable, then it may be under the trouble for you. By using the newer version of a particular software. Next. I have covered about the topics of hacking, encryption, decryption, next the layers of web, and there's hacking devices and the types of attacks which you will be, in which through the hackers can hack into you, and the precaution methods to prevent yourself from such kind of attacks are discussed in this session. Data is the most valuable thing in this entire world. Thank you. Data is the most valuable thing. Papa, that's it.
Everybody present here. I am Tanishka from grade 7, studying in the Frontline Academy. I am here to give a lecture on the topic, the sculpture that stand the test of time. As you expect, this topic is going to be interesting. Before we go into a topic, we shall have an intro about it. Sculpture is a branch of visual arts that operates in 3 dimensions. Sculpture is a 3-dimensional artwork which is physically presented in the dimensions of height, width and depth. And it comes under plastic art, which is consisted of 4 methods: casting, carving, assembling and modeling. Since modernism, it can have the whole process of sculpting process, and it can be made in the form like cultural, method and application, and the sculptures which are made in stone survives far long than the other precious materials and remains of our ancient world. But the sculptures made in wood are vanished entirely because of its weakness. Sculpture has been central in some religious devotions of some cultures, and until recent centuries, a large sculpture too expensive for a private individual to create, so it is usually an expression of politics or religion. And those cultures whose sculpture has survived for long includes the cultures of ancient Mediterranean, India, China, South and Central Africa and America. And the classic materials which are used in sculptures are metal, bronze and especially stone. And it includes other materials like wood, clay, atlar and etc. Atlar is a less durable but a cheaper option for us. And now we are going to split our sculpture topic into 3 parts: types of sculpture, modernism of sculpture and sculpture in Indian subcontinent. As you know, there are million types of sculptures all around the world, but we are only going to see about 4 major types of sculpture which is named after the process. The first one is relief sculpture, second one is casting sculpture, third one is additive sculpture and the fourth one is subtractive sculpture. The first, relief sculpture, is a type of sculpture. The word relief comes from the Latin word which means relievo, which means rising off. Yes, the whole process is done by rising off method. The artist starts with a flat surface and he will mark up which parts he need to rise it off. At the end, when he writes it off, he will get his desired sculpture. It is a easy and famous sculpture all around the world. And the artist who makes relief sculpture only makes small figures of humans and animals, and it is also used to decorate buildings such as temples. And the famous relief sculptures include Temple of Karnak in Egypt and Lions and Dragons from Easter Gate and Angkor Wat in Cambodia and also etc. And these relief sculptures also split into 3 parts: base reliefing sculpture, high reliefing sculpture and sunk reliefing sculpture. Base reliefing sculpture is nothing but it will give less depth to the faces and figures than the other technique process. This technique keeps the shapes of the figures and allow the figure to see from every directions. And the best example of it was the Assyrian lion hand relief, which is housed at the British Museum. Its attention to detail of the line moving make them stood out, and especially the time period they were made in. And I have already told you about the Angkor Wat in Cambodia, which also comes under the bas reliefing sculpture, consisted of 13,000 narrative bas relief on the wall of its outer gallery. And there is a next continuation of bas relief into the next category. It is high reliefing sculpture. High reliefing sculpture makes deeper images than the bas reliefing sculpture. Its best example is the Great Atlaret Pergamon of Pergamon Museum. This Pergamon is an ancient city in Asian Minor, and this sculpture is said to be the wonder of ancient world because of its massive and amazing detail and consistency of the frieze, which is placed at the middle of the wall. And a variation of relief sculpture was found in ancient Egyptian sculptures. It is sunk reliefing sculpture. This sunk reliefing sculpture, also known as incised relief, where the image is sunk below a sharply incised counter line which has a power of light and shade. And the best example of it was the Temple of Karnak in Egypt. Karnak is considered to be the world's largest religious building or site, and its 54,000 square meter of great hypostyle hall is large enough to fit the Cathedral of Notre Dame comfortably. And the second one is the additive sculpture. Additive sculpture is from the name additive sculpture, we can clearly understand the whole process done by adding material to the base rather than carving or subtracting from it. And it uses two methods, the assembling process and the modeling process, and clay is a good example of modeling process. And additive sculpture is the most used process today, and it explains other forms of sculpting too. And in assembling, the new piece is created by the object. The object can be found naturally or found artificially, and assembling is the only method of the additive sculpting process which gives a actual shape of the sculpture. And the next one is modeling. Modeling is only done by soft material by the artist until the effect is achieved. And the next one is the subtractive sculpture. Subtractive sculpture refers to the school of sculpting, which start with a single piece of medium and involves carving from it. Also, it can also said as removing piece of material from the base layer by layer, and it is the oldest type of sculpture. And the world's well-known and grand sculpture are examples of subtractive sculpture. For example, the Mount Rushmore. This Mount Rushmore was shaped using manual chiseling and dynamite. It is a beautiful display of human civilization. And the next one is the casting sculpture. Casting sculpture is a manufactured process in which a hot liquid is poured into a mold. The mold will be in the desired shape. So when the hot liquid gets its solid form, we will receive our desired sculpture. And it's a 7,000-year-old process. And this process is mostly used by Indian people to create equipments for the war. And it can also done by the material like copper, which is known as copper casting process, and wax material, which is known as lost waxing process. And the earliest casting sculpture is the copper frog from 3200 BC. And our next topic is modernism of sculpture. To learn about modernism of sculpture, we should learn what is modernism. Modernism is a cut with the past and concurrent search of newfound expression. And modernism of sculpture was a cultural movement from the late 19th century to the middle of 20th century. It was a philosophy, also an art movement, and it rejected tradition. And it was more interested in changing old things to the new ones. And now we are going to see about sculptures which are done before modernism and after modernism and difference between them. By learning it, we can learn the impact of modernism in sculptures. Sculptures which are done before modernism started from 32,000 BC by our ancient people who lived in our earlier world. And they make only small carvings and sculptures of ivory, bone and stone, and the earliest sculptures and carving are known as classic sculptures and carvings. And the earliest ivory carving is the Lion Man of Hohenstein, and the earliest
stone carving is the Venus of Holyfels. The lineman of Hohenstein was discovered in 1939 in Germany in a cave, and it is represented as a lion human or a lion person. And the archaeologists believe that it would be made before the years like 35,000 to 41,000 years. And it is an example of artistic representation which is displayed at the Museum of Ulm. And the next one is the Venus of Holyfels. The Venus of Holyfels was discovered in 2008 in Holyfels in a cave, and it is displayed at the Museum of Blaubeeren, and it is represented as a woman and considered to be the oldest depiction of a human being. And now we are going to learn about the sculptures which are done after modernism. The sculptures which are done after modernism brought a change in sculptures, and the artists embraced their newfound expression, experimentation and discrimination. And Augustin Rodin is the one who found modern sculpture and known as father of modern sculpture. And I will give you 3 examples of modern sculpture to explain it more clearly. And the first one is the 3 shades, second one is the Oviri, third one is the Thinker. The 3 shades was made in 1886 by Augustin Rodin for his another great sculpture, Gates of Hell, and he made several studies to make a perfect shade sculpture. And the second one is the Oviri. Oviri was done in 1894 by a French sculptor. She is carved with as a protecting goddesses with her big eyes, long hair, and she was killing a wolf with her feet. And the next one is the Thinker, which was also done by Augustin Rodin in 1902. And he is said to be the Thinker because it represents a man in a deep thought. His right hand was placed on his left thigh, and also his weight of his chin was placed on the back of his right hand. And the next one is difference between these. From the points I have given you, you should have gained some knowledge about earlier sculptures and modern sculptures. The earlier sculpture are done by the material like wood, stone, clay, and also done by natural materials, and mostly done to worship gods. And the next one is the modern sculpture were mostly done by expensive materials so that our next generation could know about them. And the next one is the tools which are used for modern sculptures. The tools which are used for modern sculpture are chisel, rasp, and grinder. These are the 3 main tools. The chisel was made by carbon steel by the heating process, and the rasp was made by the normal steel forged and grounded into the shape of rasp. And the third one is the grinder. Grinder is a tool which is mostly used in machines. So the main part of the machine is the wheel. The wheel is made by silicon carbide or aluminium oxide. And the next one is the characteristic of modern sculpture. It is split into 3 parts: the surrealist imaginary, anthropomorphic abstraction, and new materials and combination of new energy sources and varied surfaces and objects. This surrealist imaginary is like a imagination of a human being which will never happen in real human life. We can say it as an imagination, collage, or dream. It is also split into 3 themes: the surrealist transportation animation, and the expressionist art chillers, and personified ceramic art. The surrealist transportation animation is like a human being's imagination is transported into animation and manipulated into characters, and the expressionist art chillers is like express the human feelings. And the personified ceramic art, it is only done by 2 materials like the ceramic and the clay. And the sculptures and carvings which is done by the clay material, it is finished touch up with a hardening process. And the next one is the I have given an example of surrealist imaginary here. And the next one is the anthropomorphic abstraction. It is like a illusion of a human being. In the modern world, we can say it as the cartoon characters. When it comes to be religion or cultural process, we can say the statues of Jesus Christ and Apollo. Like here the statue of Jesus Christ. And the next one is, can you find who is he? Yes, he is the father of modern sculpture, Augustin Rodin. And now we can learn about him. And Augustin Rodin is one of the most famous sculptor in those periods. and he is considered to be the father of modern sculpture because he is the one who brought human form in modern sculpting, and he thought by bringing human form in modern sculpting period, it would express more feelings to the people who are seeing it. And his mainly famous sculpture is the Thinker. And his sculpture journey started with a trip to Italy, and his reputation grew up and he became a full-time sculptor. And the next one is the famous modern sculpture. The famous modern sculpture began with the art of Augustin Rodin from 1840 to 1917 and ended with the advent of pop art and minimalism. And I will give you two examples of famous modern sculpture. The first one is the 1 and 3 chess done by Joseph Causet, and the next one is an oak tree which was done by Michel Craig-Martin. And here there is a picture of 1 and 3 chess sculpture where a chair is placed beside the wall. Also a chair is printed and pasted on the wall, and a definition of a chair is printed and pasted on the wall. It is also said to be a sculpture which was done by Joseph Causet. Joseph Causet made these type of sculpture because he think every artist should question the art of nature. And an oak tree which was done by Michael Craig-Martin was only done by a glass of water and a glass shelf, where these two were placed on the wall. The average height from the ground to the glass shelf is about 253 centimeters. And the next one is the pictures of modern sculpture. The first one is the 3 shades, second one is the statues of Jesus Christ, and the third one is the Statue of Liberty. The 3 shades we have already seen about it, which was made by Augustin Rodin in 1886 for his another great sculpture, the Gates of Hells. This Gates of Hells is like a sculpture, and these 3 shades were placed in front of it. So it looked like these 3 shades are welcoming other souls to the hell, and these 3 shades are here represent as a souls. And the next one is the Statue of Liberty, which is built in New York, USA, and it was designed by a French sculptor. Its average height is 305 meters 1 inch, and it represents a woman holding a torch in her hand, which means she is lighting a way to freedom. And the next one is the Statue of Christ. Statue of Christ is like a statue of religious god named Jesus Christ, and its weight is 700 tons, and it is built to symbolize that it is protecting the people, and it was designed by French sculptor and built by a Brazilian engineer. This sculpture was made by a material called soapstone. And the next one is how and when did this modern sculpture begin? It began after the work of the Augustin Rodin from the late 19th century, and not only it included the cut with the past, also included the human emotion and a powerful revolution of work. And I have given 2 sculptures in this PPT. Which sculpture do you prefer? Yes, absolutely the second one, because of its attraction. And now we are going to learn how this modern sculpture attracted people. It attracted by the tools which are used in these sculptures, and also the imagination and creativity of the modern sculpture by the artist. And some sculptors represents different type of meaning which is famous for, and also some expensive materials which are used in these modern sculptures. And the next one is artists who are famous in the modern sculpting period. The first one is the Richard Serra, Augustin Rodin, Jeff Koons, Anish Kapoor, and David Smith, and Alexander Calder. And the techniques which are used for modern sculpture comes under the types of modern sculpture, like the relief sculpting process, and additive sculpture, subtractive sculpture, and casting sculpture, and also the characteristic of modern sculpture like the surrealist imagery and anthropomorphic abstraction. And the next one is the sculptures which are done in our Indian subcontinent. The sculptures which are done in Indian subcontinent are morely famous for its past sculptures. Let's start from Indus Valley Civilization, Mughal Empire, South Indians, Buddhism, and Guptan Empire. the sculptures which are done in the Indus Valley civilization. Indus Valley civilization is the start of Indian art and India's larger empires. And the people who lived in our Indus Valley civilization are mostly fond of religion, dancing, and carving. And for example of it, a dancing girl was found in Mohenjo-daro, the present-day Pakistan, who is carved with her ornaments and stood confidently. And also a bearded man was found in the present-day Pakistan, known as Mohenjo-daro, who is represented as a king and carved with his shawl. And also a pottery, a Lord Nandi, and dancing girl and bearded man, musical instruments, and elephants was also found in Indus Valley civilization. And the next one is the sculptures made in the Mauryan period. The sculptures which are made in Mauryan period are mostly done by the great emperor Ashoka. And because he is mostly fond of Buddhism, and he tried to spread Buddhism through sculptures, pillars, and stupas. And he is the one who created our national symbol. His famous sculptures were the Yaksha, Yakshi, and also our national symbol. And this Mauryan period not only include the sculptures of Hinduism, Buddhism, also it includes the sculptures of the Jainism and Hinduism. And the sculptures which are made in past South India were mostly made before 3rd century, and was mostly for worship gods and for religious and spiritual purposes. For example, the Shivalingam in the Tanjavur temple is famous for its massive size, and the pillars which are carved in Tanjavur temple is also famous. And the Saptamantrika, which represents 7 goddesses, is also famous. And the sculptures which are made in Buddhism was mostly done by the famous kings like Kanishka and Ashoka. For example, the sculpture in Bodh Gaya represents a Buddha seated on a lotus in an open air in a meditation pose. And the first Buddha sculpture in India was the stupa at Stanchi, which was done by Ashoka. And some of the Buddhism sculptures was also done in gold and silver too. And Ashoka carved the principles in the pillars so that his people could learn about the Buddha's teaching and follow it. And the next one is sculptures which are made in Guptan period. Sculptures which are made in Guptan period are highlighted of its advancement of sculptures. Like it is mostly follow the Hinduism sculptures, and these sculptures include ornaments too, like the figures of Buddha in Madura and standing Buddha in Sarnath, and figures of Lord Shiva and Parvati. And how did modern sculpture begin in India? It was begun after the rule of British rule, after the rule of mid-Victoria. And Ramkinkar Baj is considered to be the father of Indian modern sculpture. And whatever the modern sculpture came into our India are still religious and sculpture and cultural sculptures still stand the test of time. And the present sculpture which are famous are mostly famous for its temple sculptures and pillars. For example, the Thiruvalluvar statue, statues of unity, and Dhyana Buddha statue, and etc. ones. And when we refer the ancient sculptures which are famous, it only shows the sculptures which were done by the famous kingdoms like Guptan Empire, Mughal Empire, and the other empires and kingdoms. And when we talk about the sculptures and statues which are done in Indian subcontinent, we need to definitely talk about the Statue of Unity, because it is considered to be the world's tallest statue, which is of 182 meters. It is located near River Narmada of Gujarat in India, and the government built this statue for Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, who is known as the Iron Man of India. And I hope you all understand about the world's religious and beautiful art named sculptures clearly, and thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. Today, I stand before you to take a lecture in the interesting topic of human endocrine system, navigating the messenger system, hormonal equilibrium, messenger system, and emergency hormone. And myself, Madhumita, I am currently in 9th standard at the Frontline Academy, Matriculation Higher Secondary School. You know that process like breathing and body movements are controlled by the nervous system. There are a number of other slower processes that go on in the body, such as growth. Such processes are primarily controlled by the endocrine system. The nervous system and endocrine system often work together to maintain the body function properly. You know, our endocrine system is made up of several organs called glands. These glands located all over your bodies that create, secrete, release hormones or chemicals that coordinate different functions in your bodies by carrying messages or instructions through your blood to your skins, to your tissues and your organs. Parts of glands in endocrine system such as hypothalamus, pineal gland, pituitary gland, thyroid and parathyroid gland, thymus, pancreas, ovaries, adrenal and the testes. Next, we are moving to see about hypothalamus. Hypothalamus that secrete hormone and release hormones in the bloodstream. The gland that stimulate or suppress the growth of the hormone, maintaining daily physiological cycle, controlling appetite, maintaining sexual behavior, regulating emotional responses, and regulating body temperature. The portal vein, PV, is the main vessel of the portal venous system, which drains the blood from the gastrointestinal tract, gallbladder, pancreas, and spleen to the liver. There are several variants that affecting the PV and quite a number of congenital and acquired pathologies. Next, pineal gland. The pineal gland in humans is a small 100 to 150 mg which is highly vascularized and a secretory system. The gland that located in the midline of the brain outside the blood-brain barrier and attached to the roof of the third vertical by a short stack. The most important function of the pineal gland is to receive information about the state of the light-dark cycle from the environment, contours information by the production and secretion of the hormonal melatonin. The pineal gland has described as the seat of the soul by René Descartes. Next, pituitary gland. The pituitary gland, this little gland has a big job. It makes hormones that controls many glands such as adrenal, thyroid, ovaries and the testes. The pituitary gland is in charge of many different functions. It helps carry out important bodily function, and this is also known as the master gland of the endocrine system. Hormones of adrenohypophysis. The adrenohypophysis secretes 5 hormones such as growth hormone, follicle stimulating hormone, adrenocorticotropic hormone, thyroid stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone. It influences the rate of metabolism of carbohydrates, proteins and fats, which increase the rate of metabolism. Next, hormones of neurohypophysis. The neurohypophysis secretes the center of the hormonal secretion of oxytocin and vasopressin. Next, thyroid gland. The thyroid gland has parathyroid gland located in front of the neck and below the larynx voice box. The thyroid plays a role in the regulation of the body's metabolism. The parathyroid gland plays a role in the regulation of the body's calcium balance. The thyroid produces body's metabolism, metabolic rate. The two main functions are raising or lowering the body temperature, speeding and slower raising the heart rate. The thyroid gland produces thyroxine, which affects growth. The parathyroid gland produces parathyroid hormone, which plays a key role by producing white blood cells. Previous levels are important in the human body since small changes can cause the muscle and nervous system. Next, thymus gland. Thymus gland is also part of our endocrine system. Thymus gland produce and release several hormones in the bloodstream. The endocrine system is also produce and release hormones that help carry out important bodily function, which maintains a body function peacefully. The thymus gland plays a key role in the immunity by producing white blood cells. It also known as T cell. It also contributes to the production of hormones such as insulin. The thymus produces and secretes thymosin. Throne of immunity. The immune system development is done by the thymus gland. Thymosin is a peptide hormone that is also secreted by the thymus gland. It is located in the chest behind the breastbone. It also contributes to the production of hormones. Adrenal gland. The adrenal gland is located on top of each kidneys. It is also part of our endocrine system. Like many glands, the adrenal gland also works hand in hand with the help of hypothalamus and the pituitary gland. The adrenal gland makes and releases hormones called corticosteroid hormone and epinephrine, which are responsible for blood sugar levels and glandular secretion and regulate metabolism. The adrenal gland is composed of two parts such as cortex and the medulla, which are each responsible for producing and releasing several hormones in the bloodstream, which regulate the body functions peacefully. Adrenal medulla. It is the center part of the adrenal gland and is composed. Next, pancreas. The pancreas has digestive and hormone function. The enzymes secreted by the exocrine gland in the pancreas help break the carbohydrates, proteins and acids in the duodenum. These enzymes travels in the pancreatic duct into the bile duct in an inactive form. When they enter the duodenum, they are activated. The two importance of the pancreas was endocrine and exocrine. Production of hormones, regulate metabolism and regulate body temperature. Exocrine, production of hormone and digestive functions and digestive hormones. Next, gonads. In gonads there are four, such as testes, functions of testosterone, ovaries and the progesterone. First we are moving to see about testes. The testes or small gonads, the female counterpart of the ovaries, addition to the male's reproductive system. The testes also have a distinction of being an endocrine gland because they produces testosterone, a hormone that is vital to the normal development of the male physical characteristic. The testis has following three functions, such as first, it produces spermatozoa, the male gamete. Second, it synthesizes the production of hypothalamus and the pituitary units, the male principal sex hormones. Third, it synthesizes with the hypothalamus and the pituitary units. The functions of testosterone are sperm production, voice change, pineal development, development of penionic characteristics, increased libido, increased muscle mass, body hair and bone strengthening. Next, ovaries. The ovaries are small, oval-shaped gland located either side of a uterus. They produce and store your eggs, also called ovum, and make hormones that controls your menstrual cycle and pregnancy. During ovulation, ove of your ovaries produces an egg. If a sperm fertilizes an egg, you can become pregnant. Next, progesterone. Progesterone is an endogenous steroid hormone that is commonly produced by the adrenal cortex as well as the medulla. Hormones. Hormones are the body's chemical messengers. They travel in your bloodstream to your tissues or organs. They work slowly and over time and affects many growth, including growth, development, functions of the body temperature. Body's messenger system. Body's messenger system is nothing but hormones or chemical messengers that coordinate different function in your body. Different function in your bodies. First messengers are extracellular signaling molecules such as hormones or neurotransmitters that bind to cell surfaces. Hormone is called messengers. Hormone is called messengers. The endocrine process through chemicals called hormones. The hormones are the body's chemical messengers because they are chemical agents. They travel throughout your body to tell a particular cell to play out a specific action. Emergency hormone. Emergency hormone is another name for the adrenaline hormone. The adrenaline hormone secretes hormone at the time during the person is afraid or angry. Hence the name of the adrenaline hormone. The adrenaline hormone releases hormones at the time of stress or emergency. If a person is angry or afraid, it prepares a body to fight or to run away. Effects of the emergency hormone. The adrenaline is a fast-acting hormone that prompts more blood to the take a specific action, sometimes also known as fight or flight hormone. It raises a heart rate and respiratory rate and prompts more blood to the muscle system. Hormonal equilibrium. The endocrine system maintains homeostasis through a series of feedback loops, the most important of which are controlled by the hypothalamus interacting with the pituitary units. Often the hypothalamus stimulates the pituitary gland to secrete an activating gland to another gland. Often the hypothalamus interact with the pituitary gland. The hypothalamus stimulate the pituitary gland to secrete an activating gland to another gland. To secrete that, eat enough proteins at every meal, engage in regular exercises, maintain a moderate weight, take care of your gut health, consume health fat, maintain a daily physiological cycle, control appetite. Next, homeostasis, a state of balance among all the body systems is needed for the body to survive and function correctly. Next, gastrointestinal tract hormone. Group of specialized endocrine cells present in gastrointestinal tract hormone. The gastrointestinal tract or a passageway to the endocrine system. The GI tract that leads from the mouth to the anus. The GI tract has all the major organs of the digestive gland. Next, gastrointestinal tract, which means it has all the major organs of the digestive gland, and group of specialized endocrine cells present in gastrointestinal tract hormone. Mechanism of hormone action. The mechanism of hormone action has first messenger, second messenger, third messenger, and adenylate cyclase. First messengers are extracellular signaling molecules, and they are also called lipids. Second messengers are small ions that relay signal from the cell surfaces that act as intracellular ligands. Third messengers are the molecules which transmit energy from the outside to inside the nucleus and inside to outside the nucleus. Two are also called DNA binding proteins, which means deoxyribonucleic acid. Next, adenylate cyclase. Adenylate cyclase is a membrane-bound enzyme that catalyzes the conversion of ATP to CAMP. CAMP is an intracellular second messenger, activates protein kinase by dissociating its regular subunits from the catalytic subunits. Next, mechanism of peptide hormone action. Peptide hormone and growth hormone are catalyzes the activating cell surfaces and activating the cell surface enzymes. Next, mechanism of steroid hormone action. The steroid hormone enters the target cell with a high affinity receptors. This activates, regulate metabolism, regulate body temperature, and regulate a heart rate to maintain a body functions properly and peacefully. Next, hormones of heart, kidney, and gastrointestinal tract contains renin, erythropoietin, and calcitriol. Next, we can recap it from first. First, we saw hypothalamus, second pineal gland, third pituitary gland, thymus gland, adrenal, pancreas, thyroid has parathyroid gland, ovaries, and the testes. The hypothalamus that regulate metabolism, maintain a body function, and regulating our heart rate, maintaining appetite. Second, pineal gland. Pineal gland is a small 100 to 150 mg which is highly vascularized under secretory system. It is located in the midline of the brain outside the blood-brain barrier and attached to the roof of the third vertical by a short stack. Next, pituitary gland. The pituitary gland, this little gland has a big job. It makes hormones that controls the body functions properly. Next, hormones of adrenohypophysis. It secretes 5 hormones such as growth hormone, follicle stimulating hormone, luteinizing hormone, thyroid stimulating hormone, and adrenocorticotropic hormone. Next, thymus gland. The thymus gland is also part of our endocrine system. Our endocrine system makes and releases several hormones in the bloodstream. The gland that stimulates or suppresses the growth of the hormone. Next, parathyroid, thymus gland. Thymus gland is located in the chest behind the breastbone. It also contributes to the production of hormones such as insulin. It plays a key role in the immunity by producing white blood cells. It also known as T cells, which also contributes to the production of hormones. Next, we are going to see about hypo and hyperactivity. These are the diseases that made from our endocrine system. Let me see briefly. First of all, dwarfism, gigantism, acromegaly, cretins, myxedema, Graves' diseases, and simple goiter. Tetany, hyperparathyroidism, addition diseases, Cushing syndrome, and hyperglycemia. First of all, dwarfism, a condition caused by insufficient amount of growth in the body. Next, gigantism, due to hypersecretion of growth hormone in the children. Next, acromegaly, due to excessive secretion of growth hormone in adults. Next, cretinism. A cretin shows retarded skeletal growth, absence of sexual maturity, retarded mental ability, thick wrinkled screen, bloated enlarged tongue, bloated face, thick and short limbs occur. Next, myxedema, also known as Gulch diseases. This disease is characterized by decreased mental activity, memory loss, slowness of movement, speech, and general weakness of the body. Next, Graves' diseases, also known as thyrotoxicosis or exophthalmic goiter. This disease is caused due to hypersecretion of thyroid. It is characterized by enlargement of thyroid gland. Simple goiter is an enlargement of the thyroid gland. It is usually not a tumor or a cancer, and these diseases will be only for a selective persons, not for common. Tetany. Tetany is a symptom that involves involuntary muscles. Addition disease is caused by damage to the adrenal gland. Adrenal gland is also known as the emergency hormone in our endocrine system. Next, Cushing syndrome is a condition in which the pituitary gland releases too much adrenocorticotropic hormone, ACTH. The pituitary gland is an organ of the human endocrine system. Cushing syndrome is a form of Cushing syndrome. Hyperglycemia is a secondary cause of endocrine deficiencies. It is uncommon, but it occurs in our endocrine system. The conclusion, the hypothalamus, we should conclude, I'm concluding this speech, it will be increasing it will hook your interest by endocrine system, and thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity. Sir? No. Stop it.
Wait.
And finally, the fifth layer, the kilometer of exosphere is more than 400 kilometers. How vast it is? We have seen the overall content of these layers. Now let us see in depth of these layers. First, we are going to see the first layer of Earth's atmosphere is the troposphere. The troposphere is the lowest layer of Earth's atmosphere, which is that lowest part of our troposphere is known as the boundary area. The troposphere contains 75% of all gases present in our Earth's atmosphere. Most clouds are appearing in this layer because 99% of water vapor are found in this layer. When air extends, it cools. Due to this reason, the base of the troposphere gets warmer, and as a result, it cools down. Next, the second layer of Earth's atmosphere is the stratosphere, which extends 30 kilometers above the ground level. The ozone layer lies within this layer. The ozone molecule present in this layer convert the ultraviolet solar radiation into heat. Many members have a doubt that why this ozone layer is so important for us. I will tell to you. When the sun is giving more heat to us, there are good heat and bad heat. This ozone layer only filters the good heat and give to us, and the bad heat released by the sun will be stopped by its ozone layer. What would happen if an hole had been created in this ozone layer? Could you imagine that if the hole had been created in this ozone layer, what is the result? I will tell to you. The ultraviolet solar radiation will enter to Earth's atmosphere and surface, and it could cause skin cancer for us. Next, the third layer of Earth's atmosphere is the stratosphere, which extends 80 kilometers above the ground level. This is the region where the temperature grows higher, and as a result is cooled down. The temperature in the upper mesosphere is minus 90 degrees Celsius. So, could you imagine that how it is cool to us? We could not stay till minus 200 degrees Celsius, but that is minus 990 degrees Celsius. So, could you feel that? And when meteorites are entering to Earth, they will be burning in this layer. And this mesosphere is refers to the coldest region of our Earth's atmosphere. Next, now we are going to see about the thermosphere, which is the fourth layer of our Earth's atmosphere. The thermosphere extends 400 kilometers above the ground level. The thermosphere, this is the region where the temperature grows colder. And this temperature grows colder due to absorption of ultraviolet solar radiation into heat and X-ray radiation present in released by sun. The temperature in the upper thermosphere is 2000 degrees Celsius or 500 degrees Celsius or 5000 degrees Celsius or higher. The satellites orbiting the Earth lies within this thermosphere. Next, finally, the fifth layer of Earth's atmosphere is the exosphere, which is the first layer of Earth's atmosphere, and there is no clear-cut boundaries where this exosphere finally fades away into our Earth's atmosphere. The air found in this layer is so constant, but gradually leaking out of Earth's atmosphere into the outer space. Now we are going to see about the composition of gas of our Earth's atmosphere. The Earth is also characterized by its water, which includes oceans, seas, rivers, lakes, and groundwater. The water is a vital component for supporting and shaping our life through soil erosion and weathering process. So now we are going to see about the gases present in our Earth's atmosphere. The gases now we are going to see in this content are nitrogen, oxygen, argon, carbon dioxide and trace gas. First, let us see about this nitrogen. The symbol of nitrogen is N2. Nitrogen accounts 78% in our Earth's atmosphere. And do you know why this nitrogen is used for fuel us? This nitrogen helps in plants and animals for their growth. Next, we are going to see about this oxygen. Oxygen, the symbol of oxygen is O2. Oxygen makes up 21% in our Earth's atmosphere. This oxygen is popularly used in respiration and supporting of aerobic life forms. Next, we are going to see about this organ. The symbol of the organ is AR. Argon accounts 0.93% in our Earth's atmosphere. Argon is popularly used in welding, manufacturing industries, especially making alloy and especially manufacturing titanium. Next, we are going to see about this carbon dioxide. The symbol of carbon dioxide is CO2. Carbon dioxide consists small but significant higher due to ultraviolet solar rays, due to human activities like pollution, and due to this pollution the constants of climatical conditions will be changes, like in summer season the rain will start to come, and in winter season the sun will start to burn. See, these are the symbols of these gases. First nitrogen, next the oxygen, next the argon. By seeing this carbon dioxide picture, you could understand easier because this is the gas that is released by these factories, cars and vehicles. Next, we are going to see about this trace gas. While you are learning about this trace gas, this is so interesting and this will take you into an adventure. First, this trace gas includes water vapor. The symbol of water is H2O. Next, methane. The symbol of methane is CH4. Next, the ozone. The symbol of ozone is O3. Next, the nitrous oxide. The symbol of nitrous oxide is N2O. Do you know the other name of this nitrous oxide? I will tell to you. The another name of this nitrous oxide is the laughing gas, and other gases present in minute condition. Despite their low concentration, they play a critical role in making a stable and habitable environment. So these trace gases are also important for our Earth's atmosphere. Next, we are going to see about this core. This is the picture of this core, and now we are living in the upper core crust. The temperature in the core is so dense and so hot, like the temperature is so increased like 10,000 degrees Celsius. So could you imagine that how that will feel to us. In 100 degrees Celsius, the water will start to boil. So you could imagine how it will be so hot for us. And this core is the innermost layer of Earth's atmosphere. The core is primarily consists of iron and nickel. The core is there are two types of core, the outer core and the inner core. Well, the outer core is in liquid and the inner core is in the solid. Due to immense pressure exists on our planet. Next, we are going to see about this mantle. This beneath the crust is the mantle, which is the largest layer of Earth's atmosphere. The kilometer of this mantle is 2,900 kilometers. So could you imagine that how vast it is? Next, we are going to see about this crust. The crust is the outermost layer of Earth's atmosphere, and in this crust only we are living in now. Next, and the core consists of soil, rocks, and other minerals. Next, we are going to see about this hydrosphere. The meaning of hydros means water. Sphere means life, which means water life. Hydrosphere encompasses all water on our planet, which includes oceans, seas, rivers, lakes, and even groundwater, and even vapor present in our Earth's atmosphere. The water present in our Earth's atmosphere. Earth is 78%, and remaining percentage are in the land. Water is vital component for our day-to-day life. Without water, we could not live one day. Next, we are going to see about this water cycle. While we are going to see about this water cycle, this is so interesting and take you into the other world. So come let us see about this. When the sun is giving more heat to water at a temperature, the water will start to boil, and as a result, it will store it in our clouds. And when these clouds are filled, they will fall as rain or snow. Next, we are going to see about this lithosphere. This lithosphere, the meaning of lithos means rocky, sphere means life, which means rocky life. This lithosphere includes rocks like igneous, metamorphic, sedimentary rocks, and marble. Many members had been known about these igneous rocks. I will tell to you, when the magma of our volcano is coming outside of this lithosphere, coming out of our earth at a temperature, they will be started to decrease their temperature, and as a result, they will be become as these igneous rocks. Next, we are going to see about these 7 tectonic plates, and if in these 7 tectonic plates, if in one tectonic plates also in imbalance, what will be cause? It will cause natural hazards like earthquake, tsunamis, and volcanic eruption. Do you know how this earthquake had been happened? When these tectonic plates are in imbalance, they will be shaking our earth. And due to this earthquake, the big buildings are destructed, and an house also been destructed. If when this earthquake had happened in the water, what is the cause? It will become tsunamis. Next, we are going to see about this volcanic eruption. The magma released by the core had been stored under our volcanoes, and when these volcanoes are filled at a time, they will be started to coming out of these volcanoes. So this is the process that the volcanic eruptions happen, and this lithosphere includes the core, crust, mantle. Next, we are going to see about this biosphere. Before starting it, I will give a summary of this. While we are studying about this biosphere, you will get more facts about our life, and we will get interesting. So now let us move into our content. First, the biosphere encompasses all living organisms on our planet and their interaction with various components of our life, which includes hydrosphere, mesosphere, and atmosphere. It is the life where it extends deep to the deepest ocean depth to our higher mountains. The atmosphere plays a critical role in making a stable and habitable environment. Do you know why this atmosphere is useful for us? I will tell to you. This atmosphere helps us to distribute moisture and shields us from ultraviolet solar radiation. This how do you know how this biosphere forms? I will tell to you. To form biosphere, atmosphere require the meaning of atmosphere means air, sphere means life, which means air life. Next, we require hydrosphere. The meaning of hydros means water, sphere means life, which means water life. Next, lithosphere. The meaning of lithos means rocky, sphere means life, which means rocky life. These three types of layers we need to form this biosphere. If in this the atmosphere is missing, we could not form this biosphere. If in this hydrosphere is missing, we could not form this biosphere. If in this lithosphere is also missing, we could not form this biosphere. So these three are important to form this biosphere. Next, we are going to see about these tools and techniques for exploration. Scientists had invented various tools for their exploration. Now we are going to see about these tools and techniques which scientists had been invented. First, we are going to see about the weather balloon. Instrument attached to the weather balloon can measure the humidity, temperature, climatical changes, weather pattern, and the waters and the air quality. I had added this picture so you could find this. By seeing this picture, you could find this easier. Next, we are going to see about these satellites. These satellites orbiting the Earth lies within this layer. And they could measure the atmospheric composition. They can measure the temperature, humidity, weather changes, climatic conditions, and more. Satellites equipped with remote sensing instruments like spectrometer and radiometer can measure the atmospheric composition, their intensity, and storms. You could see these satellites. There is a satellite that is orbiting the Earth. Now we are going to see about this weather radar. Weather radar uses radio waves to detect the precipitation of snow and hail. They are important for us to detect the weather conditions and climatic change conditions. While we are using these techniques, we could find clearly the weather pattern and predict their path perfectly. These are the picture of this weather radar. For example, in the red color symbol, the temperature is higher, and in purple color, the temperature is normal, and in green color, the temperature is moderate, and in yellow color, the temperature is slightly high. And there are some colors to describe about these climatic changes. Next, we are going to see about this LiDAR system. LiDAR system emit laser pulse. Do you know the full form of this LiDAR system? The full form of this LiDAR system is Light Detector and Ranging. LiDAR system emit laser pulse and measure the time it takes from bouncing of particles into the light. This technique helps us to measure the weather changes, climatic conditions, and weather pattern, temperature, and air quality. Next, we are going to see about this Doppler radar. Doppler radar uses Doppler waves to detect the precipitation of of the intensity of storms and their movement. These techniques helps meteorologists to track their movement and intensity of storms, including hurricanes and tornadoes. We are going to see about this kite and Tadan system. Kite and Tadan system can be used to deploy instruments in our Earth's atmosphere. These techniques helps us to measure the atmospheric composition, humidity and more, and these techniques are popularly used in closer to Earth's surface or in the localized area. Could you see this picture? This picture is an example of this kite and Tadan system. Now we are going to see about these aircrafts. Aircrafts including aeroplanes and helicopters. They can measure the temperature, humidity, weather changes and climatical conditions. There are special aircrafts like to studying about the cloud property, atmospheric chemistry and monitoring the pollution. You could see this aircraft. Do you know these aircrafts are used? Yes, it is correct. These aircraft are popularly used in militaries for one-to-one war. And we have seen about the various tools and other tools. And these tools are used in combination or individually to study about the atmospheric composition and our Earth's atmosphere. Finally, we had came to the end of our session. Yes, it is correct. The conclusion. We have seen about the what is atmosphere, and it is a protective blanket for our Earth's atmosphere. And we have seen about the different layers, each with its unique characteristics, temperature profile and attitude. From the troposphere where the weather happens to the stratosphere lies within this ozone layer, combined together and makes this troposphere. Next, we have seen about the composition of our Earth's atmosphere, which means what if it's made of. There are useful gases like oxygen and nitrogen. They would be helps us in growing and supporting our life. There are harmful gases like carbon dioxide and water vapor that heat our planet and makes the concerns of climatical conditions. We have seen about the core, crust, mantle, which is the innermost layer of Earth's atmosphere, and kilometers, what they are primarily consist of, and which is the outermost layer of Earth's atmosphere. We have seen about the hydrosphere. In this, we have seen about the percentage of water present in our Earth's atmosphere and what are the things that water is useful for us. We have seen about the lithosphere, which means rocky life. In this, we have seen about the 7 tectonic plates and what would happen if are in balance and their and the natural hazards. Next, we have seen about the biosphere, which is the life that we are going to exist. By studying our Earth's atmosphere, it is so important for every child to study our Earth's atmosphere and keeps our planet stable and habitable. So, studying our Earth's atmosphere is not only interesting, but it also important for every child to study about the atmospheric composition, climatical changes and more. By studying this atmosphere, scientists and researchers can explore various planets and they could explore a new planet. So thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Chico of grade 7, studying in the Frontline Academy, Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Today I am here to present a lecture on the topic of Amazon forest, the lungs. Now let me tell you the a small introduction about the topic. Next, geography of the Amazon, etymology, history, human activity, biodiversity, deforestation, forest fire, climate change has a significant impact on the rainforest, characteristics of the Amazon forest, Amazon river, facts and stats of the Amazon, and dangers of the Amazon.
Now, let me start the introduction of the Amazon forest. If you love animals and plants, caring about the Amazon rainforest is no-brainer. But did you know that the Amazon rainforest also keeps our entire planet healthy, even you and me? The Amazon rainforest is also called as Amazon jungle or Amazonia. It is a moist, broadleaf tropical rainforest in the Amazon biome. It covers most of the Amazon basin of South America. Why are forests called lungs of the earth? It is because they are responsible for producing oxygen and absorbing carbon dioxide that's in the atmosphere. Like so, the Amazon forest is called the lungs of earth and planet because it is responsible for producing around 20% of the world's oxygen in the atmosphere, as well as absorbing a great deal of the carbon dioxide that's released into the atmosphere. 390 billion that stand in the Amazon, that's almost 4 times as many trees as stars in our galaxy. The basin encompasses 7 million kilometers square, of which 5,500,000 square kilometers are covered by the rainforest. This region includes territory belonging to 9 nations and 3,344 formally acknowledged indigenous territories. The Amazon rainforest, covering much of northwestern Brazil and extending into Colombia and other Southern American countries, it is the world's tropical rainforest, famous for its biodiversity. It's crisscrossed by thousands of rivers, including the powerful Amazon. The Amazon represents over half of the planet's remaining rainforest and comprises the largest and most biodiverse stack of tropical. With an estimated 390 billion individual trees and about 16,000 species, more than 30 million people of 350 different ethnic groups live in the Amazon forest, which are subdivided into 9 different national political systems and 3,344 formally acknowledged indigenous territories. Indigenous people make up 9% of the total population and 60% of the group remain largely isolated. The Amazon rainforest is 10 million years old. The vast river basin reigns over South America and is an unrivaled nest of biodiversity. From blue morpho butterfly to emperor tamarins to pink river dolphins, biologists find a new species every other day. This is the blue morpho butterfly and this is the emperor tamarin. These two are unique creatures in the Amazon forest. Next, let's see about the geography of the Amazon. Its location is Bolivia, Colombia, Brazil, Venezuela, Ecuador, French Guiana, Suriname. Its coordinates are 3 degrees south and 60 degrees west. Its area is about 5,500,000 square kilometers, of which 2,100,000 square meters. Now, let's see about the etymology. The name Amazon is said to arise from a war. Francisco de Orellana fought with the Tapuyas and other tribes. Orellana derived the name Amazones from the Amazons of Greek mythology, described by Herodotus and Diodorus. The women of this tribe fought alongside the men, as was their custom. His Orellana, he derived the Amazon its name and he found the Amazon forest. Now let's see about the history of the Amazon forest. The rainforest likely formed during the Eocene era. It appeared following a global reduction of tropical temperatures when the Atlantic Ocean had widened sufficiently to provide a warm, moist climate to the Amazon basin. Next, let's see about its location. 9 countries share the Amazon basin, and most of the rainforest, 58.4%, is contained within the borders of Brazil. The other 8 countries include Peru with 12.8%, Bolivia with 7.7%, Colombia with 7.1%, Venezuela with 6.1%, Guyana with 3.1%, Suriname with 2.5%, French Guiana with 1.4%, and Ecuador with 1%. The Amazon forest is an incredibly unique place. It is the world's largest rainforest and river system and the most biologically diverse place on earth. It contains millions of species and most of them are still undescribed. Both the Amazon forest and freshwater systems are at rest. Let's see the greenish Amazon's natural features. The rainforest has been in existence for at least 55 million years and most of the region remain free of savanna-type biomes at least until the current ice age when the climate was drier and savanna more widespread. There is evidence that there have been significant changes in the Amazon rainforest vegetation over the last 21,000 years through the last glacial maximum and subsequent deglaciation. In present days, the Amazon receives approximately 9 feet of rainfall annually. The Amazon forest is a species-rich biome in which thousands of species live, including animals found nowhere else in the world. The Amazon forest and the Sahara Desert have the same material, but it gives different colors. Yeah, the same material that gives the Sahara its dull beige tone in satellite images is the reason the Amazon forest stays so brilliantly green today. Each grain of this dust carries key nutrients like phosphorus and iron, and if the winds are right, those grains help fertilize the Amazon basin. As I said before, the same material that gives the Sahara its dull beige tone is the reason the Amazon stays so brilliantly green. This is the apex tree. It is the largest and biggest tree in the Amazon forest. It can grow up to 200 feet tall and its trunk can be 10 or 11 feet in diameter. Let's see about the human activity. Based on archaeological evidence, human inhabitants first settled the Amazon region at least 11,200 years ago. Subsequent development led to late prehistoric settlements along the periphery of the forest cover by AD 1250, which induced alterations in the forest cover. It was thought that the Amazon was never more than sparsely populated, as it was impossible to sustain a large population through agriculture given the poor soil. Maybe some 5 million people may have lived by AD 1500, divided between dense coastal settlements such as that at Marajo and inland dwellers. By 1900, this population had fallen to 1 million and by the early 1980s, it was less than 2 lakh. How do tribal peoples live in the Amazon? They live with round huts like this. Sometimes these round huts can accommodate up to 400 people. Each family has their own fires and hammocks hung up around it. These houses are generally made from wood, bamboo and straw. Next, let's see about the biodiversity. Wet tropical forests are the most species-rich biomes, and tropical forests in the Americas are consistently more species-rich than tropical forests in Africa and Asia. Biological hotspots include Madagascar, North and Eastern Borneo, Western Amazon, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Northeastern Australia, West Africa, and the Brazilian Atlantic forest. All of these areas have high diversity and many are threatened by human activities. Now, let's see about the deforestation. Uncurbed expansion of ranching and unsustainable farming practices clears forests and leaves areas more prone to fires that can quickly become uncontrolled. The majority of the deforestation has occurred in Brazil, followed by Bolivia, Colombia, and Peru. The rainforest is usually seen as a resource for cattle pasture, housing space, farming space, especially for soybeans, road work such as highways and other smaller roads, medicines, and human gain. Here, trees will be cut down illegally. Scientists have confirmed for the first time that the Amazon forest is now emitting more carbon dioxide than it is able to absorb. This is how the Amazon jungle was in 2009 and this is how the Amazon jungle is in 2019. You can see how much the Amazon forest have changed in just 10 years. Now, let's see about the forest fire. Industrial agriculture is the biggest driver of deforestation in the world. In Brazil, cattle ranchers and land grabbers set the Amazon on fire to illegally clear land and expand their business. Here, fire isn't a natural phenomenon. Naturally occurring fire here are exceedingly rare, occurring once every 500 years or more. A new study shows that 17 million animals were killed in the devastating fires in Brazil alone. Now, let's see about climate change has a significant impact on the rainforest. The Amazon forest is susceptible to the effects of climate change. As the climate gets warmer, less rainfall makes it to the forest, which deprives the diverse plant species of the sustenance they need. The Amazon forest becomes extremely vulnerable to forest fires, which can be devastating to the ecosystem. Next is the characteristics of the Amazon forest. The forest biome has four main characteristics. They are: it has the very high rainfall, it has the high average temperature, it has the high levels of biodiversity, and it has the nutrient-poor soil. Let's see about the importance of the Amazon forest. All we knew is that our ancestors lived in forests, right? And we knew the importance of forests in the ecosystem. Here are some points of it. The Amazon forest provides habitat for approximately 50% of the world's plants and animals found on land. It serves as wintering grounds for songbirds. It takes in carbon dioxide and gives off oxygen. It helps maintain soil fertility on the forest floor. It maintains global weather patterns and rainfall. The Amazon forest supplies food, medicine, and other plant-based products that cannot be found anywhere else in the world. The forest regulates the climate of the earth. It holds immeasurable amounts of untapped potential for new medicines. Now, let's see about the Amazon River. The Amazon River is called the King of Waters because it is the largest river by discharge volume of water in the world and disputed as the second longest river after the River Nile. The Amazon River has by far the greatest total flow of any river, carrying more than the Mississippi, Nile, and Yangtze rivers combined. It may be correctly stated that the Nile River is the longest river while the Amazon is the strongest. The Amazon River has the largest drainage area of any river system. The Amazon River has evoked broad debates among scholars, explorers, and travelers all over the world. The Amazon River is the greatest river of South America in terms of the volume of its flow and the area of its basin. A unique creature in this Amazon River is this dolphin. It is called as a pink river dolphin because they are sometimes pink. They have the largest bodies and brains of any freshwater dolphin. Now let's see about some interesting facts and stats of the Amazon forest. The Amazon forest is the largest tropical rainforest in the world. The Amazon forest is by far the largest rainforest in the world, taking up a strategic 6 million kilometer squares. That means it's bigger than the next two biggest forests combined, the Congo Basin in Africa and the Indonesian tropical areas. So, if we put the size into context, you could fit the UK and Ireland together into the Amazon region 17 times, or the entirely of the lower 48 states of the United States. The Amazon River is the largest river in the world. The Amazon River is the second longest river comparison to the Nile. By discharge of volume, it is the longest. And at an amazing 6,800 kilometers in length, it is generally agreed that it is the longest river by discharge volume of water, pushing out around 209,000 cubic meters of water per second. The Amazon River provides water for millions of people and remains the site of diverse wildlife. The Amazon River is very amazing. The Amazon basin where the rainforest lies is drained by the immense Amazon River. You can find the richest ecosystem in the Amazon forest. You can find one of the richest and most varied ecosystems on earth in the Amazon forest. It's thought that there are around 40,000 different species of plants, 3,000 fish species, 1,300 bird species, 430 mammal species. That's not to mention the incredible 2.5 million different species of insects that live in the Amazon forest. Biologists believe that More than half of these plant species live in the Amazon forest, and many animals here are living in the Amazon forest canopy up in the treetops. The Amazon spans over 9 different countries. It's no surprise that the Amazon forest crosses a number of national borders since it takes up such a huge area. In fact, around 40% of the South American continent is made up of the Amazon. And most of the rainforest lies in Brazil, with around 2/3 of the rainforest on Brazilian territory. The rest of the Amazon crosses the borders of Bolivia, Colombia, Peru, Venezuela, Ecuador, French Guiana, Suriname, and Venezuela. The longest animal in the rainforest is the anaconda, some of which can grow up to 30 feet long. The heaviest animal in this rainforest is the Amazonian manatee, some of which can weigh up to 800 kilos. By far, it is the largest, heaviest animal in this Amazon rainforest. Baldukari, unique Amazon mammals, also live throughout the rainforest canopy in the rainforest basin. The Baldukari is one of them. Their bright red faces look a little devil-like when they bare their teeth, and those jaws are powerful enough to crack open a Brazilian Baldukari. It is one of the unique creatures in the Amazon forest. This is the jaguar. It is the king of the Amazon jungle. The jaguar once had a range that reached beyond the Amazon forest into Latin America and even the southern United States. There are no lions or tigers in the Amazon forest. Here, the largest cat species is the jaguar. Next, this is the Amazonian manatee. They are the heaviest animal in the Amazon rainforest, as I said before, while the pygmy marmoset is one of the world's tiniest primate species and the smallest one found in the Peruvian and Ecuadorian Amazon. You can see that the pygmy marmoset is smaller than your finger. The rarest animal in the rainforest is the gold-lined tamarin monkey, appearing like a lion. However, the gold-lined tamarin ape is one of nature's more unique species, together with the jaguar, Amazonian manatee, poison dart frog, and the very cute and lovely river dolphin. Walking the Amazon was an expedition conceived and successfully completed by British explorer Ed Stafford. He is the first person to journey the entire length of the Amazon River from source to sea on foot, and he was recognized as an official Guinness World Record. Another bloke named Martin Strill, he also undertook the marathon effort back in 2007, swimming up to 10 hours a day in the Amazon River for up to 66 impressive days. The Amazon River's water is not safe for humans to drink, as it is far too muddy and contains too many biological components. A person who drank this water would likely get sick. The average temperature in the Amazon River is in the mid to upper 80s Fahrenheit. Over 5,600 different species of fish live in the Amazon River, including catfish, eels, bull sharks, and piranhas. The piranha is considered to be the most dangerous fish in the Amazon River because they are found in many parts of South America, but they are extremely plentiful in the Amazon River, where they hunt in large groups of around 100. The black caiman is found in the Amazon forest. This aquatic reptile occurs in shallow, freshwater moving habitats such as slow-moving rivers, lakes, streams, and ventures into flooded savanna and wetlands. The average depth of the Amazon River is 66 to 164 feet, but this plunges to around 330 feet at its deepest points, but it's less than half as deep as the deepest river in the world. Large cities such as Manaus, Macapa, and Sandram are known to dump trash, sewage, chemicals, oils, and plastics into the Amazon River. This causes pollution in the Amazon River. An estimated 100,000 species become extinct in tropical forests yearly, and it is estimated that 150 to 200 billion tons of carbon are stored in the Amazon's forests and soils. Even in the most biodiverse areas on Earth, the pirarucu, also known as Arapaima, stands out. First, there is its mammoth size. It can weigh up to 200 kilos, by far the largest of 2,300 known fish species in the Amazon River. Over 80% of modern pharmaceuticals contain Amazonian ingredients, yet only 1% of plant species have been tested for medicinal purposes. With that in mind, it's not unreasonable to think the cure for cancer is hiding in there somewhere. The average velocity of the Amazon River is 1.5 miles per hour, a speed that increases considerably at flood times. This is the black caiman. This is the crocodile, an aquatic reptile found in the Amazon River. So what happens if the Amazon rainforest disappears? The circulation of the atmosphere could change in response, altering weather patterns around the world, and the Amazon forest has the potential to pour 90 billion metric tons of carbon into the atmosphere. When this forest is so big, the mystery inside it will be equally big. Yes, this forest has hidden so many mysteries that even scientists are beating their heads to know them. So today, let's know one mystery of the Amazon forest that even scientists could not understand. You have learned about different types of rivers in your school, from the deadliest river to the salinest river and many, many more. But have you heard of a boiling river in the Amazon forest? If you have not heard, listen today, because this boiling river is not found anywhere else but in the Amazon jungle of South America. The length of this river is 4 miles per hour, a speed that increases considerably at flood times. The length of this river is 4 miles and its width is about 25 meters. But if we talk about its temperature, the temperature here ranges from 50 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. Now you can get an idea of why this river is called the boiling river of the Amazon. The river is boiling so much that the residents living nearby can make tea and eggs from its water. According to the local residents living nearby this river, the history of this river is centuries old, which is known as the river boiling with the heat of the sun. And the most amazingly beautiful thing about this river is that its water keeps on boiling even in the cold winter. Touching its water in the bitter cold can burn your hand. Now you yourself can understand how mysterious and unique this river is, which is found nowhere else but in the Amazon forest itself. You can see that the river is boiling so much that there is clouds and fog above the river, and the water is boiling so much you can also see bubbles from the water. The last topic is the dangers of the Amazon forest. As one of the most biodiverse areas on earth, the Amazon forest is home to its fair share of creepy crawlies and monstrous creatures, from the highly venomous snakes, spiders and many animals. The Amazon forest has many dangerous and scary animals. Here then is a list of the top dangers of the Amazon forest, profiling some of the most scariest and dangerous animals in the Amazon forest. Let us see about some animals: green anaconda snake, arapaima, tarantula, poison dart frog, pit vipers, assassin bugs and many more. Today we are going to see only 2 animals that you could find only in the Amazon forest, which are unique yet dangerous. Let me tell you those animals: green anaconda snake and the Amazonian giant centipede. First, let's see about the green anaconda snake. The Amazon is home to a whole range of terrifying and dangerous snakes, from the highly venomous pit vipers to the ferocious South American rattlesnake. But none is perhaps more intimidating than the huge green anaconda, reaching lengths of up to 30 meters and weighing more than 500 pounds. The anaconda is considered to be the largest snake in the world. They are not venomous, but instead they swallow the prey regardless of the victim's size. They lurk in Amazon river in weight of anything they can strike and overpower, which includes jaguars, caimans, turtles, wild pigs and more. And even the large size of its meals means that these snakes don't need to feed often. sometimes even lasting months between meals. Next, let's see about the Amazonian giant centipede. Another particular creepy looking inhabitant of the Amazon forest is the giant centipede. Reaching lengths of up to 35 centimeters and sporting no less than 46 legs. They inject a highly toxic venom which is fatal to most small animals, which is not lethal to humans. You can find them running swiftly in search of prey, which can range from mice, insects, lizards, birds, to even snakes and bats. So these are very dangerous animals. So when you are got bitten, you could notice some localized symptoms like fever, swelling and weakness. Don't forget the plants. It's not the animals of the Amazon you have to watch out for. Strychnus and curare are two Amazonian plants that are both are often used in creating poisonous arrows by indigenous tribes, which can result in asphyxiation. Another danger you might not think of is from above. The cannonball trees that grows in the tropical rainforest of South America have very hard and heavy fruits. As you can see here, they are so hard that often falls to the ground with a loud explosion, hence the name. But you wouldn't want to be walking underneath when this happens, as a falling cannonball fruit could quite easily cause a fatal injury. This is the cannonball tree and cannonball fruit. So overall, how dangerous is the Amazon forest? When this forest has so many interesting and unique things, plants and animals like those listed above, they have little interest in human contact and attacks on human. Particularly, tourists are very rare. They prefer their natural diet, and most snakes and spiders in the Amazon are not venomous. They prefer their natural diet and they are afraid of humans. So when they see them coming, they tend to go in the opposite direction. These are some dangerous animals that I listed above. And these are some snakes and bugs and frogs I listed before. This is the golden poison dart frog. Here is the poison dart frog. Both are very beautiful and but they are very poisonous regardless of their uniqueness and beautifulness. So, lastly, I would like to conclude my topic. Tropical rainforests are important resources that could not be replaced. By destroying the tropical rainforest, we are destroying the ecosystem and environment, which in turn threaten the human species ourselves. Laws should be enforced to help in the preservation of tropical rainforests, as we should preserve this unique forest for new generations to come. Let us save this forest for the next generations so that they can enjoy this forest uniqueness as well as get its benefits. But here, this forest is not only unique, it also has a dangers like every place else. So you should go to the forest with a guide. Be a chance that you could get lost or you could step on a poisonous snake. So it is safe to go with a guide, as they know how the forest is and they also know to navigate the forest. We should preserve this tropical forest. I hope my lecture has given you an awareness of tropical rainforest and the importance of Amazon forest. Save the Amazon forest. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Warm welcome to one and all present here. I am D. Thiruvengada Perumal of grade 12, studying at the Frontline Academy. Today, I am here to speak about the topic from pioneers to the world champions, the historical journey of Indian cricket. Let us see the introduction of this sport. The sport of cricket has a known history beginning in the late 16th century. Having originated in southeast England, it became an established sport in the country in the 18th century and globally developed in 19th and 20th century. International matches are played since the 19th century, and formal test cricket matches are considered to date from 1877. Cricket is the world's second most popular spectator sport after association football. Internationally, cricket is governed by the International Cricket Council, which has more than 100 countries and territories in its membership, although only 12 currently play test cricket. The rules of the game are mentioned in the laws of cricket. It has various formats ranging from one-day cricket, which can be played over a few hours, to test cricket, which can last up to 5 days. Cricket is a bat and ball-based game played between the two teams of 11 players on the field, at the center of which is a 20-meter pitch with wickets at each end, each comprising of 2 bails balanced on 3 stumps. This game is adjudicated by 2 on-field umpires, aided by a third umpire and a match referee. In international matches, they communicate with 2 off-field scorers who record the statistical informations of the match. Now moving on to the Indian cricket, the Britishers brought cricket to India in early 1700s, with the match being played in 1721. The Parsi community formed the Oriental Cricket Club in 1848, which was the first cricket club to be formed by the Indians at Mumbai. Then, in early 1900s, most of the Indians went to play for the England national team. Some of them, such as Ranjit Singh Ji and K.S. Dulip Singh Ji, were greatly appreciated by the Britishers, and their names went on to be used for Ranji Trophy and Dulip Trophy, 2 major domestic first-class tournaments in India. In 1911, the team went on their first official tour to England, but they played only against the county teams, not against the England national team. In 1926, India was invited to the Imperial Cricket Council and made its debut as a test-playing nation in 1932 against England under the captaincy of C.K. Naidu. This match was given test status despite being 3 days in length. The team was not strong in batting at that point and went on to lose by 158 runs. The Indian team continued to improve throughout the early 1930s and 40s, but didn't achieve any significant victories. After getting independence in 1947, the team played its first test as an independent nation in 1948 against Australia at Brisbane. The Australian team was led by Sir Donald Bradman, while the Indian team was led by Lala Amarnath. Australia won the 5-match test series 4-0. India hosted its first test series against West Indies later in the same year. They played 2 tests, one each at Bombay and at Kolkata. India lost both the tests by a huge margins. India recorded its first test victory in their 24th match against England in 1952 at Madras. Later in the same year, India won its first test series against Pakistan. India was strengthened by the likes of batters Poli Umrigar, Vijay Manjrekar and bowler S.M. Gupte. Then India continued its good form throughout the early 1950s with a series win against New Zealand in 1956. In the series, batter M.H. Mankat was brilliant in his batting, scored 526 runs with an average of 105.4. Then bowler S.M. Gupta held the Indian bowling together with 34 wickets. However, India didn't win again in the 1950s and lost badly to strong Australian and England sides the next decade, developed India's reputation as a team that is considered unbeaten at home. However, they won only 2 series, each against New Zealand. They managed to draw series against Pakistan, England, and against Australia. And this period standard the batting performances of Mansoor Ali Khan Pataudi, Dilip Sardesai, Chandu Bode, and a decent bowling performance from the off-spinner E.A.S. Prasanna. Most of the 1970s was dominated by the Indian spinners, and this period also saw the emergence of 2 of India's best-ever batters, Sunil Gavaskar and Gundappa Vishwanath. Sunil Gavaskar made his debut to the national team in 1971 against West Indies and immediately created an impact by scoring 774 runs in that series and helps India to a 1-0 win over West Indies. Then, Indian pitchers have had tendencies to support spin, and it was exploited by the Indian spinners to make collapses in opposition's batting lineups. These players were greatly responsible for the back-to-back series wins in 1971, one each against England and against West Indies under the captaincy of Ajit Vandekar. Then, the advent of one-day international cricket by the International Cricket Council in 1971 created new dimensions to the world cricket. However, India was not considered as strong in one-day internationals at that point, and batters like Captain Sunil Gavaskar were known for their defense-based batting approaches. India could not manage to qualify for the second round in the first two editions of the Cricket World Cup. Going by India's past records in one-day internationals and in World Cups, they were not expected to proceed beyond the group stage in the 1983 Cricket World Cup, which was yet again held in England. Despite the likes of batters Krishnamacharya Srikanth, Sunil Gavaskar, Dilip Vengsarkar, Yashpal Sharma, and Sandeep Patil in batting, and a decent set of all-rounders including Captain Kapil Dev, who was considered as one of the greatest all-rounders in world cricket at that point, and Madan Lal, Roger Binney, Ravi Shastri, and Mohinder Amarnath. This time, the format of the tournament was slightly different from the first two editions, as teams were still divided into two groups, and now each team in a group play each other twice. India was included in the Group B during the group stage, which was considered as the tougher group among the two, as it included the two stronger opponents, Australia and the defending champions, West Indies, whose dominance in the world cricket at that point was at its peak. World Cup debutants Zimbabwe were also placed in India's group. The fact that Australia and West Indies was in India's group only worsened India's prospects of putting a decent standing this time around. Then, India's first match in the tournament was against the defending champions West Indies at Old Trafford in Manchester. The West Indians were expected to steamroll India, but the Indians caused a massive upset, winning the match by 34 runs in a game that spread over 2 days. Middle-order batsman Yashpal Sharma withstood the West Indian pace attack to score a fine half-century, as India reached a total of 262 for 8. Followed by a decent performance with the ball, led by the all-rounders Roger Binney and Ravi Shastri, each taking 3 wickets, ensured that the West Indian batters could not settle down after their starts. As a result of this, the West Indies were bowled out for 228. India followed this victory with another win against Zimbabwe at Leicester. In a one-sided match, India bowled first and restricted Zimbabwe to 155. In reply, middle-order batsman Sandeep Patil scored half-century, as it ensured India chased down the paltry total successfully. And despite the two good starts, 2 consecutive defeats, one each against Australia at Trent Bridge in Nottingham and against West Indies at Lord's Oval in Lord's, and other results going in favor of Australia's and West Indies' way, India were once again staring at another early World Cup exit. Adding to India's woes, Vengsarkar was ruled out for the rest of the tournament after Malcolm Marshall's bouncer injured his jaw. To qualify for the semi-finals, now India have to win against Australia and Zimbabwe by a huge margins. Should India lose even one of the match, they will be knocked out of the tournament. Then, India began their match against Zimbabwe at Tunbridge Wells on 18th June 1983 disastrously. The Zimbabwean bowling attack, led by Peter Rawson and Kevin Curran, destroyed the Indian top order and reducing them to 17 for 5. A massive upset from the Zimbabweans and another World Cup exit for the Indians was now very much on the cards until Kapil arrived. Kapil completely changed the course of the match and played a breathtaking innings of 175 not out. With the support of the tailenders, he ransacked the Zimbabwean bowling attack as he played his most famous knock. It was also the highest ever individual score in one-day international cricket at that point, and the first century to be scored by an Indian batsman. Followed by a good performance with the ball, led Zimbabwe to a 235 all-out, despite Kevin Curran's 73 to set up a famous win. This match was not telecasted live due to a strike by the BBC staffs on that day. Then, India's woes weren't over it. They have to beat Australia comprehensively for having any hope of qualifying for the semi-finals. India's must-win match against Australia took place at Kelmford 2 days after their famous win against Zimbabwe. Despite Rodney Hogg and Jeff Thompson taking 3 wickets each, a combined effort from the Indian batters allowed India to reach a total of 247 all-out. Australia, chasing 248 to win, were rocked by the innocuous but penetrative medium pace of Madan Lal and Roger Binney, and crashed to 129 all out, losing the match by a whopping 118 runs. With another win under their belts, now India finished second in their group and qualified for the semi-finals for the first time ever in the history of Cricket World Cups. India's semi-final match was against the host England at Manchester. Despite England being the favourites, India created yet another upset, and England won the toss and chose to bat first. Despite the opening stand of 69, the English batters mistimed many balls and used their bat's edges frequently, as the restrictive Indian bowling led England to a 213 all-out. And English opener Graham Fowler was top scored with 33 runs, and Kapil Dev was pick up the bowlers for India with 3 wickets. Roger Binney and Mohinder Amarnath were also among being the wickets. In reply, half-centuries from Sandeep Patil and Yashpal Sharma ensured that India chased on the total comfortably, winning by 6 wickets in a classic victory over the hosts. This win brought India to the finals of the World Cup for the very first time, which has to be played against the defending champions West Indies on 25th June 1983 at Lord's in London. Mohinder Amarnath collected his Man of the Match award for his all-round performance. A third consecutive tournament victory for the West Indians were widely predicted by many pundits and fans. In the finals, India lost the toss and were made to bat on a seaming wicket against the mighty West Indian pace attack. Only Krishnamacharya Srikanth and Mohinder Amarnath put up any significant resistance. The West Indian fast bowling comprising of Malcolm Marshall, Andy Roberts, Michael Holding, and Joel Garner ripped through the Indian batting order. Only surprising resistance from the tailenders allowed India to reach a total of 183 all-out in the 55th over. It seems like all over for India, as the West Indies had a power-packed batting lineup comprising of openers Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, followed by Vivian Richards and Captain Clive Lloyd, who were capable of destroying any bowling attacks in the world and were widely expected to make mincemeat out of the mediocre Indian bowling. Despite the early loss of Greenidge, Desmond Haynes and Vivian Richards steadied the innings, and West Indies were soon cruising to another World Cup win at 57 for 2. At this stage, Kapil ran a great distance of 18 to 20 yards to take the catch of Vivian Richards off Madan Lal's delivery. This proved to be the turning point of the match, as then the Indian bowling used the pitch conditions and weather perfectly to blow away the rest of the West Indian batters. Madan Lal and Mohinder Amarnath took 3 wickets each. As a result of this, West Indies were bowled out for 140 in the 53rd over, setting up a famous tournament victory for the Indians. India's this win ended the title defense of West Indies, who never reached the finals of the World Cup again. And this was considered to be one of the greatest upsets, not only in cricket, but in general sport at that point. And Mohinder Amarnath collected his second consecutive Man of the Match award for his another brilliant performance. India's 1983 World Cup win was a major turning point to the Indian as well as the world cricket. It boosted the popularity of cricket in India. These are the pictures while Kapil Dev lifting the 1983 World Cup for India. Then, the addition of Sachin Tendulkar and Anil Kumble to the national side in 1989 and in 1990 improved the Indian cricket team. In the following year, Javagal Srinath, India's fastest bowler since Amar Singh, made his debut. Rahul Dravid and Sourav Ganguly made their debuts to the Indian team in the same test at Lord's, where Sachin resigned, owing to never captain the Team India again. As a result of this, Sourav Ganguly was appointed as the new captain for the Indian cricket team. Then, since 2000s, the team underwent major improvements with the appointment of John Wright as India's first ever foreign head coach. India maintained its unbeaten home record against Australia after defeating them in 2001. This series was famous for the Kolkata Test, where India became only third team in the history of Test cricket to win a Test match after being following on with the help of a 303-run partnership between VVS Lakshman and Rahul Dravid. These are the pictures of the brilliant partnership between these two. Then, India was also the joint champions of the ICC Champions Trophy along with Sri Lanka in that year. And then India went to the 2003 Cricket World Cup held in South Africa, where they reached the finals and to be defeated by Australia. Greg Chappell took over from John Wright as the new head coach for the Indian cricket team following this series. His methods proven to be controversial during the beginning of his tenure. As a result of this, the tension resulted in fallout between Captain Sourav Ganguly and Greg Chappell. As a result of this, Rahul Dravid were being appointed as the new captain for the Indian cricket team. This triggered the fortunes of the team with the emergence of players like Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Suresh Raina, Irfan Pathan, and Yuvraj Singh. Then, India played and won its first ever T20 international in 2006 at South Africa. Then, after defeating England in 2007, Rahul Dravid stepped down as the captain of the Indian team. As then, Mahendra Singh Dhoni was appointed as the captain for the T20 and One-Day international teams. India won its first ever T20 World Cup in 2007, where they defeated the arch rivals Pakistan in a thrilling final by 5 runs. Of the inaugural T20 World Cup held in South Africa. Then, India was as one of the host nations for the 2011 Cricket World Cup. India was expected to perform well in the familiar conditions and were widely predicted as the pre-tournament favorites by the press and media. Like in 2007, India went to the tournament with a string of strong performances with series win against Australia and New Zealand at home and a moderately successful tour at South Africa. Generally, the Indian team was considered as the strongest batting lineup in the tournament, comprising of openers Virendra Sehwag and the veteran Sachin Tendulkar, who is playing in his 6th consecutive World Cup, followed by Gautam Gambhir and Virat Kohli, and skipper Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Suresh Raina, Yusuf Pathan, and Yuvraj Singh completing the star-studded batting lineup. The bowling attack was considered to be suspected, with 3 veterans, including 2 pacers, Zaheer Khan and Ashish Nehra, and the off-spinner Harbhajan Singh. They were joined with Munaf Patel, Piyush Chawla, Ravichandran Ashwin, and Shantakumaran Srishant. The 1996 tournament format was used for this tournament, followed by a widespread criticism, particularly by the BCCI, over 2007 Cricket World Cup format. India started their 2011 World Cup campaign with an 87-run win against Bangladesh at Dhaka. In that match, India batted first and scored a total of 370 for 4 at the end of 50 overs, with the help of centuries from Virendra Sehwag, who scored 175, and Virat Kohli, who scored 100 not out. In reply, fast bowler Munaf Patel took 4 wickets, as ensured Bangladesh could not chase down the total and were reduced to 289 at the end of 50th over. India next played England at Bangalore, which was a thriller. On a batting-friendly wicket at Chinnaswamy Stadium, India won the toss and batted first. Opener Sachin Tendulkar lashed his way through the England bowlers with his knock of 126 and was ably supported by Gautam Gambhir, who scored half-century. At the end of 45th over, India was 305 for 2 and were looking to pass 350 during the batting power play. Instead, English bowler Tim Bresnan engineered a collapse in Indian batting by taking 4 quick wickets in 16 deliveries. So, India slumped to a still formidable total of 338 all out. England started their run chase with a blasting 77 runs in the first 10 overs. Captain England skipper Andrew Strauss decimated the Indian bowling with an unparalleled ferocity, was ably supported by Ian Bell. And England was soon cruising to an extraordinary win. At that time, fast bowler Zaheer Khan responded to the crisis by taking the wickets of Andrew Strauss, Ian Bell, Paul Collingwood in just 11 deliveries. As then, the England was reduced to 289 for 6. In the final few overs, tailenders Graeme Swann, Ajmal Shashad, and Tim Bresnan hit massive sixes to regain some momentum, and Graeme Swann scored 13 runs of the final over to salvage a tie with India. It was only the third tie in the history of World Cups. Then, in their third group match, India defeated the Minnows Ireland again at Bengaluru by 5 wickets. Winning the toss and choosing to bowl, the Indian bowling proved superior to the Irish batting. Yuvraj Singh was pick up the bowler for India, taking 5 successive wickets, including the Irish top scorer William Porterfield. But in reply, the Indian batter struggled to score runs against the accurate and tight Irish fast bowling. It was once again Yuvraj who helped India with his unbeaten half century to win the match by 5 wickets. India followed this victory with another win against Holland at New Delhi. Holland won the toss and batted first, but they were reduced to 189 all out. India's run chase started poor despite the blasting start of Virendra Sehwag. They were slumped to 99 for 4. Then it is again Yuvraj Singh who helped India with a brilliant partnership between Mahendra Singh Dhoni for the 5th wicket to ensure the win for India. Then next India played against South Africa at Nagpur, which was one of the most anticipated match of the tournament. In that match, India batted first and were riding through the power hitting of Virendra Sehwag as well as good performances from Sachin Tendulkar, who scored half century, and Gautam Gambhir. India were 267 for 2 at the end of the 45th over, but they lost their last 8 wickets for just 29 runs. Then, after a small contribution from Suresh Raina in the final few overs, ensured India to reach a total of 296 all out. In reply, Hashim Amla and Jack Callis were top scored for India, and in slog overs, AB de Villiers hit massive sixes to set up a famous win for the South Africans. It was India's first and only loss in the 2011 World Cup. Then, India's last group match was against West Indies at Chennai. India batted first and scored a total of 268 all out with the help of a century from Yuvraj Singh, who scored 113. Then, West Indians were expected to chase the total comfortably, but instead, bowlers Zahir Khan take 3 wickets, ensured that they could not chase down the total, and recorded a famous 80-run win for India. In the quarterfinals, India faced the defending champions Australia at Ahmedabad. Instead, English openers scoring fast runs, Ashwin, Yuvraj and Zahir Khan taking wickets at regular intervals, ensured that Australia to score a total of 260 for 6 at the end of 50 overs. In reply, Sachin Tendulkar, Gautam Gambhir and Yuvraj Singh each hit half centuries, ensured that India chased down the total comfortably and qualified for the semi-finals. This win ended the title defense of Australia. In the semi-finals, India faced the arch rivals Pakistan at Mohali. India batted first in that match and struggled to score run against the Pakistani fast bowling. So, India reached a total of 260 at the end of 50 overs. Then, brilliant performance by the Indian bowlers ensured Pakistan to be all out for 231, and India won the match. With this win, India maintained their all-win record against Pakistan in World Cups, and they reached for the 2011 Cricket World Cup final, which has to be played against Sri Lanka. On final, in a batting-friendly wicket at Mumbai, Sri Lanka won the toss and batted first. Despite the failure of openers, Mahela Jayawardene scored a brilliant century and steadied the innings along with the contribution from skipper Kumar Sangakkara. As a result of their knocks, Sri Lanka reached a total of 274 at the end of 50 overs. India's run chase started very poor by Virendra Sehwag and Sachin Tendulkar losing their wickets cheaply. because of the fiery spill from Lasith Malinga. As then, Gautam Gambhir studied the Indian innings with an 83-run partnership with Virat Kohli. After Virat Kohli lost his wicket, Gambhir joined with Dhoni for the 4th wicket partnership of 109, and it ensured that India chased on the total and lifted the World Cup after 28 years. Dhoni blasting a six of the final delivery to set up a tournament victory for India. It was only the second World Cup win for India, first since 1983. These are the images of the final delivery, which was hit by a six by Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
It's my great pleasure to stand before you all today to have a wonderful debate lecture on the topic celebrating women's progress and empowerment in India. I am Mahita Shriti, a student from grade 9. I am studying at the Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Today, I am here to give a lecture on the topic Wings of Empowerment, Celebrating Women's Progress and Empowerment in India. Before getting into the topic, we must know what is women empowerment. Women empowerment is all about women having their power and control over their lives so that they can become anything they want and do whatever they want in the situation they were not allowed to do before. Human beings have created a hierarchy based on gender, caste, class, etc. Over time, gender inequality has become more prevalent. Therefore, women empowerment becomes an important topic to be discussed. Human beings have created a hierarchy based on gender, caste, class, etc. Over time, gender inequality has become more prevalent. Therefore, women empowerment becomes an important topic to be discussed. Women empowerment is a way to uplift women by giving them their correct rights. According to Indian mythology, women are considered as goddess. We worship goddess and keep them at the top place in our houses. But when we come to the women, they are not given their basic rights. Women play several roles in her life. She can be a mother, a sister, a daughter, a wife, and many more. Despite all this, she is a woman. She too has her basic rights to live accordingly to her will. At many places, women are treated as inferior. They thought that women are born to do household chores while boys are meant to study and earn money. However, now the scenario is changing. Women are getting into fields that were earlier not meant to them. Women contributes to half of the world's population. Therefore, their growth is necessary for a happy society. The term women empowerment means to respect, inspire, and honor women by giving them their correct rights. Since the beginning of the time, women were deprived of their rights. They were restricted from their basic right also. It means that they should be protected from any kind of violences. The women empowerment is a way to make better and stronger society for women. For a long time, society has been too harsh to women in the name of sati, child marriage, sexual abuse, and etc. Therefore, various social reforms and various social movements has been improved for the welfare of women. Then here are some factors that prohibit women empowerment. The first factor will be the patriarchal attitude. Patriarchal attitude means that prioritizing men over women are deeply practiced in many parts of Indian society. It can lead to discrimination of women empowerment and also limited access of education. Now, currently in India, every woman are not having a sufficient education system. It's just simply because of their poverty and cultural attitudes and lack of infrastructure. We should always make sure that every woman is getting an equitable education system. And the third one is economic inequality. There is a disadvantage of that the economy is not treated women equally to men. This is just because every woman are not giving prioritized in the first and in the areas such as education, employment, social and political opportunities. And the fourth one will be the violence and discrimination. Not only the physical violence, even women are facing social, domestic and mental discriminations and violences.
And the next factor will be the empowerment issue in India, female foeticide, identifying the gender of the baby in the fetus and aborting if that is a girl baby. This is not, it is an illegal issue in India, but it has been practicing for a long time over the world. Not only in India, it's been practicing all over the world. And the second one will be the female infanticide. Female infanticide means that killing a baby or a mother in the access to pregnancy and childbirth. It's just because they are not given the basic health care. Over 800 women in 2020 to 2020 die just because simply because pregnancy and childbirth. Maternal mortality rate, this is just because the women die because not having a proper healthcare routine. Over 800 women die due to their health and healthcare routine on their proper healthcare services are provided during and before and on the time of their child labor is important and can also avoid many form of death. Infant mortality rate. Infant mortality rate refers to the death before 1 year of a child just simply because of their health care. And the next one will be the problems faced by women. Death because of dowry issue and domestic violence. Death because of dowry issue and domestic violence is mostly occurred in countries like India, Bangladesh, Iran, and Pakistan. This is due to the woman is murdered or being killed by the groom's family when they are not given the sufficient amount that is asked by the groom's family. It is either done by murder or the suicide. The groom's family are forced the woman giving the dowry everywhere. And the second one will be the teenage pregnancy. It is a global issue where everyone in the women from the age 14 to 19 face these issues. It should be stopped for having a better and good society for women. Neglect of female education. Neglect of female education is just an important factor that should be stopped. Even though education is a crucial factor for achieving gender equality and pursue their goals and contribute to society, every woman are not giving and accessing an equitable education system. When there is a certain problem in their house, women are supposed to stop from going to school. Then the health problems. Every woman is not getting a sufficient healthcare routine, and we should always make sure that everyone is having a proper education and healthcare routine. Insufficient economic and political partnership. Every woman should treat equally and in political and social welfares. They should give equal opportunities in education system, employment, and political partnerships. And violence. Violence means that not only physical violence, mental violence, and domestic violence. It also means that women are facing so many kind of violences, which includes dowry, death, eve teasing, rape, and etc. Types of women empowerment. The first one I'm going to talk about is economic empowerment. This refers to women's ability to participate in equal basis with men. It includes access to education, training, employment, entrepreneurship opportunities, as well as fair wages, equal pay, access to credit, and access to financial services. And also the second one, social empowerment. This refers to women's ability to access her education, healthcare, legal services, as well as right to exercise their own freedom. Then the third one is political empowerment. This refers to women's ability to participate in political life on equal basis with men, free from discrimination and free from violence. It includes to have leadership roles and also decision-making opportunities, educational empowerment. This refers to women's ability to access her educational skills, to develop her skills and knowledge and pursue their goals and contribute to society. And health empowerment. This refers to women's ability to access her health care and take over her overall well-being. It includes her to take decision on her own health, maternal health, reproductive health, and also overall well-being. The importance of women empowerment. Gender equality. Gender equality is a necessary factor that is supported for women empowerment. It means that men and women should treat equally in every places, that places such as education, employment, political partnership, and to participate in all aspects of life. It is a basic human fundamental right. Economic growth. Economic growth is a basic factor for achieving gender equality, where every woman should be treated equally to women in the areas such as education, employment, and political partnerships. Social justice. Not every woman is getting a proper justice. Women and girls are often treated to subject of discrimination, violence, and other form of oppressions simply because of their gender. When we stop this, the women will have a confidence and to break all the gender discrimination. And health and well-beings. When women have access to education and access to healthcare routine, they are better to take care of themselves and their families as whole. Sustainable development. Sustainable development is an important and crucial factor for achieving women empowerment. This helps them to reduce poverty and free from freedom. Then the factors that encourage women empowerment. Education. Education plays a crucial factor and a role in a woman's life. It helps them to achieve in their life and also contribute to their communities as whole. We should ensure that every woman is having a proper and equitable education system. Job opportunities. Not only women should give a small jobs, and also they should have and lead a leadership roles. We should also have we should make sure that every woman is having a good job. Access to entrepreneurship and access to employment makes a better and happy society for women. Participation in politics, defense, sports and games. Women's participation in various activities such as politics, defense, sports and games can break gender stereotypes and also have a better society for women. This also can break gender discrimination. Exposure to media. Women should feel free and have to right to access her media skills just to have informed contents and details of her life. Freedom of expression. Every woman should feel free to express her feeling whenever and wherever she is feeling to. It should men everywhere. Freedom of movement. Freedom of movement is an important factor for women empowerment. Every woman should have freedom for transportation and freedom of employment. Decision-making opportunities. Every woman should have to make her own decisions on her own education, own healthcare, own employment, and many other legal services. Introduction to self-help groups. The self-help groups, that means that a group that are supported for women to make sure that everyone is having a good health. If you're strong, focused, and passionate on what you want to be, everything falls on your place. Said by Richa Kar. A woman empowerment through education. When a woman is empowered, they should have a proper education. Everyone who's educated can have a succeed life. Women empowerment in the education plays a very important role, and it makes women to have a best confidence and have a strong society. Some of the women empowerment schemes in India. Swadhargre. This is an important scheme that makes sure that every woman is having important factors such as health and place to stay. Ujjwala scheme. This scheme is enacted in 2007 for a basic and prevention from any causes of violences. And Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao scheme, which is a also an important scheme where everyone should have a equitable education system and to have a equal sex ratio. And this also have laid down a special rules that under the age of 10 every woman should have their own account in their bank for their education and their marriage. Women helpline scheme also helps us in many ways for the having a better and stronger society. Women empowerment in Panchayat Raj situation. With an enactment of 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, these steps are taken to strengthen the society and women in the local governance. Women will be given 1/3 of the position in the Panchayat Institute for the direct election, and 1/3 of the seats will be reserved for the women in the chairperson role. There are 17.72 lakh women elected in the direct election and 44.2% of women who selected in the Raj Institute. Self-help groups and women empowerment. Self-help groups help women in the facing similar problems. They helps us to have a better and stronger society for women. It makes sure that it gives them access to employment, then reduce poverty and have a better status in the economy. We want deeper and sincerity of motive, a greater courage in speed and earnestness in action, said by Sarojini Naidu. Women empowerment in Asian days. Even there was not even a single discrimination for women in the Asian days. They had everyone had a equitable rights to expose their freedom. Real strong woman is not afraid of anything. Let's see some of the women achievers. First one, Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa is a woman achiever that is all an inspirational and courageous woman. She spent her 50 years of her life on spending her life to poor and access them. Her achievements are she dedicated her life serving to poor and established a missionary for charity, and also she started an Kaligat home for the dying, and she opened Nirmala Shibu Act and care of homeless children. She was awarded as the highest civilian honor in India. And Kiran Bedi. Kiran Bedi started her early education at the Sacred Heart Convent Public School at Amritsar, Punjab. As she had a burning passion of serving society from then, she enrolled herself in NCC, National Cadet Corps. And she, as her school did not offer science subject, she enrolled herself in a private institute, Cambridge University at Amritsar, Punjab. And also, beside this, she completed her graduation in Government Women's College at Arts in English Hans, and also completed her master degrees in social science at Chhattisgarh. And beside this, she completed her PhD in social science at IIT Delhi. And also, beside the police force, she also has been a former tennis player at the age of 14. She started her career at the age of 14 as a formal lawn tennis championship, but she failed miserably. But without giving up, she doubled her practice. At the age of 17, she again participated and won the title. Then she was the first woman IPS officer, and also not only as a police force and as a tennis player, she was also served as a lecturer from 1970 to 1972 at Khalsa University, Amritsar. At the last of 1972, she cleared her UPSC exams and became the first woman IPS officer of India, and she was the first woman to award as a civilian police advisor for United Nations peacekeeping operation. And after serving and solving several women's problems and people's problems, she became the 24th Lieutenant Governor of Union Territory Pondicherry, and she started an foundation for women called as Navjyoti Foundation. and Kalpana Chawla, and what an inspiring astronaut she is. She was the first woman to go into space from India, and she was the Congress Space Medal, and she was the first to NASA Space Flight Model and NASA Distinguished Service Model. She has been studying and done PhD in social science. Muthulakshmi Reddy, an Indian medical practitioner. In the heritage culture field of Tamil Nadu, there are some black holes that should be removed from the society, and one such black hole is called as Devadasi system, and one leader who vigorously against it is Muthulakshmi Reddy. She is the first woman to get degree in medicine in India. At 1923, after her sister dying due to cancer, she took a vow and started a cancer relief hospital. At 1949, the Cancer Relief Hospital at Adayar in Chennai is started due to her good effort. And despite all this, despite the medicine field, she also had a passion in politics and defense. She fought vigorously against the practice of crucial act Devadasi system, and she was awarded by the personally congratulated by the Gandhiji, and also she removed the crucial practice of Devadasi system at the end in the Madras court. And she was the first woman to have a legislative council, and she was the founder president of Indian Women Association, and she died at the age of 82. Despite all this, she is an inspiring woman, and also she added first to every name in her. She was the first woman to admit in a men's college, Maharaja's College, and to the first woman to enroll in a medical university at 1907, and she is the first Legislative Council of India. Darba Banerjee, she is the first woman pilot of Indian Airlines, and first woman to commercial pilot. She is also an inspired woman who inspired us in a lot way. Priya Jingan. Priya Jingan is the first woman to have in the army. She awarded silver medal during her passing out parade at the academy. Velu Nachiyar. She is an inspiring woman for all such ladies, is just because her husband was defeated by the British, and she went 8 years in her hometown and also came back with the help of other kingdoms after 8 years defeating the British, and again captured the kingdom. She was the first queen to fight for British in India. She is also credited as the first woman to apply human bomb on her. Also don't be sad for your disabilities. Success accept disabilities too. This is the famous quote by Muniba Mazari, an enthusiast. Feminism isn't about making women strong. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way world perceives the strength. Concluding all these factors, women play an important role in everyone's life. We should, even though India is not fully empowered, there are some practices that is against women. We should put all our hands together and make an India a powerful and happy society for women. Let's see a recap of the first thing we saw. There are so many factors to encourage women, and one such factor is also Swadharma and so much. So we should all have a respect and honor for women. And thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Good morning. Good morning to one and all present here. It's my pleasure to stand in front of you to give a lecture on the topic irrigation and its types. Before we enter to the topic, we can see what is irrigation.
Irrigation is the artificial application of water
Happy,
to the
Seriya.
land or soil. Why you can ask why they are using this irrigation system? Because it is used to grow for crops, to improve the quality of soil, and to control floods. This irrigation system was found before 16th century, and this irrigation system was used up to 20th century because it helps them to improve their crop production. This irrigation system was used in ancient times. For an example, when they are yielding a crop in an agricultural land, sometimes that soil would not able to be support them because the soil will not be rich in nutrients. Why it is not rich in nutrients? Because they won't get water at the correct time. So if they are supplying water at the correct time, the soil will be rich in nutrients, so they can grow crops easily. For this reason, this irrigation system was useful in ancient times, and it will supply waters to the place of drought or famine. Meaning of the drought is a surface particular agricultural land, that upper layer of the agricultural land will be very dry. If the upper layer of the agricultural land is very dry, at there we can't able to grow crops, because without water availability, the ground surface of that agricultural land will be very dry, so that we can't able to grow plants. Why that place become as a drought is without ensuring water availability, because without no water availability, we can't able to grow crops. And this irrigation system, today even now they are using this irrigation system because it helps them to improve their crop production, to improve the quality of soil, and to control floods. Additionally, why they are using this irrigation system? When that particular agricultural land is getting enough water at the right time, it will keep our environment very cool, and it will reduce the dust that is present in the air. Next, we are going to see importance of irrigation. Agricultural productivity mainly depends on irrigation. Why it mainly depends on irrigation is, for an agriculture produce, if they are yielding a crop, and without ensuring water availability, if the sand is not getting water availability, so the sand will be not rich in nutrients. If it is not rich in nutrients, we can't able to grow crops. If it is rich in nutrients only, we can grow crops. So that this irrigation system was useful, and also a lot of factors such as crop failure, quality of soil, flood may affect the agriculture produce. The main effect that will affect the agriculture produce is water availability, because without water availability, there will be no crops grown in an agricultural land. Many regions that have less low rainfall area, meaning of the low rainfall area is a particular area. In that area, the water or rainfall will be irregular, so that we can't able to grow crops. It is very, very useful for good low rainfall area, and also this irrigation systems ensures water availability to the cultivated land, and it increases the chances of water availability and nutrient availability to the cultivated land. And this irrigation system provides a support system during drought or famine. Next, we are going to see advantages of irrigation. The first advantage is it saves your water and time. In a situation we can't able to supply water for a single day, there will be more crop failures in a single crop. More than 30 crop failure may be affecting the agriculture produce, and we don't have time to also supply the water. If we having an irrigation system with us, there will be no fear of getting this, because it supplies water at the correct time. Not all farmers have the same irrigation system. There are many types of irrigation systems, such as sprinkler irrigation system, drip irrigation system. There are many more kinds of drip irrigation systems. A farmer who have drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation system, they will be said to be watering like daily or weekly, during which specific hours, day or night. And it reduces the weed growth. Meaning of the weed is unwanted plant that grow in an agriculture land. it will reduce the unwanted plant growth and it will improve the plant growth, and it is suitable for low rainfall area, because in a low rainfall area the water will be irregular, so that this irrigation system is useful in low rainfall area. It preserves soil nutrients to the cultivated land, and it produces soil fertility, and it improves soil fertility to the cultivated land, and it generates hydroelectric power. Meaning of hydroelectric power is a water power. It will generate the water power to the agricultural land. If they are having an irrigation system with them, it will improve the living standard of farmers. Next, we are going to see disadvantages of irrigation. The first disadvantage is uneven distribution of water. In a time we can't able, in all the time we can't able to supply water at the correct level. Sometimes we can supply below the level or above the level. If we are supplying above the level, the plant will be causes diseases like fungus and plant diseases. Before you have an irrigation system in a single particular agricultural land, there will be more high initial cost. If we have an irrigation system, there will be low high initial cost with us. And overflow of water can cause diseases. When we are supplying more water to the agricultural land, the plant will be causes like diseases such as fungus, bacteria, and it will be not suitable for same crop. First time we are placing the crop rice. After cultivating it, if we are planting the crop rice again, it will not be suitable for the same crop. If we don't have irrigation system, in that area wind effect will be more. If we have an irrigation system with us, in that place irrigation system will be very low. Next, we are going to see uses of irrigation. This irrigation is used to supply water during drought or famine. I told you that it will supply water to the place in drought or famine. Meaning of the drought is a particular agricultural land. The upper layer of the agriculture land will be very dry. If it is very dry, we can't able to grow crops. So it supplies water to the place of drought or famine. A main point which you want to notice, the irrigation is useful for farmers. Why I am telling it is useful for farmers is, if a farmer for an agriculture produce, he is yielding a crop in her agricultural land, that land is situated in a low rainfall area. We can't able to get water or rainfall irregular. So that this irrigation system he is using with him, because it supplies water at the correct time, so he can grow crops very nice. Next, we are going to see types of irrigation. Now, I am here to tell about 5 types of irrigation. The first type is check basin irrigation method. The second one is furrow irrigation method. Third one is drip irrigation method. Fourth one is basin irrigation method. Fifth one is drip irrigation method. This is the picture of check basin irrigation method. This is the picture of furrow irrigation method. This is the picture of drip irrigation method. This is the picture of basin irrigation method and drip irrigation method. First we can see check basin irrigation method. This irrigation method is also called as the one of the surface irrigation method. When we are placing a crop at this size, sometimes mistakenly some farmers will be placing the crops near to near. After placing a crop, when he supplies water, it will moderately intake the water, because when we are placing it together, it will moderately only intake the water, because if they are too close, it will take time to take inside the water. So this irrigation system involves a uniform layer of water flow. If he is supplying more water at the same day, it will make a uniform layer of water flow. Next, we are going to see furrow irrigation method. In this irrigation method, gravity plays the role. We can think what is that main role? The main role of the gravity is it provides only enough water, because if we have this gravity only provides only enough water. It won't supply water more above the level. It will supply only enough level which we are supplying already. And in this irrigation system, the ridge is the part of layout in this irrigation system, and this irrigation system is made by the planned placement of ridges. You can see if a farmer have furrow irrigation system, before he farming, he should divide his irrigation agricultural land into the furrows. You can see in that picture that agricultural land is divided into furrows. After, if we divided into furrows, we are supplying water. It will be not like ponded, it will be correct parallel to the slope. If it is parallel to the slope, it will be easy for absorbing the water and slowly intake the water. Next, we are going to see soil types. This soil type shows how much nutrient availability is consisting it is. The sand soil contains only 0.5 nutrient availability, and sandy loam soil contains only 0.4 percentage, and loam soil contains only 0.4 percentage. Silt loam soil only contains 0.3 percentage. Clay loam soil only contains 0.1 percentage, and clay soil contains 0.05 percentage of nutrient availability. Next, we are going to see strip irrigation method. This irrigation system is also called as the border strip irrigation method, and this irrigation method is suitable for only the forage crops. Meaning of the forage crop is when we are placing a rice or wheat. After cultivating, there will be remain waste of that crop. It will be suitable for animals such as cow, goat. So that this is called as the forage crops. If we are supplying more water, it will maintain only slow infiltration rate of the soil. In this irrigation method, you can see this agricultural land are divided into strips. In that strips, he made a boundary called mead, and the water will be situated in a high place of that agricultural land, and it will, if we supply water, it will go to the all places of an agricultural land. Next, we are going to see basin irrigation method. It is suitable for only deep-rooted crops. Deep-rooted crops means a plant that will be deep-rooted inside the soil. Meaning of the dikes is a particular surface area that will be ponded, the water will be ponded every time, so that it is very, very easy to supply water at daily. It is created by flattening the land. It is created by flattening the land. The surface of the agriculture land will be very smooth. It will not be as a perpendicular. If it is in a perpendicular line, we can't able to grow crops. Before you start farming, if you have a basin irrigation method, you should flatten the land. After that, only you should start your farming. Next topic is what crops requires basin irrigation method. Not all crops requires the basin irrigation method. A plant who can tolerate standing for about 24 hours is suitable for basin irrigation method. A plant cannot stand up to 24 hours cannot be suitable for the basin irrigation method, because if it is tolerate standing about 24 hours, this crop is called as a deep-rooted crops. Only deep-rooted crops can be suitable for this basin irrigation method. Rice or wheat could not be suitable for this basin irrigation method. Rice and wheat will be suitable for the flood irrigation method. Other crops like cloves, alfalfa, row crops such as tobacco, certain seeds, citrus fruit tree, banana tree will be suitable for the basin irrigation method. Next, we are going to see construction of the basin. If the land is not naturally level, we should be flattened before you start farming, whether you need a large basin or a small basin. If you want to do an agriculture using basin irrigation, these three factors uses remain. The three dependent factors are the infiltration rate of the soil, the gradient of the slope, the amount of water supply. The infiltration rate of the soil. The infiltration rate of the soil should be very low when we are using this irrigation system. When it is very high, it will be not suitable for this basin irrigation method. The gradient of the slope. If the gradient of the slope is very high, we can't able to grow crops. If the gradient of the slope is very low, it is suitable for growing crops. The main thing you should follow is the amount of water supply. If we supply more water, sometimes mistakenly they will supply more waters. If you are supplying more water, it can't able to absorb more water in a single day. It may take more than 1 day or 2 days. If it intakes more water, the crops will be affected by plant diseases such as fungus. Next, we are going to see drip irrigation method. This drip irrigation method is also called as the trickle irrigation method. In this irrigation method, it involves only dripping water. Meaning of the dripping water is already if you are supplying more water for the first time, first it will intake only what amount of it needed. It will intake. The next day it will intake only what amount of needed. It won't intake all the water in a single day. It will intake only what much level it is needed, and it will supply water to the crops using a network of main lines. There will be more furrows or strips to supply from one agricultural land to another agricultural land. So this drip irrigation system have a network of main lines to supply water. Now I'm having some questions about this irrigation. Who is the founder of irrigation? The Indus Valley is the founder of irrigation. Who discovered the irrigation method is Egypt and Mesopotamia discovered the irrigation method. The next is, which irrigation is oldest irrigation in India? Well style irrigation is the oldest irrigation in India. Which state is first in irrigation is Uttar Pradesh is first in irrigation. Which country is first in irrigation? Our proudable India is first in irrigation method. Who is the father of irrigation is? The Pharaoh Shah is the father of irrigation. Built the first dam in India is Karigala Cholan of Cholan built the first dam in India. Who introduced drip irrigation to India is Israel gave us the drip irrigation. Which is Asia's biggest irrigation project is Kaleshwaram Lift project is the Asia's biggest irrigation project. Which is the oldest canal in India is Anicut Canal is oldest in India. Which is the second largest irrigation project in India? Canal irrigation is the second largest project in India. Which is India's first irrigation method, Narmada Canal project. Which soil is best for irrigation? Clay soil is mainly suitable for irrigation. Once again, we can recall our points. First thing we can see what is irrigation. This irrigation is the artificial application of water to the land or soil. Next, we saw about the importance of irrigation. Agricultural productivity mainly depends on irrigation. Why they mainly depend on irrigation is if they are cropping if you are cropping during dry period, the irrigation will be suitable for them. The irrigation will be suitable for them, and the lot of factor that will affect the agriculture produces water availability and the crop production may affect the crop production. And we are going to see about the uses of irrigation. This irrigation is used for farmers. Why I am telling this is used for farmers is this irrigation supplies water them to correct time so that it will be suitable for them to grow crops. If they are cropping for agriculture produce, that land is situated in a low rainfall area, at their place there will be no water availability. If they want to grow produce, they must have an irrigation method. Now you will understand what is the importance of an irrigation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Good morning to one and all present here. Welcome to the Frontline World Record Festival 2023. My name is M. Danushka. I am from grade 9 and I am going to take lecture about the crop magician and how our farmers the backbone of our country. Introduction to agriculture and farming. Agriculture and its definition and importance. Let us see the definition of agriculture. Agriculture, in its simplest form, we can define as the cultivation of plants and the rearing of animals for food, fiber, medicinal plants and other products used to sustain and enhance human life. It is a cornerstone of our society and has played a pivotal role in shaping our civilization throughout history. Let us see the importance of agriculture. The advent of agriculture marked a significant turning point in human development. Humans were able to settle in one place, form permanent communities and establish civilization. This shift from a nomadic lifestyle to a settled existence laid the foundation for the development of complex societies and the advancement of human culture. Agriculture is the fundamental source of food production. Agriculture ensures a stable and consistent supply of food for the growing human population. Agriculture ensures food security to communities worldwide. Agriculture serves as a vital economic sector in most countries. It provides employment opportunities for millions of people employed in agriculture and contributes to national and global economies. The availability of food through agriculture is essential for social stability. When people have access to an adequate and nutritious food supply, it reduces the risk of famine and starvation. Thus, in turn, promotes social cohesion and reduces the conflicts of scarce resources that ensure a more stable and peaceful society. Agriculture has a significant impact on its environment, and sustainable agriculture practice are crucial for the health of our planet. By adopting to sustainable farming techniques such as organic farming, agroforestry and crop rotation, and we can conserve soil fertility, protect biodiversity, minimize water usage and mitigate climate change. Agriculture had been a driving force behind technological innovation throughout history. From a development of irrigation systems and crop rotation techniques, evolved and became more sophisticated. Now let us see the farming. Farming is the act or process that including working in ground, planting seeds and growing edible plants. You can also describe the lifestyle of people whose jobs in the agricultural industry. You can also describe raising animals for milk or meat as farming. Let us see about brief history of farming and its evolution over time. Farming techniques provides the basis for civilization and the development of complex societies. The origin of farming can be traced back around 10,000 before Common Era, during a Neolithic revolution, a period significantly cultural and technological change. Prior to this, humans relied on hunting and gathering for sustenance. However, as they began to settle in one place, they recognized the potential for cultivating crops and domesticating animals. There they emerged as farmers. The earliest form of agriculture was slash and burn agriculture, also known as shifting cultivation. It involved clearing the land by cutting down vegetation and burning it, which enriched the soil with nutrients. Crops such as wheat, maize, barley and rice were planted in the fertile soil. Over time, farming techniques evolved and became more sophisticated. People around 4000 before Common Era, humans began to construct canals and ditches to divert water from rivers and streams. The establishment of irrigation systems was another crucial advancement in farming. Let us see about understanding the role of farmers as primary producers. Farmers play a crucial role as primary producers in the agricultural sector. The role of farmers is essential in the overall functioning of the food system and the economy as a whole. Let us see the food production.
Farmers play a vital role in implementing food production. They grow a wide range of crops including grains, fruits, vegetables and oilseeds, which are essential for meeting the global demand for food. They also raise livestock for cattle, poultry and fish for meat, milk and dairy products. Farmers ensure a consumer supply of safe and nutritious food for the growing human population. Let us see the sustainable agriculture. Farmers play a vital role in implementing sustainable agriculture practice. They make decisions regarding land management, water usage, crop rotation and environmental impact and maintain the long-term health of the soil. The agriculture has spurred scientific and technological change that benefits not only for farming sector but also for other industries. Sustainable agriculture practice helps to prevent natural resources, reduce pollution, promote biodiversity. Let us see about economic contribution. Farmers are the significant contributors to the economy of many countries. Farmers generate income by selling their agricultural products in domestic and international markets. Their activity supports the livelihoods of millions of people employed in agricultural value chain including farm workers, processors, retailers and distributors. Agriculture also provides the other various industries such as food processing, textile and biofuel production. Let us see about role of farmers generating employment opportunities. Farming and agriculture labor. Farmers directly generating employment opportunities through farming activities. The role of farmers is, for example, a farmer cultivate a large-scale vegetable farm would require laborers for cultivating, planting, harvesting, irrigation and other farming tasks. Let us see about agro-processing and value addition. Farmers contribute employment opportunities indirectly through agro-processing and value addition activities. For instance, a dairy farmer not only create employment opportunities within the farm herders and milkers but also contribute to the job market by supplying milk to a dairy processing plant that requires workers for packaging, distribution and pasteurization. Let us see about rural service and support industries. The agricultural sector creates a various demand for support industries and service that requires workers for making into the agricultural sector. Let us see about farm-related entrepreneurship. Farmers often engage in entrepreneurial activities beyond primary production. Farmers, they establish the irrigation systems and crop rotation techniques that make decisions to agricultural productivity. This can setting up the agri-based tourism ventures, farm-to-table resorts, rural handicrafts and cottage industries, and organic product manufacturing and direct marketing initiatives like farm workers and processors. Let us see about rural infrastructure development. Farmers' activities contributes to the rural infrastructure development through generating employment opportunities. Improves irrigation systems, storage facilities and road networks and farm market places for essential or efficient agricultural operations. Construction companies, civil engineers, technicians and laborers are required and built for such infrastructure and maintenance of such infrastructure. Let us see agriculture research and extension. Farmers go through the agriculture research and extension by generating employment opportunities. For example, a dairy farmer collaborate with traders, retailers and distributors to bring their products in market and processes the agricultural productivity. Let us see about food security. Farmers are the backbone of our country. Farmers play a critical role as ensuring food availability for growing human population. First, we can see about crop production.
By efficiently managing their land using appropriate agricultural practice and using modern technologies, and farmers increase crop yields and ensure a more stable food supply. Livestock production. Farmers ensure raise livestock such as milk, meat, eggs and dairy products and other animal products. Livestock production farming provides a significant portion of the world's wide protein intake. Let us see about diversification and crop selection. Farmers strategically select the crops based on the market demand, local preferences and climatic conditions. By growing a variety of crops, farmers ensure a food supply and reduce the vulnerability to crop failures. Let us see about prevention and storage. Farmers employ post-harvest techniques to prevent the spoilage and nutritious value of their produce. Farmers ensure a variety of crops that need reduce the vulnerability to crop failures and stable food supply. Let us see about market access and distribution. Farmers often collaborate with traders, retailers and processors to farmers and encouraging the agricultural productivity. Next, we can see about farmers' role in environmental conservation and biodiversity. Conservation agriculture. Conservation agriculture is a farming system that promotes maintenance of a permanent soil cover and minimum soil disturbance and engaging soil level. Conservation tillage. Farmers often practicing conservation tillage practice to prevent the soil and reduce to crop failures. To reduce erosion, preserve soil structure, improves water infiltration and retain organic matter, which is vital for biodiversity in the soil. Let us see about water management. Agriculture is a major resource for water management. Insufficient irrigation practice can lead to water scarcity and contamination. This development, water management, precision irrigation like drip irrigation and water saving technologies to ensure optimal water usage. Additionally, adopting conversion systems practice that can lead to ensure reduce moisture in the soil and reduce the water runoff. We can see about biological control and agents, pest control. Farmers often engage in biological control agents. Farmers use biological agent control and pest control methods such as biological agent control and diversification. Let us see about crop rotation and diversification. Farmers who adopt to crop diversification and rotation while enhancing to prevent the buildup of pest and disease to enhancing wild soil fertility. Let us see about problems faced by farmers in agriculture. Challenges encountered by farmers. First one is climate change. Changing weather patterns, extreme temperatures, erratic rainfall and increase the frequency of natural disaster pose that significant agriculture. Droughts, floods and heat waves increase the risk of can damage the crops, reduce yields and increase the pests and diseases. Let us see about limited assets to resources. Farmers primarily engaged in limited access to resources. They use appropriate agricultural practice that required equipments and agricultural modern technologies. Next, we can go to market volatility and price fluctuations. Farmers often face this challenge related to price fluctuations, market volatility. They may struggle to obtain the fair price of their produce due to lack of market information, middleman exploitation and inadequate infrastructure for storage and transformation. Let us see about pest, disease and weeds. Crop pest, disease and weeds that affects the plants and growing a variety of crops. It increases the cost for pest management and yield losses. Let us see the other challenges faced by farmers. First one is soil degradation. Soil erosion, nutrient depletion, salinization and acidification can pose significant challenges to farmers. Labor shortage. Many regions has faced this labor shortage with younger generations increasingly pursuing non-agricultural professions. This can lead to finding the skilled labor while especially during peak periods like harvesting and planting. Next one is land scarcity. Land scarcity and the need for sustainable agricultural land management practice can limit the land scarcity. Access to information and technology. Farmers may lack access to information and technology. They may constrain financial problems like loans, service and credits are essential for difficult to invest in their farms. So, urbanization and land future of farming. Vertical farming. Vertical farming involves cultivating plants in vertically stacked layers and structures. This method controlled in indoor environments. And this method utilizes artificial lighting, hydroponic or aeroponic system and climatic control to optimize growing conditions. This method reduces the need for arable land, reduce water consumption by reducing recycling and recirculating irrigation systems. This method provides the ability to grow crops closer to urban areas and reduce transportation crops. Next, we can see about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a agriculture practice used by various ways. Machine learning algorithms for analyzing vast of agricultural data. Weather patterns, soil conditions and crop rotation characteristics. These methods are used in assist to control power drones to assist in monitoring crops, detecting disease and reduce manual labor, improves laborers. Robotics. Robotics are used in areas where labor shortage arises. Robots can do the activities repetitive agricultural tasks like harvesting crops, planting seeds and weeding can be performed efficiently by managing their land. Robots can increase productivity, reduce labor and maintain the quality. Minimize the use of pesticides and herbicides. Let us see about initiatives to support and improve farmers' livelihood. Sustainable agriculture practice, subsidies and financial support, price support and management. This can lead to maintain the sustainable agriculture practice. And thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am V. Niklan, studying 10th standard in the Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Today, I am going to take a long lecture about the art of animal husbandry. The content following the topic are animal husbandry, father of animal husbandry, types of animal husbandry, cattle farming, poultry farming, fish production, beekeeping, characteristics of animal shelter, sustainable practice of animal livestock management, 4 pillars of livestock management, trends of animal husbandry. Animal husbandry. What is animal husbandry? Rearing animals to obtain milk, meat, egg, and managing them is known as animal husbandry. In other words, the branch of agriculture related to scientific management of animal livestock is known as animal husbandry. It includes breeding, feeding and disease control of animals. Next, father of animal husbandry. Who is the father of animal husbandry? Robert Bakewell. He was born on 23 May 1725 and died on 1st October 1795. He was an agriculturalist who revolutionized sheep and cattle breeding by methodical selection and inbreeding. He was the first to improve the animals for meat production and carcasses quality. Various elements for animal husbandry. The various elements for animal husbandry are proper feeding for animals, proper care of animals against diseases, proper shelter for animals, proper feeding of animals. Importance of animal husbandry. The importance of animal husbandry are to increase milk production, to increase egg production, to increase meat production, to increase fish production, to properly utilize the animal waste for various purposes. It helps in increasing quality of food products from animals. It helps in developing high-yielding animals by crossbreeding to obtain milk, meat, and egg. Next, types of animal husbandry. There are totally 4 types of animal husbandry. They are cattle farming, poultry farming, fish production, beekeeping. First, cattle farming. Cattle farming is defined as rearing and breeding of cattle. It is used for 2 purposes, for getting milk as food and for agricultural tasks. Categories of cattle. There are totally 2 categories of cattle. They are milk-yielding animals, draught animals. Milk-yielding animals. Milk-yielding animals are used for the production of milk, which is also known as milch animals. Next, draught animals. Draught animals is used for farm labor, such as tillage, carting, irrigation, and more. There are totally 3 important breeds of cattle. They are indigenous breeds of cattle, exotic breeds of cattle, improved breeds of cattle. First, indigenous breeds of cattle. Indigenous breeds of cattle are the breeds which belong to the India. India has totally 27 indigenous breeds of cattle and 7 indigenous breeds of buffaloes. Some of the indigenous breeds of cattle are shown in this picture. They are Sahiwal, Gir, Red Sindhi, Kangayam, Killari, Bargur, and more. Next, exotic breeds of cattle. The exotic breeds of cattle are the breeds that belong to foreign which are imported from other countries and used for the production of milk and crossbreeding. Some of the exotic breeds of cattle are Holstein Friesian, Jersey, Brown Swiss, Red Dane, Ayrshire, Guernsey, etc. Next, improved breeds of cattle. Improved breeds of cattle are the breeds which are crossed between indigenous breeds of cow and exotic breeds of bull. Some of the improved breeds of cattle are Frieswald, Currant Swiss. Lactation period. Female cattle only provide us milk. The production of milk depends upon the lactation period. Lactation period is the period the production of milk after the birth of a calf. Thus, the production of milk can be increased by increasing the lactation period. Next, advantage of cattle farming. The advantage of cattle farming are, it is the life savior for unemploymented people from an early age. It increases the standard living of the farmers. Many small and large business depends upon the production of milk. For example, oil and ghee industries, sweet makers, etc. Next, poultry farming. Poultry farming is defined as rearing and taking care of poultry birds. It is done to raise the production of egg and meat. Some of the poultry birds are hen, turkey, duck, and geese. The one groomed for meat is known as chicken. There are totally 3 important breeds of cattle. They are indigenous breeds of cattle, indigenous breeds of poultry birds, exotic breeds of poultry birds, and the upgraded breeds of poultry birds. Some of the indigenous breeds of poultry birds are Asil, Brahma, Cochin, Basara, Nicobari, Karaknath, Red Jungle Fowl, etc. Next, some of the exotic breeds of poultry birds are White Leghorn, Black Minorca, Plymouth, Mahan, and Howden. Next, some of the upgraded breeds of poultry birds are B77, SH260, ILS 82. Next, crossbreeding in poultry birds. Crossbreeding in poultry birds helps us to meet the commercial use and management easily. They mainly focus on quantity and quality of chicks, adaptation to high temperature, low maintenance, and minimum feeding. Disease control of poultry birds. If a poultry bird lives in a crowd situation, disease can be easily spread from one poultry bird to another poultry bird. Disease can be spread by virus, bacteria, fungi, parasites, and nutrition deficiency. It can be prevented by proper cleaning, spraying, vaccination, sanitation, proper cleaning, etc. Some of the diseases are avian influenza, duck fungi, etc. Next, advantage of poultry birds. It requires minimum amount of water for both cleaning and drinking. It requires minimum area for the poultry birds to shape. Next, fish production. Fish production is a form of aquaculture. It forms an important part of our diet. Fish proteins are easily digestible. Additionally, it is used for medicinal use, industrial use, agricultural use, feed for farm, other use. Medicinal use. Fish liver oil is rich in vitamin A and D. Next, industrial use. Fish are used for the production in industries. Next, agricultural use. Fish are used as a manure for the soil enrichment and source of a biofuel. Next, feed for farm. Dried fish is used as a food source for the animals. Next, other use. Skin and bones of the fish is used for the production of ghee and other use. Next, fish production includes fin fisheries, shell fisheries. Fin fisheries. Fin fisheries mean capturing, management, and exploitation of bony and cartilaginous fish, while shell fisheries means capture, management, and exploitation of crab, mollusk, prawn, and etc. Next, there are totally two ways of obtaining fish. They are capture fisheries, culture fisheries. Capture fisheries. Capture and management of fish from marine water and fresh water, while culture fisheries mean cultivation of 5 or 6 species of fish in a single pond. On the basis of adaptation to water, fisheries are divided into 3 types. They are marine water fisheries, freshwater fisheries, brackish water fisheries. Marine water fisheries. Capture and management of fish from marine water, such as sea and ocean, is known as marine water fisheries. Some of the marine water fish are pomfret, tuna, sardine, mackerel, etc. Next, freshwater fisheries. Capture and management of fish from freshwater, such as river, lake, pond, etc., is known as freshwater fisheries. Some of the freshwater fish are rohu, katla, mistas, etc. Next, brackish water fisheries. Capture and management of fish from brackish water, such as estuaries, lagoon, swamps, is known as brackish water fisheries. Some of the brackish water fisheries are pearl, spot, mullet, etc. Next, composite fish culture system. Composite fish culture system is a technique in which 5 or 6 different types of species are cultured in a single pond. Many farmers use this composite fish culture system because it requires low investment. Fish production mainly focused on this composite fish culture system. The fish species selected for this composite fish culture system have different food habits, but as a result, they do not compete for the food. Next, advantage of fish production. Fish is easier to keep compared to the other meat-producing animals. They are able to convert more food into protein. There is an increasing demand for the fish liver oil and fish products. Next, it reduces the environmental disturbance. It requires minimum amount of water. Next, beekeeping. Beekeeping is the process of rearing and taking care of honeybees on a large scale to obtain honey. It is an old form of animal husbandry. It is also known as apiculture. It requires low investment. There are totally 4 common varieties of honeybees. They are Apis cerana indica, Apis florea, Apis mellifera, Apis dorsata. Apis cerana indica. Apis cerana indica is commonly known as Indian bee. Next, Apis florea. Apis florea is commonly known as little bee. Next, Apis mellifera. Apis mellifera is an Italian bee which stays in a beehive for a long time and breathes very well. Next, Apis dorsata. Apis dorsata is commonly known as rock bee. Quality of the honey. The quality of the honey depends upon the patch rate or flowers available for the honeybees for nectar and pollen collection. Next, taste of the honey. The taste of the honey depends upon the quality of patch rate and kinds of flower available for the honeybees. It can be fruity, smoky, spicy, woody, nutty, or earthy. Advantage of beekeeping. Honey is the nutritive food and used for various purposes. Bee wax is used for the medicinal preparation. Next, honeybee is the excellent pollinating agent which increases the agricultural yield. Next, characteristics of animal shelter. It should be situated in an ideal place. It should protect animals from heat, cold, and extreme weather. It should be clean, dry, and well ventilated. It should get proper sunlight during day and it should be properly aerated. It should have proper arrangement and outlets. The animal waste should be disposed in a regular interval. It should be spacious from each animal to stay comfortable with avoiding the crowding situation. Sustainable practice of animal livestock management. Sustainable practice of animal livestock management includes pasture management, zero grazing, silvipastoral system. Pasture management. Pasture management means practice of growing healthy forage grasses and legumes that ensures a lasting food source for the animals. Next, zero grazing. Zero grazing is a system where cattle usually kept in the farm and farmers bring feed to them. Next, silvipastoral system. It refers to the production of woody plants with pasture grasses. It used to provide livestock for the protection of sun and wind, which can increase animal comfort and improve production. Next, 4 pillars of animal livestock management. There are the 4 pillars of animal livestock management are feeding, breathing, weeding, heeding. Feeding. Feeding is the process by which organisms, typically animals, obtain food. Next, breeding. Breeding is a sexual reproduction that produces offspring, usually in animals. Next, weeding. Weeding is the process of elimination of uneconomical animals. Next, heeding. Heeding is the proper care and management of animals. Next, trends of animal husbandry. Trends of animal husbandry are The Indian animal husbandry market size reached INR 1,085 billion in 2020. Next, IMAR Group expected that the market size to reach INR 1,683 billion by 2028, exhibiting a growth rate of 7.4% during 2023 to 2028. Next, livestock sector has grown at a compound annual growth rate of 7.9% during last 5 years. India is the #1 country in animal husbandry. Let's recall. From this topic, we have seen what is animal husbandry, father of animal husbandry, various elements for animal husbandry, importance of animal husbandry, types of animal husbandry, cattle farming, poultry farming, fish production, beekeeping, characteristics of animal shelter, sustainable practice of animal livestock management, 4 pillars of livestock management, trends of animal husbandry. Thank you. The next person will be continue.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I welcome you all to this Frontline World Record Festival 2023. I am Divyashree of grade 11 of the Frontline Academy Matriculation High Secondary School. It's my pleasure to be a part of Frontline World Record Festival. So today I am here to take lecture on the topic Rights, Duties and Responsibilities of Consumers. So before getting into the topic, let us see a short introduction about the topic. The first consumer movement was begun in England after the Second World War in 1968. Ralph Nader, he was an American author, political activist. He is referred as the father of consumer movement. As consumers, we have wide range of rights, duties and responsibilities that are designed to ensure fair trade practice. What is fair trade practice? It is a way of doing business that ultimately aims to keep small farmers as an active part in the world's marketplace. So without further delay, let's get into the topic. Consumer. Who is consumer? Consumer is a person who consumes the goods manufactured and sold by others or created by nature and sold by others. In short, consumer is a person who consumes or buys a product and services. So let's move deeper into the topic, consumer exploitation. What is consumer exploitation? It is a situation in which consumer is being cheated by the seller of the product regarding false information like fake advertisements and selling duplicate products. So let's see what are the reasons in which consumer is being exploited. Selling at higher price, adulteration, duplicate, artificial scarcity, substandard, product risk, warranty and services, unsuitability of products, and false advertisements. Let's see each with examples. Selling at higher price. You may experience even though the shopkeeper have plenty of stock in his shop, he'll not sell it for a particular time. Once the demand for the product increases, he increases the price of the product and sell it at higher price. So this is an example of selling at higher price. For example, the price of water bottle. The price of water bottle in summer season differs a lot from other season because during summer season, the sellers increases the price of the water bottle because once we go out, we'll definitely purchase a water bottle. By knowing that, sellers will increases the price of the water bottle during summer season. Adulteration. It is a process of mixing of some pure or impure substance in a product in order to earn profit. It reduces the quality of product and leads to degradation of health of consumers. Example, coating of wax in apple. Duplicate. Duplicate products of popular products are illegally produced and sold in market. Duplicate are available plenty in the market for every original product. More duplicate medicine are sold from Cape to Kashmir. The consumer is not in a position to differentiate whether the produced goods is original or duplicate because the difference between original and duplicate differs in quality. Even duplicate products are also made in original products. So the consumer must not have a knowledge to identify which is original and which is duplicate. So it differs only in the quality. Artificial scarcity. You may experience even though the shopkeeper have adequate goods in his shop, he'll write no stock in front of the shop. Once the scarcity for the product increases, he increases the price of the product and sell it at higher price. So this means that when scarcity increases, the price of the product also increases. If scarcity decreases, the price of the product also decreases. Substandard. When you purchase a product which has been packed in a container and sealed, the seller will blame the carelessness of the consumers only. This is being legally cheated by the sellers. So whatever the product you may purchase which has been packed in a container, you must check the quality before purchasing it. If you have purchased once, you may not get an option to exchange it. Product risk. Some product may contain physical danger to the health of consumers because they may contain chemically harmful substance which affect the health of the consumer. So it is a duty of the manufacturer to inform what are the danger involved in it and what are the precautions can be taken. But some manufacturers not doing it and cheating the sellers in those ways. Unsuitability of products. Example for unsuitability of product is online shopping. Online shoppings like Meesho, Flipkart, Amazon, in those online platforms, sometimes you have ordered a product, but sometimes it differs in reality. So sometimes it happens. It is an example of unsuitability of products. False advertisements. Advertisements convey only a very little amount of information about the product, not the complete information about the product. Whatever given in the advertisement may not be true in reality. So we should not believe whatever given in the advertisement. The seller is cheating the consumer by giving false advertisement. So there is lots of difference between true and fake. So these are the ways in which consumer is being cheated by the seller. Let's see some examples of consumer exploitation. In this picture, you can see the original price of the product is 450, but the seller is selling the product at 500. This is an example for selling at higher price. When the demand for a particular product increases, the price of the product also increases. In this picture, examples of adulteration of food. Let's see what are they. Mixing of water and milk, mixing of chalk powder and flour, mixing of vanaspati in ghee, mixing of papaya seed and pepper, mixing of brick powder and chili powder, and mixing of wood powder and coriander. The most often you experience is mixing of water and milk because we'll purchase milk on a day-to-day basis. So when you purchase a milk which has been packed in a packet, definitely water will be mixed in it. These are the examples of adulteration of food. This is done only in order to earn profit. In this picture you can see the shopkeeper is using defective weighing scale to weigh this product. But the consumer is not noticing it. If he weighed more, he can sell the product at higher price. So we must be aware, whenever the shopkeeper is weighing your product, you must be aware and check those weight of the product. In this picture, you can see the price of 1 kg of tomato is 90 rupees. The seller is telling that only I have tomato. If you want, take it or leave it. This means that when scarcity for the tomato increases, the price of the tomato also increases. If scarcity decreases, the price also decreases. Sometimes even, so it is not predictable. It depends upon the product. It is applicable for all the products. So even sometimes the price of tomato is even 10 rupees, but sometimes it is even more than 180 or 190. So now let's get into the topic without further delay. Rights, duties and responsibilities of consumers. Rights of consumers. What is rights of consumer? First, what is rights? Rights means powers. What are the powers that the consumer has? Let us see in the further topics. Consumer is an important point around which the entire business process moves. Satisfaction of consumer is an ultimate aim of business. Consumer rights means right to have informed about purity, potential and quality. He is John F. Kennedy. He is the former president of USA. He defined consumer rights as right to be informed, right to safety and right to choose and right to be heard. So at present there are 9 consumer rights. Let's see what are they. Right to safety, right to choose, right to be heard, right to seek redressal, right to quality of life, right to consumer education, right to consumer protection, right to basic needs. So these are the 9 kinds of consumer rights. Let's see each with some examples. Right to safety. Some product may cause physical danger to the health of consumer because they may contain chemically harmful substance which affect the health of the consumer. So it is a duty of consumer to check before purchasing a product, we must check whether the danger is involved in the product or not. After gaining those information, he can make decision whether on purchasing or not. So even the sellers are selling the product which is harmful to the health of consumer. So we must be aware of those things. In this picture, you can see the corn is rotten, but even some sellers, in order to earn profit, they may pack those corn and sell it in the market. So we must be aware of those things. And for example, if you are purchasing 1 kg of apple from the market without checking the quality, but the apple is rotten, those without knowing it, if you have consumed it, it leads to degradation of health and causes many health issues. So as consumers, we must be aware of those things. Right to be informed. The consumer should be given with all relevant information about a product before purchasing it. Relevant fact involves usage, what are the ingredients used in the product, manufacture date, pack date, etc. After gaining those information, the consumer can make decision whether on purchasing the product or not. No one is being forced the consumer to purchase a product. If someone is forcing the consumer to purchase a product, he should not purchase it. He has the right to raise a complaint for those things. Right to choose. Ultimate aim of business is consumer satisfaction. Consumer is the king of business. Without consumers, business cannot be done. So consumer is the king of business. Consumer has the right to choose his product from wide variety of products. For a particular product, there are wide variety brands. The consumer can choose the brand which satisfies their needs such as color, quality, design, size, etc. After gaining all those things, he can choose the product from which satisfy their needs. So no one is being forced by seller to choose a product. In today's market, teenagers are the important person in the today's market. So so they must be aware about purchasing a product. So anytime a person may buy toys and some person may buy dresses. So that is their own choice to make purchases. So each has unique choice. So they can choose their choice which satisfy their needs. Right to be heard. Consumer has the right to register his dissatisfaction, disagreements about a product. If he is not satisfied with the product, he has the right to raise a complaint. These are vital. For example, if you are purchasing a product from the market, but the product has been already expired, but the seller is selling the product in the market, even the price of the product is too low. You may think, for this product, why we have to raise a complaint? Even the price is too low. If all the people in the society think the same, then what happens next? Then the sellers start producing duplicate products. So these are vital. Right to consumer education. Consumer has the right to acquire complete knowledge about a product before purchasing it. Whatever the product he may purchase, he must be aware of his rights. There are certain rights and reliefs guaranteed to the consumers to be followed. So the consumer must be educated about ISM certification marks. Certification marks or standardization marks. BIS hallmark, it is given for gold and silver jewelry. Whenever you purchase gold or silver jewelry, you must ensure whether the BIS hallmark mark is given to the product or not. If it is given, then you can buy the product. The product is good in quality. ISI mark. ISI mark is given for industrial products. Whenever you purchase industrial or electronic item, you must ensure whether the ISI mark is given to the product or not. It represents the quality of products. Then you can see the Eco mark. Eco mark is given for eco-friendly products. It means that that product does not contain any harmful to the environment, and it is not harmful to the environment. Non-polluting vehicles. These are given to the motor vehicles which does not pollute the environment. So we must check whether whenever we purchase a vehicle, we must check whether the non-polluting vehicle mark is given or not. FPO mark. FPO mark is given for fruit processed products. Whenever you purchase fruit processed product like fruit beverages, fruit milkshakes, fruit extracts, and pickles, you must ensure whether the FPO mark is given or not. This mark ensures that the product has been made in a clean and safe environment, and it does not cause any harmful to the health of consumer. So the product is good in quality, it does not cause any harmful to the health of consumer. This mark represents the quality. AG mark. Ag mark is given for agricultural products. Whenever you purchase a product, whatever related to the agricultural product, you must ensure whether the Ag mark is given to the product or not. These are all the certification mark given to the product. It represents the quality. It represents that the product is high in quality. It does not cause any harmful to the health of consumers. Right to quality of life. Quality of life refers to well-being of a people. Consumerism has been defined as an improved quality of life. If what are the product that the consumer is consuming is of good quality, then he can lead a qualified life. But what are the product he is consuming is poor in quality, then how can a consumer lead a qualified life? So the seller must produce a quality products which does not cause any harm to the health of consumers. If it is all good, then the consumer can lead a qualified life. If the consumer is given with good prosperity, good health, good governance, good environment, and good governance, then he can lead a quality life which does not cause any harmful to the health of consumers. Right to consumer protection. Consumer must be protected against goods and services which cause harmful to the health, and they must be educated about ISA mark standards. We have already seen that ISA mark standards refers to Hallmark, AgMark, FPO mark, those marks. Right to basic needs. Every consumer has the right to get his basic necessities of life. As a citizen, no one can stop a consumer from getting his basic necessities. If someone stops the consumer from getting his basic necessities, he has the right to raise a complaint. Basic needs refers to food, clothing, and shelter. A consumer must be given with all those things. If he's not given with it, he can inquire about those things. The other basic needs include healthcare, education, and sanitation. Duties of rights, we have seen that what is right to safety, what is right to be heard, right to healthy environment, right to seek redressal, right to quality of life, and right to consumer protection. So we have completed rights of consumers. Now we have came across duties of consumers. So apart from rights, there are certain duties imposed on consumers to be followed. This is given to the consumer to make fair purchases. The consumer should not misuse the rights and duties given to him. Let's see what are the duties given to the consumers. Buying quality of goods at reasonable price. Ensure weights and measurement before making a purchase. Read the label carefully. Be aware of false and attractive advertisement, misleading schemes. Ensuring the receipt of cash bill. Buying from reputed shops. Never purchase from black market. Buying standardized products. Follow the instruction of the manufacturer. Knowledge of consumer rights. Buying from reputed shops. Let's see each with some examples. Buying quality of goods at reasonable price. It is a duty of consumer. It is a duty of consumer to purchase product after gaining knowledge of the product. Whatever the product he may purchase, he must check the quality of product, and it should be of reasonable price. So whenever you purchase a product, you must inquire about the price in the nearby shops, even if possible from government shops, because the price difference between private shops and government shops differs a lot. Price, quality, and other terms and conditions must be inquired before purchasing a product. So we must be aware of those things. Never ensure weights and measurement before making a purchase. Whatever the product you may purchase, you must ensure the weight and measure of the product. Avoid purchasing product that has been weighed along with its packing. So those product which has been weighed along with its packing may not be true. Even the seller, in order to earn profit, he may give fake weight of the product. So we must be aware before purchasing a product. Even whatever the product you may purchase, even if you are purchasing 1 kg of apple from the market, for those products you must ensure whether the weight is of actual, not more than that or not less than that. So it is better to avoid purchasing product that has been weighed along with its packing. Reading the label carefully. Read the label of the product to have correct and complete information about the product. Whatever the product you may purchase, you must ensure the label to have correct and complete information. For example, if you are going to a dress shop to purchase a dress, but you have not checked the label, you are attracted by the dress, you are taking it to the bill counter. But at that time, the price is too high. You may think, before taking it to the bill counter, we can check the price. Then you will not face those circumstances. So we must read the label carefully before purchasing a product. Be aware of false and attractive advertisements. Advertisements convey only a very little amount of information about the product, not the complete information about the product. So consumer must not be cheated by the attractive and fraudulent advertisements shown by the sellers. So you must be aware of that, we should not believe whatever given in the advertisement. It may not be true in reality. In this picture, you can see the example of advertisement of burger. In the advertisement, the size of the burger is too large with vegetables and cheese, and it is fluffed. But in reality, the expectation falls out. In reality, there is no vegetables, etc. So some sellers are giving fake advertisement to attract the seller, but in reality, it does not exist. Misleading schemes. Consumer is being tempted by the sellers who offer gifts and discounts. Offers include special offer, half price, buy one get one free. Whenever you go to a dress shop to purchase during the time of RD offer, you may experience buy one get one free. In that, one dress may be of good quality, even high in quality, but other may not be same. One is rich in quality, but other will not have the high quality. So the seller, in order to earn profit, he have given it. Then how come both products will be of rich in quality? Ensuring the receipt of cash bill. It is a duty of the consumer to ensure the cash receipt along with the product. So whenever you purchase whatever the product may be, you must ensure whether the receipt of cash bill is given to you or not. Even if you are purchasing a dress, but you are not satisfied with the dress, you want to exchange it, but you have lost the bill. Without bill, nothing can be done. Bill plays a vital role in this position. So whatever the product you may purchase, you must keep the bill in a safe way. In this picture, you can see the difference between fake bill and real bill. In the fake bill, it has been written as, if you want to reduce petrol price, don't vote Modi again. But in real bill, no return, except thank you, visit again, no return format will be written below the bill. So we must be aware of those things. Buying from reputed shops. It is better to buy products from reputed shops. What is reputed shops? Reputed shops means we'll have, this product will be good in shop. In this shop, the product will have high in quality. So that we believe in that shop. Those shops are called reputed shops. So it is better to buy products from reputed shops like super bazaars, cooperative stores, etc. Never purchase from black market. Consumers should not buy things in excess of his requirements. As a citizen, we must not involve in those illegal activities. We are given with all those basic needs, and what is the need to purchase from black market? So we should not involve in those illegal activities. You can stop the black market, don't buy or sell on it. Buying standardized products. Often the consumer purchase product which is cheap and which are not safe. For a particular product, there are wide variety brands, but the consumer will purchase product which is cheap in price. But no consumer will check whether the quality is good or not. Only they'll check the price of the product. So we must be aware of that. We should not check the price. Before checking the price, we must check the quality. Because each and every product has a certain certification marks. It is given for all those products which is high in quality. So before checking the price, we must check the quality before purchasing a product. It is a duty of consumer to buy products with standardization marks. Follow the instruction of the manufacturer. We have to use product as per the instruction given by the manufacturer. The instructions are given by the manufacturer to be followed by us to use the product in a safe way, and it does not cause any danger to the health of consumer and damage of products. Whenever you purchase a medicine, you'll see certain instruction like keep it in a cool place, keep it away from children, don't rub on ice. There are certain instructions given by the manufacturer to be followed by us. If we follow those things, we can lead a healthy life. So we must follow the instruction given by the manufacturer. If we does not follow it, it leads to degradation of health and damage of products. Knowledge of consumer rights. In these days, sellers are trying to cheat consumer in the possible ways. So if we are aware of rights and duties, then what is the need to be cheated by the sellers? So if we are aware of those things, we will not be cheated by the seller. It is a duty of consumer to be aware of his rights. If we are aware of all those things, then we can purchase product in a safe way. We have seen what are the duties given to our consumers. So from this you have some knowledge about it. Now apart from rights and duties, there are certain responsibilities given to the consumer to be followed. So let's see what are they. Terms, conditions and sales contract. You will experience this during whenever you order a product in online shopping, like Meesho, Flipkart, Amazon. So you can give certain instruction to your delivery partner. It may be of don't ring the bell, delivery on time, keep it in the doorstep. These are the certain instruction given by us to the delivery partner, that is seller. So we have the responsibility to do so. Pay any interest and special damages. If you are ordering a product from the online shopping, before reaching your home, the product has been damaged, then the seller must pay any interest. You can have an option of return policy. But even you're going to a shop and ordering a product, before reaching your home it is damaged, then the seller must pay any interest for the special damages occurred. Consumer is not responsible for the damage occurred before reaching their home. Precautions while using a product. Whatever the product you may purchase, you must use the instruction and precautions given by the manufacturer. So it prevents the damage of health and consumers' health. Straightforward of your requirements and expectation of a product. Whatever the product, if you have any expectation in purchasing a product, you must feel free to express your expectation to the seller. If you express your expectation, then the seller can make better products which satisfy your needs. So we must be straightforward in expressing our requirements. Quality, quantity, price. These are the basic things to ensure a product. Whatever the product you may purchase, you will ensure whether the quality is good, whether the quantity is okay for the price, whether the price is reasonable. So the quantity, quality, price are the basic things to purchase a product. We must be aware of all those things before purchasing a product, whatever the product may be. This is applicable for all the product. Cash receipt must to claim warranty card. Even if you want to claim warranty card, cash receipt is must. Without cash receipt, nothing can be done. You must, whatever the product you may purchase, you must keep the bill in a safe way. Even if you want to claim warranty card, the warranty period is of 3 years. In the third year, you want to claim warranty card. At that time also, the cash receipt is must. So you must keep it in a safe way. Never compromise with the quality of goods. If you are not satisfied with the quality of goods, you need not to compromise yourself. You must be straightforward and tell your expectation to the seller. Quality of goods not through advertisements. Never judge the quality of goods through advertisements, because advertisements convey only a very little amount of information about the product, not the complete information about the product. So you should not believe whatever given in the advertisements. Consumer Protection Act was passed in the year 1986 by Indian government. So from this picture, you can gain knowledge about kinds of consumer responsibilities. Consumer must exercise their rights. Cautions must be followed by the consumer before purchasing a product. Filling complaints of genuine. What are the complaints the consumer is telling to the seller must compromise all those things. Consumer must buy quality of products. Do not be affected by advertisements. Insist on the bill. We must keep the bill in a safe way, etc. Mahatma Gandhi defined customer as the customer is the most important person on our premises. He is not dependent on him. He is not dependent on us. We are dependent on him. He is not an interruption of work. He is a part of it. So he is not an outsider to the business. He is a part of it. We are doing him a favor by serving him. He is doing a favor by giving us opportunity to do so. This is said by Mahatma Gandhi. So today we have seen that who are consumers, ways consumers are being exploited, what are consumer rights, examples of consumer exploitation, what are the duties of consumers, and what are the responsibilities of consumers. We are all consumers. We are all purchasing product on a day-to-day basis. So we must be aware of rights, duties, and responsibilities given to us. If we are aware of all those things, then we can make fair purchases. We will not be cheated by the seller of the product. So from this session, you come to know gain some knowledge about all those things. So thanks for giving me this opportunity.
Hello everyone.
Shik of Grade 12 from the Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Today, I am here to present the lecture on the topic Human Respiratory System, Structure and Functions of Nasal Cavity, Trachea, Bronchi and Lungs. With this lecture, you will get to know why respiration is important for our lives and what are the topics that is covered in the human respiration. The contents we're gonna see in this human respiration are definition of respiration, human respiratory system, mechanism of breathing, exchange of gases, transport of gases and several other topics related to the human respiration. Now, we can discuss about the definition of respiration. Respiration refers to the process of exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide between the environment and the cells of a body where the organic nutrients are broken down enzymatically to release energy. Now, we can see about the 5 primary functions of respiration. The 5 primary functions of respiration includes exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide between the environment and the cells of a body, to maintain the homeostatic regulation of the body pH, to protect us from the inhaled pathogens and pollutants, to maintain vocal cords for normal communication, to remove heat produced during the cellular respiration. Next, we can see about the human respiratory tract. The human respiratory tract comprises of the organs starting from the external nostrils, nasal cavity, pharynx, larynx, trachea, bronchi, bronchioles and lungs, which contain alveoli. The human respiratory tract is divided into 2 zones, namely conducting zone and respiratory zone. The conducting zone starts from the external nostrils and ends by the terminal bronchioles. The parts of the conducting zone humidifies and warms the air. When we see about the respiratory zone, it consists of the alveoli and the ducts, and it is mainly involved in the exchange of gases. Next, we can see about the path traveled by the air in the human respiratory tract. When the air enters into the upper human respiratory tract through the external nostrils, it is filtered by the fine hairs and mucus lining the passage. After external nostrils, it leads to the nasal cavity and then to the nasopharynx and then to the glottis of the larynx region into the trachea. Then it leads to the ciliated epithelial cells, which is covering the trachea, bronchi and bronchioles. And we also have a mucous membrane which contains a specialized cells known as the goblet cells. These goblet cells secrete mucus, which is a thick slimy material rich in glycoproteins. Next, we can see about the role of epiglottis during swallowing. Epiglottis is a thin elastic flap which prevents the choking action of the food during swallowing, and thus it prevents the choking action of the food. Next, we can see about the structure of trachea. Trachea is a semi-flexible tube which extends up to the mid-thoracic cavity, that is the 5th thoracic vertebra. After the 5th thoracic vertebra, the trachea gets divided into right and left primary bronchi, 1 bronchus to each lung. The bronchi gets divided into secondary and tertiary bronchi, and the secondary and tertiary bronchi are further divided into the terminal and respiratory bronchioles. Next, we can see about the structure of bronchi and bronchioles. The bronchi consist of C-shaped cartilaginous plates. This is to ensure that the air passage does not collapse due to the pressure gradient, but the bronchioles does not contain any such cartilaginous plates because they are rigid enough to prevent themselves from the pressure gradient, but they are surrounded by the several layers of smooth muscle. This is to ensure that the air passage adjusts accordingly during the respiration accordingly. Next, we can see about the structure of alveoli. Alveoli is a structure which is primarily meant for the respiration, and alveoli is the termination of the respiratory bronchioles, and it is a highly vascularized and thin-walled pouch-like air sac structure. The diffusion membrane of alveoli consists of 3 layers, namely thin squamous epithelial cells of the alveoli, the endothelium of the alveolar capillary, and the basement substance which is found in between the thin squamous epithelial cells of the alveoli and the endothelium of the alveolar capillaries. The thin squamous epithelial cells of the alveoli consist of 2 types of cells, namely type 1 cells and type 2 cells. Type 1 cells are thinner and the gases diffuse rapidly through them, but the type 2 cells are thicker and they synthesize a substance known as surfactants. Surfactants are the thin non-cellular films which is made up of proteins and phospholipids, and these surfactants covers the alveolar membrane, and this prevents the collapsing of the lungs due to the pressure in the lungs, and it also helps in the prevention of the pulmonary edema. Pulmonary edema is a disease which is due to the collection of fluid in the tissues and the lungs. Next we can discuss about the newborn respiratory distress disorder, which is syndrome, which is caused due to in the premature babies. When the premature babies are born at the before the 26 weeks of the pregnancy, they may experience the NRDS. This is due to since the surfactants will secrete only after the 26 weeks of pregnancy, so that the premature baby will get a treatment accordingly. Next we can see about the structure of lungs. Lungs is a light spongy tissue which is enclosed in the thoracic cavity in an airtight space. The thoracic cavity is bound dorsally to the vertebral column, ventrally to the sternum, laterally to the ribs, and on the lower side it is covered by the dome-shaped diaphragm. The lungs is covered by the double-walled pleural membrane which encloses the pleural fluid. The pleural membrane is made up of several layers of elastic connective tissues and capillaries. The role of the pleural fluid is to reduce friction in the lungs during the respiration, and thus it also prevents the collapsing of the lungs. Next we can see about the steps involved in the human respiration. First step is exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide between the atmosphere and the lungs of our body, and the second step is exchange of gases between the lungs and the blood, and the blood transports the exchanged oxygen and carbon dioxide. Then the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide between the blood and the tissues of a body will take place. Then the cells will uptake oxygen for the various cellular activities, and they will produce heat. The heat is again removed by the respiratory processes itself, and this is a cycle. Next we can discuss about the mechanism of respiration. The breathing is a movement of the atmospheric air into the lungs. It is also known as ventilation. Inspiration and expiration are the two phases of breathing. Inspiration is the movement of the atmospheric air into the lungs, whereas the expiration is the movement of the alveolar air that diffuse out of the lungs. The lungs do not contain any such muscle fibers to support it in breathing, but it is supported by the ribs and the diaphragm. The diaphragm is a thin sheet of tissue which separates the thoracic cavity from the abdominal cavity, and the diaphragm is dome-shaped in a regular mode, and the ribs are supported by the internal intercostal muscles and external intercostal muscles. The internal intercostal muscles and external intercostal muscles along with the diaphragm constitutes the pressure gradient in the lungs. We all know that air always moves from a region of higher pressure to a region of lower pressure. In the same way, inspiration takes place when the air flows from the higher pressure region, that is atmosphere, to the lower pressure region, that is the lungs. In the same way, expiration takes place. The alveolar air that diffuse out from the higher pressure region, that is the lungs, to the lower pressure region, atmosphere. Before getting into our next topic, let's now discuss about the Boyle's law. This law states that at constant temperature, the pressure of the gas is inversely proportional to its volume. That is, if the volume of the gas increases, then the pressure of the gas will decrease. Actually, respiration is the best example for the Boyle's law. Next, we can discuss about the mechanism of breathing, events in inspiration and events in expiration. Events in inspiration, the respiratory center which is present in the brain initiates the stimuli during the inspiration. Then the diaphragm and the external intercostal muscles contract. Then the thoracic volume increases. Since the chest wall expands, then the pressure will decreases gradually since the volume decreases. Then the alveolar pressure decreases than the atmospheric pressure. Then the alveoli will get expanded so that the air is taken from the higher pressure region, atmosphere, to the lower pressure region, alveoli and lungs. Then air is taken into the alveoli until the alveolar pressure equalizes the atmospheric pressure. At the end of inspiration, the alveoli will get inflated. Next we can see about the events in expiration. The respiratory center terminates the stimuli during the expiration. Then the diaphragm relaxes, but the internal intercostal muscles will start to contract. In the same way, the thoracic volume will decreases since the chest wall contracts. Then the intrapulmonary pressure, that is the pressure inside the lungs, gradually increases since the volume decreases. Then the alveolar pressure increases than the atmospheric pressure, so that the air is sent out. Since the alveolar pressure is greater than the atmospheric pressure, and then the alveoli will get contracted. Then air is sent out until the alveolar pressure equalizes the atmospheric pressure. At the end of expiration, it will get deflated. On an average, a healthy human being breathes about 10 to 12 times per minute. As instrument called spirometer is used to measure the person's pulmonary assessment on a clinical basis. Next, we can discuss about the respiratory volumes and respiratory capacities. First, we can discuss about the respiratory volumes. This respiratory volume includes tidal volume, inspiratory reserve volume, expiratory reserve volume, and residual volume. First of all, tidal volume is the amount of air that is involved in our breathing movements. Approximately 500 ml of air is involved in our breathing movements per each gaseous exchange, so that 6000 ml of air is involved in our breathing movements per minute. Next, we can discuss about the inspiratory reserve volume. The amount of air that a person can inspire forcefully is known as the inspiratory reserve volume, and the value of inspiratory reserve volume is approximately equal to 2500 to 3000 ml. Next, we can discuss about the expiratory reserve volume. The volume of air that a person can expire forcefully is known as the expiratory reserve volume, and the value of the expiratory reserve volume is approximately equal to 1000 to 1100 ml. When we discuss about the residual volume, it is the volume of air that will be in our lungs even after the forceful expiration, and it is approximately equal to the 1100 to 1200 ml. When we discuss about the respiratory capacities, we are in need to discuss about the vital capacity, inspiratory capacity, expiratory capacity, total lung capacity, and minute respiratory volume. Vital capacity is the amount of volume of air that is involved in our breathing movements after the forced inspiration. That is, the person first inspires maximally and then expires maximally, and the value of the vital capacity is given by the sum of the inspiratory reserve volume, expiratory reserve volume, and tidal volume. And when we discuss about inspiratory capacity, it is the volume of air that a person can inspire after the normal exhalation is known as the inspiratory capacity, and it is equal to the sum of the inspiratory reserve volume and tidal volume. When we discuss about the expiratory capacity, it is the volume of air that a person can expire after the normal inhalation, and it is approximately equal to the sum of the expiratory reserve volume and the tidal volume. When we discuss about total lung capacity, the volume of air that can be accommodated in our lungs even after the forceful inspiration is known as the total lung capacity, and its value is given by the sum of the residual volume and the vital capacity. When we discuss about the minute respiratory volume, the volume of air that is involved in our breathing movements per minute is known as the minute respiratory volume. Approximately 6000 ml of air is involved in our breathing movements per minute. Now we can discuss about dead space. The dead space is the amount of gases that do not involve in the gaseous exchange. That is, some of the inspired gases will never reach the gaseous exchange areas, but they just fills the respiratory passages, and the value of dead space is approximately equal to 150 ml. Now we can discuss about the exchange of gases. Alveoli is the site which is primarily meant for the exchange of gases, and the exchange of oxygen and is a pressure contributed by an individual gas in the mixture of gases, and the partial pressure of oxygen is denoted as PO2, and the partial pressure of carbon dioxide is denoted as PCO2. And when we discuss about the solubility of the gases, the solubility of the oxygen is 20 to 25 times lower than that of the solubility of the carbon dioxide. In the same way, the partial pressure of the carbon dioxide is also very much greater than that of the oxygen. Next, we can discuss about some respiratory pigments, hemoglobin and methemoglobin. Hemoglobin, we are all aware of hemoglobin, which is the colored portion of our RBCs. This hemoglobin belongs to the class of conjugated protein, and it consists of the middle portion, which is known as the heme, and this heme constitutes 4% of the hemoglobin, and this heme contains iron, and the heme contains about 4 molecules of iron, out of which each molecule of iron can carry a molecule of oxygen, so that a hemoglobin can carry a molecule of oxygen, and the rest of the hemoglobin is supported by the globin, which belongs to the histone class, and the average weight of the hemoglobin is about 68,000 daltons, and the iron in the hemoglobin will be in the ferrous state. When we discuss about methemoglobin, if the iron in the hemoglobin is in the ferric state than the normal ferrous state, then it is known as the methemoglobin. This methemoglobin cannot carry oxygen, and totally RBCs contain 1% of the methemoglobin in a usually. Next, we can discuss about the hormone erythropoietin. Erythropoietin is a hormone which is produced by our kidneys, which regulates the production of the RBCs from the bone marrow. From this, we can understand how complexly our body is designed. Next, we can discuss about the transport of gases. Here we can discuss two various gases: transport of oxygen and transport of carbon dioxide. Here we can discuss about transport of oxygen. The oxygen in the blood is carried in two ways. One is dissolved in the blood plasma, and the another one is bound to hemoglobin. Dissolved in the blood plasma, we all know that oxygen is very less soluble, and only 3% of the oxygen is carried by dissolving in the blood plasma, and the rest 97% of the hemoglobin is carried by binding to hemoglobin, and it is carried as the oxyhemoglobin. And we get a sigmoid curve when we plot the partial pressure of the oxygen against the percentage of saturation of oxygen in hemoglobin, and it is also known as the oxyhemoglobin dissociation curve. And we get a sigmoid curve, as I said earlier, and we have a steep slope between the 10 to 50 mmHg partial pressure values of the oxygen, and a narrow curve between the 70 to 100 partial pressure values of the oxygen, and the binding of oxygen to the hemoglobin requires certain conditions, and those conditions includes high partial pressure of oxygen, low partial pressure of carbon dioxide, low hydrogen ion concentration, and low temperature. Next, we can discuss about the transport of carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide is transported in three various ways. One is dissolved in blood plasma, and the next one is bound to hemoglobin, and the third one is as a bicarbonate ions in the plasma. We all know that carbon dioxide is very much soluble than oxygen, but also only 7 to 10% of the carbon dioxide is carried by dissolving in the blood plasma. Next, 20 to 25% of the carbon dioxide is carried by binding to hemoglobin, and this also requires some favorable condition. Those favorable condition includes the high partial pressure of carbon dioxide, low partial pressure of oxygen, high temperature, and high hydrogen ion concentration. When we discuss about the bicarbonate ions, maximum of the carbon dioxide is carried as the bicarbonate ions in the plasma, and about 70% of the carbon dioxide is carried by binding as a bicarbonate ions in plasma, and the enzyme called carbonic anhydrase helps the carbon dioxide to convert as the bicarbonate ions. Next, we can discuss about the regulation of respiration. We have already discussed in the mechanism of respiration that there is a specialized respiratory center which is present in the brain that initiates or terminates the stimuli during the inspiration or expiration, and this center is known as the specialized respiratory center, which is present in the medulla oblongata region of the hindbrain, and this is known as the respiratory rhythm center, and this respiratory rhythm center is controlled by the pneumothoracic center, which is present in the brain, which moderates the function of this respiratory rhythm center for the normal respiration. And there is a chemosensitive area present close to this respiratory rhythm center, and that chemosensitive area is highly sensitive to carbon dioxide and hydrogen ions, and all the carbon dioxide and the hydrogen ions are removed by the respiratory processes itself. And there are certain remedial action which is prescribed by this respiratory rhythm center also. The aortic arch and the carotid artery associated with this respiratory rhythm center will ensure there is some contact with this respiratory rhythm center for remedial actions in some emergency condition. When we discuss about the role of oxygen in the regulation of respiration, it is totally insignificant. When we consider oxygen, we just need oxygen for the regulation of respiration, but we does not need oxygen for any other regulatory processes. We just need oxygen for the respiratory processes. Next we can discuss about the problems in oxygen transport. Here we can discuss three various cases: acute mountain sickness, nitrogen necrosis, and vents or decompression sickness. Acute mountain sickness: when a person moves on an elevation of about 8,000 feet from the sea level, the person may experience the symptoms of the acute mountain sickness, AMS. The symptoms of the AMS includes nausea, dizziness, tiredness, poor binding of oxygen to the hemoglobin, and shortness of breath. This is totally due to the poor binding of oxygen to the hemoglobin, and because the hemoglobin requires certain amount of temperature which is required to bind oxygen to the hemoglobin, but at high altitudes the temperature will be low. When a person moves on a higher elevation, the body begins to make some respiratory and hemopoietic adjustments so that the kidney accelerates the production of the hormone erythropoietin, which is required to regulate more RBCs to be produced from the bone marrow. See how our body faces all the challenges easily. Thus, we can understand that the body is the well-designed mechanism in the total atmosphere. Next, we can discuss about the nitrogen necrosis. This is a condition when the diver ascends deeply into the sea so that the pressure in the surrounding water increases, which tends to decrease the thoracic volume. As we seen in the Boyle's law, the thoracic volume decreases, which increases the circulation of oxygen into our blood. This is a benefit, but this benefit also has a risk of driving nitrogen into circulation, and this is known as the nitrogen necrosis. Next we can discuss about the bends or decompression sickness. When the diver ascends quickly from the sea level, he may experience the bends or decompression sickness. This is mainly due to the nitrogen in the bed may form the bubbles. The bubbles may be large or small. The small bubbles are not harmful, but the large bubbles can block the nerve endings and lodge in the nerve capillaries, which may lead to some problems in the circulation of blood, and it can lead to pain in the joints and muscle, and it can even lead to some neuromuscular diseases, and it can even lead to stroke. The risk of nitrogen necrosis and bends or decompression sickness is very common in the case of scuba divers, so that I advise scuba divers to be more cautious about these conditions. Next we can discuss about the disorders of respiratory system. The respiratory system is affected by the several environmental, social, occupational and personal factors, and these factors contributes lots of diseases to the respiratory system. Here we can discuss few of such respiratory disorders. First, here we can discuss the list of diseases that are asthma, emphysema, bronchitis, pneumonia and tuberculosis. Later, we can see about some occupational respiratory disorders. First of all, asthma. It is the narrowing and inflammation of the bronchi and bronchioles, and it causes difficulties in breathing. The common allergens for asthma are dust, drugs, pollen grains and certain food items like fish, prawn, etc. Next, now we can discuss about emphysema. It is is a chronic breathlessness which is caused due to the inflammation of the bronchi and bronchioles, and it is also due to the gradual breakdown of the walls of the alveoli, that is widening of the alveoli. This emphysema decreases the total area of gaseous exchange, and thus it reduces the oxygen supply into circulation. And the most common side effects are sputum production, nasal congestion, etc. And it is mainly caused due to the cigarette smoking and polluted smoke. Next we can discuss about bronchitis. It is the inflammation of the bronchi and bronchioles which is caused due to the cigarette smoke and polluted smoke. And the main common symptoms are nasal congestion, sputum production, shortness of breath, etc. Now we can discuss about pneumonia. It is an infection caused due to the bacteria or virus. The bacterial pneumonia is dangerous, but the viral pneumonia is very serious and it can even lead to death. So that the persons affected by pneumonia are advised to be more cautious. And the symptoms of pneumonia includes nasal congestion, sputum production, sore throat, shortness of breath, etc. Next we can discuss about tuberculosis. It is an infection which is caused due to a bacteria known as the Mycobacterium tuberculosis. And the main risk is associated with the lungs and the bones, and the main risk of this disease is the accumulation of the fluid in the lungs and the bones. Now we can discuss about some occupational respiratory disorders. When the persons are working in industries like stone breaking, grinding, textile industries, mining, etc. can develop a series of diseases due to the inhalation of the dust particles from such industrial atmosphere. Now we can discuss 3 of such cases: fibrosis, silicosis and asbestosis. Fibrosis is due to the inhalation of the dust particles from the industrial atmosphere, whereas silicosis is due to the inhalation of the silica particles from the stone breaking and mining industries. In asbestosis, due to the inhalation of the asbestos particle from the industrial atmosphere. So that I advise the person working in industries such as stone breaking, grinding, mining, textile industries, etc. must wear protective mask to protect yourself from such respiratory disorders. Now we can discuss about the effects of smoking. In today's modern era, the youngsters are curious, excited to know what is smoking, and later they addicted to it. It is a fact that 80% of the lung cancer is caused due to the cigarette smoking. Now we can discuss about the effects of smoking. The smoking is just the inhalation of the burnt tobacco, and the burnt tobacco consists of various thousands of chemicals, and those chemicals includes nicotine, tar, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, ammonia, etc. Nicotine and carbon monoxide damages the cardiovascular system, and tar affects the gaseous exchange system, and nicotine is a stimulant which causes addiction to smoking, and this makes the heart beat faster and raises the blood pressure, and it can even lead to some coronary heart diseases. Most of the cancers are caused by these substances. And when we discuss about carbon monoxide, it reduces the oxygen supply into the gaseous exchange system, and it can lead to several types of cancers, including the cancers in the lungs, pancreas, stomach, etc. And it is also a fact that smoking leads to various cancers, and also the cancer in the bladder, and also it lowers the sperm count in the men, and these are very much common in the smokers. When we discuss about the passive smokers, it is a case of smokers. They are not smoking. Actually, the 85% of the smoke produced by the smoker is inhaled by the smoker itself. But rest of the smokers inspired by the persons in the vicinity also, who are known as the passive smokers. So that I advise the smokers not to smoke, because if you are smoking, you are not only affected, the persons nearby you are also affected. Now we can discuss about the chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. It is a case of 3 diseases which accompanies asthma, emphysema and bronchitis. These cases are very much common in the smokers than the non-smokers. Now, we are at the conclusion of this session. In this session, we have discussed about the various functions related to respiration and the primary functions of the respiratory process. And we have also discussed about the human respiratory tract and path traveled by the air in the human respiratory tract, where we have discussed about the role of the thin elastic flap epiglottis, and we have also discussed about the structure of various respiratory organs such as trachea, bronchi, bronchioles, alveoli and lungs. We have also discussed about the steps that is involved in the human respiration, and we have also get to know about the substance called surfactants, which is the major substance in preventing the collapsing of the lungs. We have also discussed about the mechanism of gases, which involves the events in inspiration and respiration, expiration, and these events are based upon the Boyle's law. And we have also discussed about several disorders related to respiratory system such as asthma, emphysema, bronchitis, pneumonia, tuberculosis and various other occupational respiratory disorders. We have also discussed about the transport of gases, transport of oxygen and carbon dioxide. That is, oxygen is transported in two ways, that is bound to hemoglobin and dissolved in the blood plasma, whereas carbon dioxide is transported in three ways, such as dissolved in the blood plasma as bicarbonate ions in the plasma and bound to hemoglobin, and these transportation require some favorable conditions also. We have also discussed about the exchange of gases and the respiratory pigments that is involved in the exchange of gases such as hemoglobin and methemoglobin, and we have mainly came across the effects of smoking. And I thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity, and I privileged to be a part of this event. Thank you.
A very warm welcome to one and all present here. My name is Evasni from grade 12. I am from Frontline Academy Metric High Secondary School. Today I am going to take lecture on the topic friction. Science of friction, understanding how the surface interact. First, there are two branches in friction. One will be friction in mechanics, other one will be in friction in quantum. First, let me explain about friction in mechanics. Definition of frictional force. Frictional force is a force which opposes the relative motion between the object and the surface where it is placed. Let me explain you clearly. If an object is kept on the table, which is at rest, then a force is applied on it, so it doesn't move. It is because of some opposing force exerted by the surface on the object, which always resists its motion. So here, there is another thing called as relative motion. When a force which is parallel to the surface applied on the object, then that force will try to move the object. Here, it creates a motion that we call it as relative motion. From this image, we can observe that the person falls down again and again because the surface offers very little friction. There are four major types of friction: static friction, kinetic friction, rolling friction, and fluid friction. First thing is static friction. Definition of static friction. Static friction is a force which opposes the initiation of motion of object. For example, when an object is kept on the table, which is at rest, there will be two forces acting on it. One will be the normal upward force, other one will be the downward gravitational force. The resultant of these two forces acting on the object will be zero. Now, if a force which is parallel to the surface applied on the object, the surface also exerts equal and opposite force on the object, which always resists its motion. Here, if the force which is increased above a particular limit and the surface cannot provide sufficient frictional force to balance that external force, the maximal static friction value will be 0, lesser than or equal to Fs, lesser than or equal to mu Sn. Here, N is the normal force exerted by the surface on the object, and mu S will be the coefficient of static friction. It depends upon the nature of surface. There are three conditions in static friction. The first condition is if an object is kept on the table, which is at rest, and if there is no forces applied on the object, the static friction is found to be 0. Now, if an object is kept at rest and a force is applied on the object, and the force of static friction will be equal to force what we had applied. If an object starts to slide, then the object attains its maximum value. From this image, we can observe that a person pushes the object is in the red color arrow mark, which is the force applied by the person. And the blue color arrow mark shows the force acting as a frictional force. Now the external force and frictional force get cancelled in each other, then no motion in parallel takes place. Then we have kinetic friction. When external force is greater than the maximum static friction, then the object starts to slide. When the object starts to slide, the surface exerts a force called as kinetic friction. To move an object in constant velocity, we must apply a force which must be equal in magnitude but opposite in direction to kinetic friction. Here, I mean velocity means speed. Here we have the empirical formula Fk equal to mu kn. Here n will be the normal force exerted by the surface on the object and mu k will be the coefficient of kinetic friction. It depends upon the nature of surface. From this image, we can observe that static friction always opposes the initiation of motion of object. But kinetic friction occurs only when the object moves. Here, there is a major difference between both kinetic friction and static friction. Then we get into the next topic, rolling friction. Here, invention of wheel plays a crucial role in human civilization. As you all know, rolling coasters makes us to move possible. Then we have, when a wheel moves on the surface, it moves through rolling motion. When the wheel moves on the surface, the point of contact should be at rest. The point of contact is at rest, then automatically there will be no relative motion between the object and the surface. If there is no relative motion, the friction will be less. Automatically it can be easier to move the object. On the other hand, if an object is moved without a wheel, then there will be less frictional force between the object and the surface. If there is less frictional force, then it is very difficult to move the object. Ideally, in pure rolling, motion of point of contact with the object should be at rest, but in practice not so. Due to some minimal friction acting on the object and the surface, there will be minimal friction acting on both object and the surface. Here, rolling friction is much smaller than kinetic friction. From this image, we can observe that the balls can move easily from one place to other place because the point of contact is at rest. Since the point of contact is at rest, there will be no relative motion. Automatically, the friction will be less. Then we have fluid friction. Here, fluid refers to both liquids and gases. Fluid friction is a state of continuous matter and it can be affected by force or shear stress. Here we can also refer to as viscosity. Viscosity is a state of continuous matter which is caused by internal friction in which particles experience some intermolecular forces within it. You know very well, fluids like sauce or syrup, it can flows continuously because the surface cannot offer very little friction. Fluids like water and fruit juice, it flows continuously because it have low resistance and it can be affected by both force or shear stress. Then we have history of friction. The Greeks including Aristotle, Vitruvius, Pliny the Elder were interested in cause of friction. Here Aristotle is a person who is the father of physics and he said that force causes motion. Then we have Vitruvius and Pliny the Elder. They were the great scholars who were indirectly contributed to the topic friction. Laws of sliding friction was later discovered by Leonardo da Vinci in 1493. Here, Leonardo da Vinci is a person who has drawn the Mona Lisa art. These laws were properly given by Amundsen and becomes Amundsen's laws of dry friction. These laws were expressed during 15th to 18th century. We have Amundsen's law. The first law is force of friction is directly proportional to applied load. Here, it means that if a mass or weight of the object increases, the force of the friction also increases which is acting on the surface. Then we have the second law, frictional force is independent of apparent area of contact. Here, friction does not depend upon the area on which it acts. Above laws are referred to Amundsen. Then we have theory of friction. John Theophilus was the person who has recognized the role of adhesion in friction. He had said that microscopic forces causes the particles to stick together, but friction is the only force which tears the adhesion forces apart. And understanding of friction was later given by Charles d'Augustin Coulomb. It states that Charles d'Augustin Coulomb was the first person to put the Amundsen's law in mathematical form and he gave the law. The third law was given by him. Kinetic friction is independent of velocity. Here, kinetic friction does not depend upon the speed of the object. During the time of Newton and Galileo, frictional force is one of the natural force like gravitational force. But after analyzing about atoms, electrons, protons and neutrons, we conclude that frictional force is actually the electromagnetic force on the atoms between the surfaces. Well-polished surfaces can have some irregularities at microscopic level. Then we have factors affecting friction. Have you ever wondered why we usually slip more on wet surfaces compared to rough surfaces? Here, friction depends upon the nature of surface. Compared to rough surface, wet surface or snow-covered surface offers very little friction. So here, on snow-covered areas, cyclists use high-tendency tire to increase the friction and to increase the grip and to move easily. Then we have friction. Friction is directly proportional to weight of the object. As you all know, it is easier to push a lighter object than to push a heavier object. Friction depends upon the design of object. Here, frictional force not only acts on solid surfaces but also on liquid surfaces and water surfaces. Compared to solid, water and air offers very little friction. Here, for example, streamlined body design of the object helps to reduce the friction. For example, the streamlined body design of dolphin helps to reduce the friction in the water. Then we have friction is independent of apparent area of contact and proportional to normal force. Here, I have already said to you in Hamilton's law. The same thing has been repeated in factors affecting friction. Then we have rolling friction is much smaller than kinetic friction. Here, as you all know, roller skate makes us to move faster compared to our normal shoes. Fluid friction is much smaller than dry friction. Here, dry friction will be occurring in dry places. How can we increase the friction? For what purpose we have to increase it? Aren't you tired of all the friction which helps us to move? But it's a necessary evil. There are 4 ways to increase it. Increase in irregularities, increasing in normal surfaces, remove any lubricants and in hilly areas. Increase in irregularities. By increasing the irregularities, we can achieve the high friction. Like by etching the surfaces with some chemicals or texturing the surfaces with some designs, automatically the friction is increased. Then we have increasing in normal surfaces. Here, by having something in normal surfaces, the friction is increased. Then remove any kind of lubricants. As you all know, lubricant is a thing which helps to reduce the friction. To increase the friction, we must remove the lubricants. So here, a weightlifter uses gym powder, which is made up of magnesium carbonate, to increase the friction and to increase the grip. In hilly areas, as you all know, in hilly areas, friction plays a very important role. The better the friction, the better will be the grip. In hilly areas, tires are specifically manufactured for that type of road to increase the friction and to increase the grip. Sometimes chains are increased to increase the friction in snow-covered areas. Application of frictions in solid surfaces. The first one is friction enables us to walk. Imagine that you are walking. When we walk, we push the surface backward and frictional force acts in the forward direction. This is how friction enables us to walk. It helps to write on surfaces. The frictional force between the pencil and the paper causes few particles of pencil to remain on the paper. This helps us to write. Fixing a nail to plank is also due to friction. You may be seen in your many places. Then we have ironing a shirt. Ironing a shirt is also due to friction. Friction enables us to apply pressure on the wrinkled surfaces. Here, without friction, the iron box just slides through. Then we have hats or caps. Hats or caps sit automatically on your head. It is also friction. It is also due to addition of friction. Then we have tug of war. Tug of war is a game which you have been played in your childhood days. Here, 2 teams will be engaged to test the strength and strategy by pulling the opposite ends of the rope. When they pull the opposite ends of the rope, there is a lot of friction generated between the player's rope and the hands. Then we have friction in fluid, swimming in water. When we swim in water, we encounter fluid friction. We can use some specified hand movements such as angle of dive, freestyle, stroke to reduce the friction. Here, fluid friction gives us a good workout. Applying oil on door hinges. When we apply the oil on door hinges, it helps to reduce the friction and it enhances the smooth movement. Here, dry friction is converted into fluid friction. Then we have flowing sauce from bottles. When we pour the sauce from bottles, you might have noticed that sauce don't flow automatically because fluid friction resists the speed of the flow. Then we have slow movement of coral reefs. If you are involved in marine technology or you might have been seen in your wildlife photography, slow movement of coral reefs, it is also due to fluid friction. Then we have aircraft. Here, skydiver experiences a huge amount of friction when they present in the air. They perform specifically the type of stunt to increase the friction and to move easily in the air. Then we have flying off birds or bats. Here, flying off birds or bats is an interesting topic. It helps to reduce the friction. Birds are naturally optimized to reduce the friction in the air. Here, they have perfect body shape and lightweight to reduce the friction. Then we have movement of aircraft. Design of aircraft plays a very important role to reduce the friction. Here, it can move easily to reduce the friction. Then we have frictional force in motion of bicycle. Here, a question arises. When we pedal a bicycle in forward direction, what will be the direction of frictional force in front wheel and back wheel? Here, what happens is, imagine that you are riding a bicycle. When we pedal a bicycle, we move in a forward direction. Here, the back wheel velocity will be, point of contact will be backwards. Here, the frictional force will be acting in forward direction. Since the back wheel is connected with a rigid support with the front wheel, the forward motion of back wheel tends to move the front wheel also in the forward direction. Here, it helps us to move the vehicle, and frictional force will be acting backwards at both the back wheel and front wheel. Here, static friction comes into effect, not the kinetic friction. When the wheel slips, kinetic friction comes into effect. In addition to static friction, rolling friction also acts in both front wheel and the back wheel. Then we have methods to reduce friction. Usually, friction has both positive effects and negative effects, but it's absolutely necessary. So we can have, in kinetic friction, friction plays a very important role. And friction can be used in many places, like vehicles can move on road only because of friction. And there is in relative motion, which is used in different parts of the machines. Friction produces unwanted heat and reduces its efficiency. To reduce this friction, we must use lubricants and ball bearings. Here, lubricants are in the liquid which is to reduce the friction which is placed in between the different parts of the machines. And then we have ball bearings. Ball bearings which is used to fix between the different parts of the machines, which helps to reduce the friction and to move easily. Here, rolling friction is much smaller than kinetic friction. Then we are going to see about friction in quantum. Let me explain you about the electrostatics. Ever wondered how lightning and spark occurs? Here, friction is one of the electrostatic force. It plays a vital natural phenomena to explain the friction. It is a big branch of physics which deals with the natural electrostatic phenomena in which electric charges are kept at rest. Here, there are more applications in electrostatics. It may be loudspeaker, chimneys, and television cathode ray tubes in radar and television. We have what is frictional electricity, when is a body said to be electrified or charged. Here, the property of rubbed substance which attracts electricity is called as, which attracts light objects is called as electricity. The electricity which is developed by rubbing or friction is called as frictional electricity. Rubbed substances which shows this type of attraction are said to be electrified or charged. I'll say you some examples. When a glass rod is rubbed with silk cloth, it attracts some lighter objects such as straw, lint, feather, etc. And similarly, when a plastic comb when rubbed with your hair, it also attracts some lighter objects. Here, we have electronic theory of frictional electricity. As you all know, all matter is made up of atoms. Atom consists of nucleus, which consists of protons and neutrons, and electrons will be revolving around the nucleus. Here, in any piece of matter, positive proton charges and negative electron charges get cancels each other, then no motion in parallel takes place. Here, the total objects becomes electrically neutral. Here, now take two objects and slide against each other. Here, electrons move from lower work function to higher work function. Here, the work function means only way to pull the electron from outer shell of the atom. I'll say you with one example. Here, when a glass rod is rubbed with a silk cloth, glass rod acquires positive charge due to deficiency of electrons. Because from the glass rod, the electrons will be transformed to the silk cloth. Now, silk cloth acquires negative charge due to excess of electrons. Here, the total charge will be 0. Electric charge is conserved during rubbing. The frictional force must have an electric origin, because the only way to pull the electron from the outer shell of the atom is to apply a strong electric force on it. And here, friction is derived from the Latin root word fricare, which means to rub. Then we have sparks. Here, friction produces heat energy. How friction produces heat energy? If there is a small collision between the molecules on the two surfaces, friction produces heat energy. That heat energy will be acquired by the molecules of the object on the surfaces. So when this object applies this, energy causes excitation of electrons. It produces in the form of spark. So from this image, we can observe that there is a friction, there is a spark between the two hands, because it can be seen only in microscopic level, not in the macroscopic level. Then we have real life examples of frictional electricity. First, let us see about polyester cloths. So when we wear those polyester cloths or woolen cloths for a period of time, charge is found on the cloth due to transfers the charge from dry screen to the cloth. This is how the charge transfers. It is also due to friction. So next thing we have friction will be occurring only between the body and the cloths. So after a period of time, when we remove the cloth, the charges are dissipated in the form of light and sound, which creates some spark and crackling sound. So here friction is a static charges which comes into effect, and we have friction is a thing which makes the electrons move. Then we have, this is the image which shows the friction between the skin and the fabric, and also we have the other image about it. Then we have television screen. So even the TV is switched off, it exerts the electrostatic force on our hands when our hands are brought near to it. Due to this force, the hands rises up. So even the TV is switched off, if we go and touch the television screen, we get some slight shock, because charge is dispensed in our body and it helps to attract slight shock. Then we have electric charges collected here. How photocopier works? It is based on the following components. They are halogen lamp, a sensitive drum, a toner, an ink drum, and conveyor belt. Here, a halogen lamp. So what happens is, when you are placing the document on the photocopier, the beam of light scans the document and it will be reflected on the photocopier. Here, a light which is reflected by the photocopier will be falling on the photosensitive drum. Here the magic happens. What happens here is, when the beam of document is placed on the photocopier, the light which is reflected by the photocopier, it becomes conductive and discharged. The area which is not exposed to light, it becomes negatively charged. Now, this paper will be attracted by the toner, which is positively charged. When it attracts the lighter objects, then the rotation of drum causes here. So after this, a load of paper is loaded into the photocopier. Now that particles will be having strings in there. So after applying it, now these papers are moved between the two rollers. Now these two rollers applies heat and pressure, which fuses the tunic particles of the paper. Thanks to these rollers, because the final copy looks so warm and soothing. Then we have charged comb. When a charged comb is brought to the piece of paper, it attracts those paper. Here, this is what the friction is generated. I will explain you one by now. When a comb is rubbed with your hair, the frictional force is generated here. Since the comb is not a good conductor, the charges will be found on the conductor. This is how a charged comb will be there. When this charged comb is brought between the different parts of the paper, electrostatic force on the atoms of the comb and between the electrons of the paper that makes the comb to attract those pieces of paper. Here, the friction is generated. This is how a charged comb will attract the piece of paper. Then we have doorknob. As you all know, humans are good electrical conductors. Here I can say that the electrons can move from where they have built up and will move in the next contact which has less number of electrons. Electrons moves from our finger and to the doorknob. Here the charges will be dispensed on the doorknob, which causes a tiny lightning bolt. And here the friction will be gets transferred from finger to the doorknob. So to conclude this topic, frictional force is an essential one. It helps us to walk, ride and hold things. But it is also unnecessary sometimes in some places. We have to use frictional force with utmost caution. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Imagine this world without friction, and it looks very difficult and funny to survive.
Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. I'm going to speak about skeletons unlocked, discovering the marvels of human skeleton system. Can you imagine your body without the skeleton system? No, it is impossible to imagine your body. Now, let us see about our human skeleton system and the various types of skeleton system and its uses. So, let's have the content slide. And what are the content we are going to cover are a small introduction about the human skeleton system and also the types of skeleton system, axial skeleton system and its types, appendicular skeleton system and its types, joints and its types. And next, the skeleton system disorder, diseases, the benefits of regular exercise and also its function. Then we have a short summary about the skeleton system. Now let us move on to the content. So, skeleton system is constituted by a framework of bones and cartilages. Before that, let us see about the origination of skeleton system. During the embryonic development, that is, when we are as embryos in the mother womb, we are formed and our tissues are formed from the embryonic germ layers. These embryonic germ layers helps in the production of tissues, organs and organ systems. And the embryonic germ layer are of two types. They are diploblastic and triploblastic. Let us see about the triploblastic. Triploblastic organisms, the organisms having two germ layers are said to be triploblastic. So they have outer layer, inner layer, but they do not have middle layer because the middle layer is an undifferentiated layer and it is a jelly-like layer and it does not it does not contribute any organs and it remains in the jelly structure. So it is said to be mesogilia. So the outer layer is called as ectoderm and the inner layer is called as endoderm. Let us see about the examples for the diploblast. The organisms which are said to be invertebrates are called as diploblastic organisms because the invertebrates are nothing but organisms that do not have backbone. And the examples are sponges, tapeworm, hookworm and other invertebrates. Now let us see about the triploblast. Triploblasts are the organism having three germ layers. They are outer layer, inner layer and the middle layer. Outer layer or the ectoderm, inner layer or the endoderm and the middle layer or the mesoderm. These three layers are well differentiated and highly specific in producing the specific tissues, organs and the organelles. They are highly specific and they do not change any process in their production. Now, let us see about the examples for the triploblast. The examples for the triploblast are all the vertebrates. Vertebrates are nothing but organisms having backbone. Examples like human beings and other vertebrates. Now, let us come back to the origination of skeleton system. The human skeleton system is originated from the embryonic mesoderm. Embryonic mesoderm is the layer present between the outer, that is the ectoderm, inner, that is the endoderm. And the tendons are the attachment between the muscles to the bone. And the ligaments are the another type of attachment which are the attachment between the bones to bones. These attachments helps in the various purpose and also they contribute to the locomotion of an organism. And the skeleton system is one of the most important system in the human body. Then let us see about the another interesting topic, that is the types of skeleton system. There are three types of skeleton system. They are hydrostatic skeleton system, exoskeleton system and endoskeleton system. Now let us see about the hydrostatic skeleton system. Three types and hydrostatic skeleton system is the first type. The hydrostatic skeleton system is mostly found in soft-bodied invertebrates and it is a fluid-filled cavity encircled by the muscles. Example for the hydrostatic skeleton system is earthworm. The earthworm is filled with a fluid-filled cavity and these type of skeleton system usually present inside the organism's body. So, it is mostly found in the earthworms and the soft-bodied organisms. Now, let us see about the exoskeleton. The word exo refers to outside. Exoskeleton is mostly found in the invertebrates and it is a hard, rigid case encircles the body of an organism. It is a shell-like structure and it is another modified form of the skeleton. And this exoskeleton is the best example is cockroach. We are not killing the cockroach, we are just breaking its skeleton. So and it is a best example. Next, let us see about the endoskeleton. The word endo refers to inside. The endoskeleton is constituted by bones, cartilages, and these are present inside the organism's body. And it is encircled or covered by means of muscles. Example for the endoskeleton is human beings. Now, let us see about the human skeleton system. In human, there are 206 bones and cartilages. Do you know that the newborn baby has 300 bones? Yes, it's amazing. When they grow, all these 300 bones compresses or converted into 206 bones and cartilages. So, next let us see about the two major principal divisions of the human skeleton system. The two major principal divisions are axial skeleton and the appendicular skeleton. So, now let us see about the axial. It is one of the most interesting topic. Axial skeleton constitute of 80 bones and it comprises skull, hyoid, thoracic and vertebral column. Now let us see about the skull. Skull, it has totally 22 bones and composed of two sets of bones. They are cranium and facial. And the skull involves in the protection of the brain, which act as a box to the brain and protect and keeps the brain very safer inside the protective hard-ridged shell. So, we are going to study about the skull and the regions present in it. So, there are two important and two sets of bones, cranium, facial. Now, let us see about the cranium. It has totally 8 bones and they are paired parietal, paired temporal, sphenoid, ethmoid, occipital and frontal. By seeing this picture, you can understand this clearly and the different regions are given in the different colors. So, the two are paired and the remaining are unpaired. And these are the regions of the cranium bones. Now, let us see about the bones present in the face. The bones present in the face region are said to be facial bones. So, they are paired and unpaired. The paired bones are maxilla, zygomatics, palatin, lacrimal, nasals and inferior nasals. These remain impaired and the unpaired bones are mandible and vomer. So, by seeing this picture, you can see that all the bones are present in the face region. So, it is said to be facial bones. And some of them remains paired and some of them remains unpaired. I hope you all understand this topic very well. Now, let us see about the jaws. Lower jaw is usually formed of mandible and lower jaw is connected to the cranium or the skull by means of a muscle. So only it is the possible of motion and it is movable part of the jaw region. This is the picture of the mandible, that is the lower jaw. Now let us see about the upper jaw. Upper jaw is formed of maxilla. The upper jaw is usually fused with the cranium, that is the present in the head region, and it is the immovable part because its direct fusion with the cranium, no motion is possible. Let us see about the hyoid bone. It is a single U-shaped bone present in the base of the buccal cavity. This is the buccal cavity and it is the only bone without any joints. It is interesting to know. I hope that you have know about the buccal cavity, that is the hyoid bone. Next, let us see about the bones present in the middle of the ear. The 3 bones are malleus, stapes and the incus. These 3 bones collectively constitute the ear ossicle. And these 3 are helpful in the hearing purpose. And next, let us see about the prominent opening in the skull. The prominent opening in the skull are nasals and the orbits. That is the nose and the eye or eyeball. The foramen magnum is the largest opening seen in the skull. Next, let us see about the vertebral column. It is also one of the most interesting topic. So, vertebral column is also called as the backbone. And it is present at the dorsal side, which means the back side. It consists of 33 seriously arranged vertebrae. It is usually extended from the base of the skull to the pelvis. And it has 5 major regions. They are cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacrum and coccus. Sacrum is a bone formed due to the fusion of 5 bones, and it is present in the vertebral column. And coccus is a bone formed due to the fusion of 4 bones. And in the newborn baby, it will be separated, that they are not fused, but they remain separated. When we become as an adult, all these separated bones combines or connected to each other and fused to form these bones, that is the sacrum and the coccus. Next, the vertebrae, that is which the first vertebrae of the vertebral column is called as atlas. The second vertebrae of the vertebral column is called as axis. And each vertebrae has the central hollow portion through which the spinal cord descends down. And let us see about the vertebral column's functions. The vertebral column helps in the functions, various functions, like it protects the spinal cord, in which the spinal cord is very light and very soft. It is protected by the hard vertebrae on the vertebral and together constitute the vertebral column. And this vertebral column is also called as backbone, we have already seen. And support, it involves in the support like it supports our head region so that we get proper upright posture. So it helps our head to be faced and gives us a proper position. Next, it involves in the attachment. It helps in the attachment of the ribs and also the muscles present at the dorsal side. Next, let us see about the sternum. Sternum is usually present in the midventral line of the thorax, that is the front side. Ventral refers to the organ or the organ system which is located at the front side of the human body. And the thorax is the chest region, and it is a single bone, flat bone, that too. And it also has some specialization like attachment of the dorsal ribs or the ventral ribs and also the abdominal muscles. Now, let us see about the rib cage. Rib cage is one of the most important skeleton present in our body. The rib cage has totally 12 pairs of ribs, and they are said to be bicephalic because they have 2 articulating ends, so that they are called as bicephalic. And they are of true ribs, false ribs, and also the floating ribs. True ribs, let us see about the true ribs. The ribs from 1 to the 7, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the 7th pairs of ribs are said to be the true ribs because they are connected to the sternum by means of hyaline cartilage, which helps in their connection with the sternum and establish a true connector by means of a cartilage. And next, let us see about the false ribs. The pairs of ribs, which are 8th, 9th, and 10th, are said to be false ribs because they do not form any direct contact or the true connect with the sternum, but they form a false connect by joining with the 7th rib of the hyaline cartilage, which belongs to the 7th ribs, which are the direct contact with the sternum. Next, let us see about the floating ribs. The last 2 pairs, that is 11th and the 12th pairs of ribs, are said to be floating ribs because they do not form any connection with the sternum and remains in the free state. So they are said to be floating ribs. And this is all about the axial skeleton. Now let us move on to the most interesting skeleton, that is the appendicular skeleton. And appendicular skeleton has 126 bones, and they are upper limbs, lower limbs, pectoral girdle and pelvic girdle. Now let us see about the pectoral girdle. pectoral girdle. And it is also another interesting and curiosity topic. Pectoral girdle. The upper limbs are attached to the pectoral girdle and it gives a degree of motility. And it is a specialized motion which is not seen anywhere else in the body. And the pectoral girdle is of two halves. That is, one is present on the right side and another one is present at the left side. Each half of the pectoral girdle has two major regions. They are clavicle or the collarbone, scapula. Now, let us see about the clavicle. Clavicle is also said to be the collarbone, and it has a long bone, and it is located horizontally and with the curvature. The curvature are of 2 in number, and it helps in the connection of axial and the appendicular skeleton. This is about the clavicle, that is the collarbone. Now, let us see about the scapula. Scapula is a large, thin and triangular bone present at the dorsal side, which is the back side of the human body. And it is especially extended from the 2nd rib to the 7th rib. And it has an elevated ridge, which is called as the spine. And due to the formation of the elevated ridge spine, there is the formation of extended process. And this extended process is called as acromion. Acromion is a region where the clavicle or the collarbone articulates. And below the acromion, there is a depression. And this depression is called as the glenoid cavity. And the glenoid cavity has a purpose of articulating the head of the humerus. And this is about the pectoral girdle. Now, let us see about the upper limbs. Upper limbs also another interesting topic. Upper limbs, it consists of 30 separate bones. And it is divided according to the region. The region between the shoulder and the elbow are said to be humerus. The humerus head usually articulates with this glenoid cavity, and also its distal end, that is the base end, articulates with the 2 forearm bones. And the 2 forearm bones usually present between the region of elbow to the wrist. And the 2 forearm bones are ulna and radius. And now let us see about the olecranon process. The olecranon process usually present at the upper end of the ulna, and it gives the pointed projection to the elbow. So now let us see the bones present in the hand region. The bones present in the hand region are carpals, metacarpals and phalanges. The carpals are also called as wrist bone. There are totally 8 wrist bones. They are arranged in 2 rows, and each consists of 4 bones. They has a tunnel-like appearance due to the attachment of the ligament and the carpals. This tunnel-like appearance is called as the carpal tunnel. And now, let us see about the metacarpals. Metacarpals are also said to be the palm bones. The bones present in the palm region, and they are of 5 in number. And now, let us see about the phalanges. Phalanges are also called as the digit bones, and they are of totally 14 in number. Now, let us see about the syndrome related to carpals. The carpal tunnel syndrome. The narrow passage bounded by the bones and the muscles gets too narrowed and pinch the median nerve. This results in the severe pain in the affected region, and their symptoms are most commonly seen in the clerks, software professional, pregnant women, and also the person who often texting and playing video games in the mobiles. Now, let us see about the pelvic girdle. Pelvic girdle is exclusively meant for weight-bearing purpose, and it is a heavy structure. Together, the sacrum and coccus constitute the basin-like structure, which is said to be the coccygeal bone or the hip bone. Now, let us see about the coccygeal bone in deep. The coccygeal bone consists of 3 major regions. They are ilium, ischium pubis. At the fusion of these three regions, that is ilium, ischium and pubis, there is the formation of acetabulum, which is a depression, and it is a hollow portion present in the hip region. And the acetabulum helps in the articulation of the femur. Femur is also called as the thigh bone. Now, the pubis of each half of the pectoral girdle. The pectoral girdle is first half is present at the right side and the another half is present at the left side. And the point of fusion of the pubis, there is the formation of pubis symphysis. And this pubis symphysis has a specialized fiber which is called as the cartilaginous fiber. And now let us see about the most important and curiosity topic, that is the pelvis of male and female are completely different. In human male, the pelvis is narrow, deeper with heavier bones because they only used for the motility purpose and they are not used that much like as the female. But in female, the pelvic girdle is shallow, wider with the flexible bones because the female is going to bear a baby in her future. And this pelvic girdle helps in the parturition period of the pregnancy, which are induced by the hormonal changes. So, female pelvic girdle plays a most important role in the pregnancy. Next, let us see about the lower limbs. The lower limbs also has 30 separate bones. It helps us to withstand our weight. Not only weight, and also helps us to withstand the forces like frictional force, gravitational force and other forces. It also divided according to the region. They are stronger and thicker bones which are essential for the motion. The three segments or the three regions are thigh or femur, and leg or the shank, and the foot. Now let us see about the thigh or the femur. The head of the thigh articulates with the acetabulum and it helps in the formation of the hip joint. And the leg or the shank. The leg or the shank has two major regions, that is tibia and fibula. Like hands, the legs also has the various bones, but they are interconnected to each other. Next, let us see about the foot. The foot has totally three regions. They are carpals, bones present in the fingers. They are of metatarsus, tarsus and phalanges. Tarsus are also said to be the bones present in the foot region. And the tarsus are of totally 7 in number. And they are also called as tarsals. Metatarsus are of totally 5 in number, and they are also called as metatarsals. The metatarsals are arranged in parallel lines. So, next let us see about the phalanges present in the foot region. There are 14 phalanges, but when we are comparing the phalanges with the hand, the phalanges present in the toe are said to be smaller. And there is an olecranon process which is usually present in the upper limbs. And this olecranon process, as like the patella, is also present in the knee region. And this patella helps in the protection of the knee and act as a kneecap. So these are about the lower limbs, and these are the bones present in the foot region. And this colored portion gives the various bones. Now let us see about the joints, and what we have seen, they constitute the appendicular skeleton. Now we are moving to the most important topic, that is the joints. Joints are essential for all types of movements carried by the bony parts of the human body. It act in the protection process and also functions and involves in the various functions like motion and also other purpose. And the point of contact between the bones is the joints. It also acts as the fulcrum lever. And the force generated by the muscles are carried by these joints, and they are given to the bones, and which the motion is produced. Now let us see about the types of joints and their presence examples. There are 3 types of joints. First, let us see about the joint which is said to be the fibrous joint. The fibrous joint is also called a synanthrosis joint, and it is an immovable joint, and so no motion is possible. Example for the fibrous joint is sutures of the flat skull bones. The different region of the skull are connected by means of these joints, and these joints named are sutures. Next, let us see about the cartilaginous joints. The cartilaginous joints is also called as ampianthrosis joints, and this joint helps in the slight movement, which means the joint ends or the bone ends has totally covered by a cartilage, and this cartilage gives the slight motion. The best example for this cartilaginous joints are joints that are present adjacent vertebrae of the vertebral column. The vertebrae constitute the entire vertebral column. So, the cartilaginous joint is best example for the vertebrae present in the vertebral column. Now, let us see about the synovial joint or dianthrosis joint, and it is a freely movable joint. The articulating bone is completely separated by means of a cavity, and this cavity is filled with a fluid. This fluid is called as synovial fluid, and it also has the various purpose. Now let us see about some other joints. Now the pivot joint, it is usually present between the region of atlas and axis. Atlas and axis are the region which are present in the vertebral column. That is, they are the first and second vertebrae of the vertebral column. Saddle joint, it is usually present between the region of carpals and metacarpals, that is wrist and the palm. Ball and socket joint, this joint usually present between the humerus and also the pectoral girdle. The next joint is hinge joint. It constitutes the knee joint. The last type of joint is cotyledon or angular or ellipsoid joint, and it is present between the radius and carpals, the forearm bones and the hand bones. Now, let us see about the diseases or the disorders related to the skeleton system. The most common diseases and disorders related to the skeleton system are arthritis and osteoporosis. Arthritis are of 3 major types. They are osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, and gouty arthritis. Let us have a brief note on these arthritis. Now let us move towards the arthritis. And what is meant by arthritis? Arthritis is nothing but the inflammatory or degenerative disorder which mostly affect the joint. The first type of arthritis are osteoarthritis. The bony ends of the freely movable joints like knee, hip, fingers gets too weakened, and it mostly affected the old aged people. And in this type of arthritis, the bony ends gets too affected and leads to a severe pain. Now, let us see about the rheumatoid arthritis. The synovial membrane becomes inflamed, and there is an accumulation of fluid. And this leads to a severe pain in the affected joint. And it occurs at any age, but their symptoms are most commonly seen before or below the age of 50. So next, let us see about the gouty arthritis, and it is the last type of arthritis. The gouty arthritis is also called as gout, and it is the inflammation of the joints, and it is due to the accumulation of uric acid crystals or the inability of the body to excrete the uric acid crystals from the body through various manners. And it mostly accumulates in the synovial joints, and it may occur at any age. Now, let us see about the another type, that is the osteoporosis. It occurs due to the vitamin D deficiency and hormonal imbalance. It leads to rickets in the children and also osteomalacia in the adult female. It can be reduced or prevented by involving our body in the proper exercise and intaking the proper or adequate amount of vitamin D foods. Now, the most important topic, the most of the doctors suggest everybody to involve our body in the physical activities. Physical activities or the exercise is nothing but jumping, running, cycling and other exercise. Now, let us see about the benefits of regular exercise. There are 4 major categories that falls under the benefits of regular exercise. They are endurance, strength, balance and flexibility. Now, let us see about the endurance. Endurance or the aerobic activity. By doing this exercise, our heart rate and breathing rate increases and it leads to the normal and healthy function of the circulatory system. And when the breathing increases, the number of oxygen binding in the RBCs increases and the circulation system moves faster. So it keeps our circulation system more healthier. Now let us see about the strength. Strength exercise. By doing the proper strength exercise, we can lead a independent life, which means we can carry our own weight and we can climb the stairs without anyone's help during our old age also. And let us see about the balance exercise. The most common disease or the symptoms seen in the old age or pre-fall. To prevent this, we can involve our body in the proper balance exercise. Let us see about the flexibility. By doing this flexibility exercise, our bones and the muscles and also the joints become more flexible and helps us to produce the locomotion easier during our older age also. The regular exercise can produce the beneficial physiological changes. Let us see one by one. The muscles used in the exercise grows stronger and longer. The resting heart rate goes down and also the ligaments and tendons, which are the most important connection of the muscle and bone, becomes more stronger. And joints becomes more flexible so that locomotion is possible easily. Protection from the heart attack, and it also involves and influences the hormonal activities, improves our body health and also prevents it from obesity. The most of the common disease faced by the small children to the adult are obesity and heart attack. This is due to the sedentary lifestyle of the modern era. By involving our body in the regular exercise, we can prevent their causes. So, next, let us see about that. If one who feels he is healthier and he automatically gains self-confidence and self-esteem. And by doing the regular exercise, we can look beautiful and also it gives us an aesthetic look. And the most important thing faced by the teenagers are depression and anxiety. To reduce their effects, by doing the regular exercise, these depression and the hassles of daily life stresses can be completely suppressed. Now, let us see about the functions of skeleton system. It helps in the support. It forms a hard, rigid case, and it involves in the shape production. So, without the skeleton system, we can't get a proper shape. We may look like a jelly without the skeleton system. And locomotion. By this skeleton system, our locomotion is possible.